Good morning, everyone. Yeah, Dave Bennett. We'll go ahead and get started here shortly. We're just waiting for quorum here. I do have one, two, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 delegates on the line. So let's wait a couple more minutes before we get started.
Good morning, Delegate Freeland here.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and get going here. Colleagues, thank you again, everybody listening in, everybody being a part of the discussion today. I know that today is actually the fourth day of the Navajo Nation Council Fall Session. Today's date is October 22nd. Uh, the time now is 10:04 a.m. Sorry, colleagues, just had to make sure we're recording. Thank you again. I'm here in Window Rock, Arizona, on the Navajo Nation. I have myself and Honorable Mark Freeland here in the chambers. Again, thank you everyone for calling in, colleagues. I have my colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council calling throughout the Navajo Nation. So thank you very much for being with us. Presiding by myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Before we go on, we did conclude recess last night at 8:16 p.m. And we did conclude on the agenda up to item number E. So today we will start off with item number F. Before we start off with item number F, let me go ahead and go on down to Ms. Nota, if you want to get a roll call for us.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Honorable Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canas Bacrati. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland is present. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Eugenio's present.
Honorable Jamie Hino answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James is present. Good morning. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart
Present.
Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Otto So.
Present.
Honorable
Winter Rock,
Otto
Arizona.
So. Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Motion to, thank you. Yeah.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning. I'm here.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Wanika answered roll call. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker with 16 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Toto. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down. On our agenda here, we did call the meeting order. Now, we did have a roll call. Let's move on down to invocation. Honorable Chairman Rick Nez, are you there? Mind doing the invocation for us this morning?
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Aroshan and Anna Senege. Good morning, Yat Epena. Aro Arnold Swa, Dyson Agi, Shik Eroshan Anna Senege. Aro Nihan Shinda East Aja, Executive Branch. So let us bow our heads and pray. Yaradi, Nithod Surat Dilzi. Nihit Kha, Nihidigan God. Aganaho Ara Hun Lona Hunitsen. Olado Yon Eden Hidigan Lini. And not a Horonch in sea case. Daini Kaho. in the Tadoyonit Edan Harhaske. Ronch at the seat ego. Nikan ligate no, Ndainika. Hala in Nabashadet A. Nakapahns and on Anhin Hisperhosen a creature in a bed then the ilting. In the a con Nihita Nashni in Lenigi Zago Bentony. But oh, yet a hood that not the can't lead or less Nahadia or on Ilko. Nahara has Tiani, Consa. Nepetadesna Sabanachin Bain and the Hazed in Le Say Yin Catch a Hesque Koroshi Benachin Sea Case in the Hazor da William open in the dungeon. The seat eat or less Ashin in Nasina Doyon so that deals in the and she on a pini gacko in today case. The Ben hitch in a hot in Lenny Ben Hahons and Hidigan Laney. Fallen Echan hidden la. Nihen sick case in Lane in Hitchea, so they had need again. Coro Don Hines and Don Hat Phil Corona see Catalechana, Lone Harchan, but and the Danan Hentchen. At a hot and Laney, but the need little pain his sink, but not his own sea case, or yield kit or need aid or needs and Nika and get. Salad or your need aid or Nahara has tigi, down needs and on the yield Zico and his spare husband. I need a hot order had a hate zeta. The 8 zeta said the nether, but they needs and the nether of his job on sea case that the joke and needs and that's a shatter. Ashmoren he can't get near by and then hits as a hundle. Has your and leany beget 18th, has your yield hit on its and has your hinny not on its and harchin, but he kick at the dog cut or the hunyard or less best or and that the has your the off cut or less or banana should they yossen or caution han night or catlana its and near the nessa. A year and has that car, but hundred of barging up, but up and sick case over JB 100. Yet, in age at the night the dog cut. As Twido Sanisha, Ada Hanyada. Those him but the Hatsidon has Tado, vacation it and Dandla. But Ahans and Oberhon lo Ashore. And his salado and Habashon laho, a creature banana should and the Danihinan Akro, Speaker Damon, and the highest hit on Hashes and Beshma has an clinic. But one lot of Argin, but Ben Sikesto, Koro, Hot by Ben Sinho Koro, then had Akro, Ben Yahnil George or Koro, but he cut or left mast. And the Danihinan President Nez or Vice President Lizer over one long yard Ehoshin, Eshis Nail Nesto, Yat Ehotene, Yaho Arthur Lech. To Arnil Tohajo, and the Tangier Chief Justice Joanne Jane Betwanlo, also Aj, and that we Arnlini, and the Tangier that eat Ahit Sokodo, Eston Habajan, Button Lido, Les Koro, Doreen McPaul. I don't that the arts on the night, the Washington Yale, Listen Lini, Koro, Bajan, and the Chatternas, Nilgo, Tatnas, Nil, the Bevan and Kaya. And I don't let a barge in a but about one layat eho the high art or less. A share arts was been he kitchet leg in it again leany arts which been a housing even in our ancient so deals and say. Jonago yet out is be got neat ego. Cosendal dosha in hand that the cheese and head on eels and hand has piano. And that ain't neto cro. Yet not ill that the nail ain't. Bene Hosen, City that Aunt Ahadan Lanjana got a hat hash at least. Shade and alt lost the beart on a hadan la. One tail Benson, so in his Hosen, the end. Don't have to then cares go. honey Loroon Hatin and Hidas Kandling on Chilhon Lash or and Hajinapa. A Shehendi near us, Hoshan. Sahoshi, but oh, then Nito Nahasinde. Oh, all such an hit on London, need on hitting in Laney. A Sheher, on second job body, and then you get the national Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, everyone again. Good morning, Yate, Bennett, to everyone that's listening in on World Wide Web.
Speaker,
Good morning to
Gay
everyone. Good morning, Honorable Elmer Begay. Good morning to everyone, colleagues, and good morning to everyone listening in YouTube, Vimeo.
Yellow hairs in chat.
Oh, we are live this morning. Today is our fourth day of the Navajo Nation fall session. This morning was a blessing to do a recognition with Honorable Mark Freeland, Duran Sosi, Darian Sosi, and Lindsay Sosi, future bull riding champions there from White Rock, New Mexico. It was an awesome experience this morning when the sun first rose up. So thank you, Honorable Freeland, for allowing us to be a part of that with you and representing Eastern Agency in the great state of New Mexico. It was a good morning to do that. Thank you to the staff for being here late into the night and then also early this morning again setting up. This is day 4 of the Navajo Nation Council's fall session. Yesterday, we did complete our agenda up to item number E, and we are moving forward now. Item number F on legislations 0210-20. This item is, or this legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. If there are no other questions, let me go to Mr. Rico so he can go ahead and read it into the record. Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislation 0210-20 enact to relating to health, education, and human services law and order Nabakeati and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Title 17 law and order code by enacting as an offense section 378, violation of an emergency order or action. Mr. Speaker, there are no amendments per Navajo Nation Council Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
That motion by Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, good morning to everyone. Yes, sir.
Hey, with that, is there a second?
Second, Stewart.
Honorable Stewart. Good morning, Honorable Stewart.
Good morning, Silla.
Oh, with that, good morning, Chairman Yazzie. Colleagues, comments, questions on legislation 0210-20. Are we going to the board? Going once? I don't have anybody on the board.
Question. Speaker, I have a question. This is Delga Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay, question. With that, then, Honorable Eugene So, you have 20 minutes on the board to explain your legislation.
Kasi siya la, ade, nani tahi chi, napa nani tahi, shiti coronavirus in leader nasha, ado seni chicken snido to the chini, da shi ado, ado the kia ani da shi chido to something da shi nale, akata shi ya, bini ya, ado da shi no tourism. Conrad, Rick Naz, Shat, General Stevens, and Bashinson. I don't daddy, the net, I didn't not target on the hotel people. If the down had been the ancient Sal, they not Sal, because she actually, this she the between I see teleconference. I don't daddy. That's queen. Is constantly Satansi, or the hundred is TV that. Koi Adam, not Sosnita and the Sosgi, Sapan for case of it. Because these had these speaking to your, you know, the Castellano, keeping us in order. Here about Jameson. I don't have the great and really cast, see, don't knowledge. Tego, Sashin, not sit on, not as she yet those at sit. Said about Chin Hollow, said Ali Lava. I don't see Kodo, not so deep and a has speak of the corny classic story. Shinai Hollow, being a way one of Chicago, be hot sea, Dobin and Hashla, synthetic be ishni. Sitjado Hollow, basins on what a hoot out of the home, and the hospital about the house at the what that out a Hasido that look. Pasajo, a Hasido a Hajet and Seski, Hajola. I don't know if she to hold no beach. Can't ask for no other just to all about her music. It is the Lia. I don't know she saw it at the con. You know, because a Tasla begin a oh yes, so to begin. So there's an ask for a Hojongo Epihahi, Zipan, is Dagon, Mha, Hadalia. I don't have all the baby. We taste with it. She what I in a son, she not name consay Yahi, ask for it, she says, has not been on, said Bina, which even as a con, the neck, con aya, has in for you, such that is case. Instead, a leadership, a character, but a Sada is the local that is chunk, a pacho pa instant. What I need a cornet, the high army toy, what I can hit the every one of us are here where we're at now, at this moment, is the will of God. So that's now it has a purpose for us to begin. In Genesis, a day we're going to go back, and a day we're going to be born. And what is here, our journey, is the will of God. No, so we're born for a purpose. Where we're coming from is the holy place. How does it begin? They are the Egitas. Other confidence area. Confidence we're challenged each day with pros and cons. With our thinking, how it are, the cost of never is need. It's not a thing, it's not honest, how it are honest, and yeah, I see as council delegates. So in between, we're being challenged, and the way which is a twin position, which is also a challenge between the other daily, the other literary, the three doggy, 8 area. Country now 18 Nasita. So it's like a occupation. All of us leaders are all in the will of God. The yin in the need icon I see and so case all living so institution. So we how to change the life of the people. We are chosen by our God to be here. So there's no other way we can draw it or make it better or make it worse. But just to think for the people, for the betterment of the people. Even Jehan Shitilia. According to not a council delegate, or Sneedon, I don't come as a vision director, I don't have office of the president, I just case security, and Liza, I don't during Paul that a Jane that he only tape and Jake on the hard time. Share a position in the honor a respect. I have respect for all of you guys. Honor in there, but a Yakado in Hans's case, Hala in a gay corner. This is the word of God. Our priest cannot see a page. I had that. my business no da kung aaj eta hasan ta kha da azne be leader o yigo khanna o eta an shitiko so na this chain koto pe sitato ya niya tena pa in senit na koto ko legislation in sitato sistos ko het ashe sa pasel to ko het ashe sa jon ko to the nepit vetet nido ta konse etet nido khala tena bit adon the nas pa has adol nido het a ye tid to nda abe bit na se khuni ni bit ada you check the hunt to also in not it ho ni so even you have at this time this legislation before you is a section within the Title 17. Beyond the offense for carbon subchapter 8 obstruction of the Navajo Nation administration, subsection 378 violation of an emergency order or action. Equatorial Ashin or even at the hospital, Ashin of the innocent, the Nabayat is Alit jo for the new date or all the anything non the way any day create that your because the day you have respect, you have praise for the prayers of the people, what they want. So those are some issues that we have kind of lost within our going forward into this more technological life. But it's shadow ya ni sitim ni to le jego ni se pan so che so le kota ko be ni ta streeto to aro ya be situ graphico ya te so ale ani jo ya te son ta che so ale to ja ni so da ya to be positive. With this, speaker, conclude, and I have my agent on the other side, Jennifer. Maybe she's got something to add on. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, there's no further discussion. None then? Okay, with that, we do have a motion, we do have a second. I'm going to Honorable Elmer Begay.
Take it, put in the queue because Daniel.
I got you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Elmer Begay?
Hi, good morning, Chairway, Speaker, the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Yat bene nikidation libije. Shinado, is delegate so yat your legislation then again name even yeah, you mentioned about your family that they're no longer here with you, and one of the main reasons why is that the legislation that you put before us in the never yon will yagi adon ne JB kito ade ne sakes ne what asking there ya never yon ne you lost your loved one, which mentioned about your heart and your mind, your life, and thinking about this legislation that first of all, share my condolence with you that what happened to your family. Then all the with that, I listened to each and every one of you all delegates, and then as leaders throughout the Navajo Nation government, we say that we try to respect that people that their lives within this year, within this 7 months from the COVID-19. Edo, during the meetings, we say that we address it. We share our condolence by moment of silence. If we can do that, we have to take it. That means that I'm reading your mind, and you're saying that I need to know the safety part of this, our people. Now that we have to do this, we're saying that if we really mean it from our heart and mind, we have to do we have to create laws. I would say that there's 17 laws, 17 legislation, and became resolution that we passed this law throughout the 5-6 months that pertaining to COVID-19. We changed some laws because of that, and it's still standing. We haven't waived that yet. We haven't lifted those restrictions yet. We're going to put another law onto this one. I see today that we continue to create laws due to the virus, but yet we continue to compel people to go into public and to vote. But we are creating laws even to penalize people who breaks curfews and curfews that are set in place due to the virus. So I need to know right now if we're going to vote for this. Let's mean it. If it's going to be really for the safety of the people. But let's lie. Need clinicy. Ande kuche ya hadet as the hinonagati na. Abet sobelet kashin the hinonagati. No. If we can really mean it, if we say that the net people is very sacred. Unneeded, not just by the tongue of where their voice coming out from, the sound that is coming out from. So we can be really saying this to the people. Which one is more sacred? Which one matters now? We say that black lives matters.
Time.
That's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, Honorable Amber Brigade. That, moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels. Floor is yours on legislation 0210-20.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 24th Navajo Nation Council. This morning, my brother, Chairman Man, my brother, legislation 0210-20. I'm sure there's going to be other questions besides what I'm going to be posing to the sponsor or his agent. I know Navajo Nation public safety. I think the Namish is throughout the Navajo Nation, they were citing people for during this lockdown, when people were driving around. They were stopped. They were given citation. So for them, how many of those people were cited with the Division of Public Safety? I don't know, and how many of those people paid their fines? I don't know. The Kwila Hanani into the Navajo Nation Conference. So the Kwila that is I think about it. I feel for the people. I don't know. Some of our constituents, some of our families, they don't have that kind of money. I see it. I don't know. Being a public education, so I don't know. Casinos that is called so I don't know. And that was next. I don't answer it. I nation answer it. So I know it was no. That you have this state of this for maybe amendment excluding the casinos. Reopen and Daliado. So it is about this. I don't know. Oh, you go equal additionally. Hazoban, she could adult Adam, he could out bed on it. Oh, it's Courtney, Nisha's Courtney, Nisha's our home. They became stable at the needs, the other Doya Swan, I don't know, I don't know, Doya, I'm a swan at the Hatako. Oh, you go by night, the kid of Peter. It is also I don't know. I appreciate that the legislation that brought before this council, legislation 21020, should not legislation means so we could share by years, kilo by years, Halita is NATO Halita is NATO, let's go. So, even so, Mr. Speaker, is your time.
That Daniel's reserve time with 1 minute, 10 seconds. Everybody else on the board, so let me go back to the sponsor. Eugene, so actually, I'm going to Chairman and then I'll go back to sponsor. Go ahead, Chairman.
Speaker Damon Shnanta, the Shnanta, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning. I love Shana, so for thinking of this legislation and making this public health order. Yeah, but Scout, the Dolgins of Manson Kesa. Yesterday, during the Attorney General's report, and then also in the morning, we had a meeting with Chief Francisco and Toji Lake chapter, and the spike in COVID-19 at Ninigi. And so the question I posed to Chief was that either citations that are being issued and law enforcement's enforcement of the public health orders, how's that coming along with the Shine? We really don't have time to do that now. He says their officers are so busy with other calls, and that this enforcement of the public health order is kind of falling by the wayside, is what I got, the message I got. So yesterday during the AG's report, I posed this question. Maybe Eugene So's agent Jennifer can help me answer this. Is that if we do legislation to create an enforcement arm of the Navajo Nation only to enforce public health orders, AD to issue citations, enforce a curfew, giving them that small bit of enforcement capabilities of on this case, because the people they need to understand that this is serious. But on weekends, lockdown, they're all over the place. And I've noticed that there's an increase in traffic to Durango now. Durango, or up in Flagstaff, or Laughlin, or Phoenix, and even they just drive around during the day and without no opinion picking. There's a picture posted by somebody on social media on Saturday afternoon. Picking pinions, and so these are the things that we need to really consider. But with this legislation, Delegate Daniels really need the fines are really too stringent. Who has that kind of money if they are out and about? But we need to reconsider the fines. I did so happy to reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 1 minute 53 seconds. Let me go back to sponsor. Eugene So, the floor is yours. You and your agent.
Okay, Jennifer, she yeah, that's a kid in that kid. I usually don't question people's religion. So I don't that Herman Daniels me ani o ocean high citation, but what aim that you're doing on Chipen Shaholnik National Link and Navajo Nation spite none that President added officer added report note Tahagi or you or exceptional day none street or issue that is not yanati or the Hanana is I down his. So it's really us to the council to really put their foot down somewhere. I showed but it don't need to be a show. There's some other lot of examples I can say to you too, but because of the time or and you find to get in that zogate just where the council delegate comes into a min to aid or be that she let's just yes quite a short these like this is quite machine hospital. So Jennifer.
Good morning. This is Jennifer Henry, your acting chief prosecutor. Delegate So approached me about this, and we've had many a conversation, most of which sort of echoed what he talked to you about, putting the foot down and being clear. So let me try to answer Delegate Daniels and Delegate Henio's questions as best I can. As Delegate Daniels, as you were talking, I looked up the number of citations. I think you said how many citations have been issued and did people pay their fines? So what I see in my system, and mind you, what I'm seeing in my system is how many citations have been forwarded from PD to my office. So we have received 1,381 citations in total. Not all of those have been filed. They don't work like regular traffic tickets. If you and I get stopped speeding, it just has a fine on it, and we either pay our fine, in which case it never comes to the prosecutor's office, or we ask for a hearing, and then we go to court. These citations are not civil, so every single one of them has to come to my office or our offices, and we have to review them and file them. And there is no such thing as COVID citation. That doesn't exist. So the citations are being issued because those are the easiest way for PD to get that information to our office without having to write a long police report. So we actually are not able to just file the citations. We have to write up criminal complaints. The court will not take just a citation. So we've been filing criminal complaints for criminal nuisance. That's the criminal offense we found could fit the best, at really the only. So criminal nuisance is when someone creates or maintains a condition that endangers the health or welfare of someone else. So we looked, and that's what we think people are doing by being out and about and breaking curfew. And then we file them. So we've received 1,381 of them. At the bottom of every citation, there's a date to which the person who was cited has to return to court. And many of those citations, the return date is not until next year, 2021 in the summer. So many of them have not yet been filed. Many have been filed, and I don't have a good answer about what's happening with them. I've personally prosecuted several in Rama, and we have not had any sentencings yet. So even when people said, yes, I'm guilty, I did that. My response when the judge says, prosecutor, what do you want to do? My response has been, judge, let's set this for sentencing down the road. And I say in court, I say, if I never see another citation on you again, then you've learned your lesson. But if I see 4, 5, 6 curfew violations on you by the time we get to sentencing, my thought process will be different. So none of them have gone to sentencing yet. We're trying really hard to use this as an educational mechanism, not a punishment. I do know, I heard of one in Chinle where the judge did issue a $1,000 fine. And I don't know of any others. It may be that they're not going through the system yet. Delegate Henio, you asked about, I was at that meeting yesterday with the Tuajale chapter folks and Chief Francisco, and you asked about the enforcement arm of the Navajo Nation and sort of those ideas. I thought about this last night after listening to you and others, and I think it could be done. And here are my thoughts on it, and you and I, and we can have a separate conversation. So what we need when we talk about enforcing the criminal law is we need witnesses. So a non-Navajo police officer or a non-commissioned, whether that's cross-commissioning or otherwise, cannot enforce Title 17. However, lots of times when crimes occur, we don't have, police aren't there. Police arrive and they take the statements from witnesses. So if I heard the idea of a private security company, I heard a lot of different ideas yesterday. In my mind, it's not about commissioning those folks. It would be that those people are witnesses. Then they would have to participate in the criminal system. So if we received a report from them, not as a police report, but saying, hey, I witnessed this person on this day doing this thing that is prohibited, they would simply be a witness to a crime, and the criminal, the prosecutors could enforce things that way. So that bears more discussion, but it can be done as long as it's not, we're not pretending that these non-Navajo police officers are acting like police officers. They're acting like witnesses. And all of us in the community should do that. How many times do we see on Facebook people saying, oh, so-and-so's running around, but they're not willing to then actually do anything about it? To me, I've been taught we have to be accountable for each other and ourselves. But that's a separate conversation. And then last, I think both Delegate Daniels and Henio asked about the fine. Gee, it's a lot. It's too stringent and should be reconsidered. Let me just give you some background on this. The current criminal nuisance offenses, the way they're being charged, the sentence for that is from $0 up to $1,000. So we're seeing a lot of discretion in that, and that's fine. That's one way to approach it. Delegate So said to me, we have to make it stringent so that people understand, they know the consequence for violating, and if they choose to violate, that's the consequence. So you'll see in the sentencing provision, the first offense is 500, the second is 1,000, and it goes up from there. But you'll also see in section F1 We never want to have debtor prisons. Nobody is ever going to sit in jail because they can't pay a fine. That's unthinkable to me. So you'll see that it does say that no fine. So usually very few people pay fines in our system. It gets converted to community service work. So here we said, judge, if you get proof from the defendant that they cannot pay, you can convert that fine to community service work. So we never want, the law doesn't allow us to take fines from people who can't afford to pay it. So we tried to build in that, that flexibility without it being automatic, because right now I can tell you that it's almost automatic that fines are converted to community service. So hopefully I answered some of those questions.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, let me go back to got new individuals on the board. Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker Dosh and my apology for getting on the call late this morning, but good morning, everyone. My colleague, Mr. Eugene Sodi, so the Gito from the prosecutor's office. This is fine and dandy. I mean, to enforce the policy. But how do we continue to also enforce all these other illegal activity that goes on in the Navajo Nation? If that can't be accomplished, or if that can't be resolved as far as bootlegging, drug, anything else that's listed in Title 17, this would be more effective in making this policy on Somban's case. There's a lot of factors in this particular situation. Yes, we ask and tell people to stay home. But when is it that community members, yes, it's very obvious that some people just tend to just have a joyride on certain days. But there's some areas, or some people may get into this situation unintentionally. For example, parents, or even workers. So by the time they get home, they couldn't do anything because a few hours you got 8 o'clock curfew. For example, a lot of us have been going out to Hollywood on weekends, but yet a lot of these weekends we can't. It's a curfew. So what do? So coming Monday and Tuesday, there's a anticipation of snow. Then you got all these kids staying home. So the parents can't leave these kids home alone. So they can't do anything while the kids are home. All of these chapters have certain situations. But yet, if a lot of our Navajo people have cisterns or don't have running water, they run around and try to get water from wherever they can. I mean, they have no choice but to haul water. But yet, so that age that Jopan Sahas Keto Diego Ecuador, or the Nebby Kitchen Nati, own Handen, shirt up in even right now, CARES funding. I mean, the middle you base of the Diego, we know there's a lot of people on a hardship situation. but yet we're compounding a lot of these policies to where it really works against our Navajo people. All up it, should be legislation. Yes, enforcing it in public education would be more beneficial. I just feel, well, I would feel bad because I feel bad because even though it was, I guess I'm putting myself on the spot, but I had no choice but to haul wood on the weekends, and then that's what my plan is for Saturday again, because all day today, all week this week, we have to be on the phone to participate in this meeting, and we even can't do anything around the house. Either been on the tree to just that 8 hotel sleeper or nearly the one that on shortly the arts, which is neat at the, but I guess it's okay. But I think people would be more cautious if we just continue to provide public notice and public information to our Navajo people. And this goes to the question that I posed to the Department of Justice on Monday or Tuesday. Even though we're saying 30 days, really, these major offenders, the Dandiniki, traffickers, the Dandiniki or whoever, they're back out on 2 days because we have a consent decree in place. So these policies that acting has people during the pandemic, yes, people there's a time they have to drive and go somewhere to get what's needed at home. So a lot of our Navajo people will be trapped into this particular policy, knowing that they couldn't even do anything. So speaker, I apologize for taking up too much time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Calumbier. This is the lineup. I have Chairman Rick Diz, Honorable Slater, Honorable Yazzie, Chairman Yazzie, and then Honorable Yolair. But let me go to Chairman Nez first.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, Base Master Anna Senegi, and Arnold Honorable Eugene So, what did Dana Hadid, I Hitaronin, so 0210-20. Ashane, the Nebanson case go 80, Nahadalia Behas Ani. Kala, Neshaz Ajich in Leja. There was 2,500 people. Panet na eden positive Selene. Shipra J Yaha 1,700. Out of Gal J 1,700. I host Asico. Ako behas ani gibit zila as neko. Any tahut Shahadalia hemp and yapit zilko. At nego. Ako bens ego kro ashinil tro banti case to nahabiket in sklati behas ani kide t weekend curfews and that the public health emergency orders bede no creature daily curfews in hello aton day panja ado weekends gonana wonder the hat sa wonder say that on sitia ho shoda ashin honit hegibenina so then the way go be a lebane down sitia a thing isn't that loss or hormone hilke we try exercise one day kindly I don't lego the nana the deal what the is the besnada deal what sonobana alte and that acquisition has added the torn lenigi banko neck at the legi data visitors within nenegi Okushin attend the day can't get the Nayana Kai. Ako Asiana Kai get at a deep Ayana Kai. Ako non-natives, Gish Ehit, all that says, Satopi thought, Sotobit Zil got all the Akoi Teodo, that in the weekends got all Hobbit Nanda Jeta. About Zania, California, that license plate, I nare Canada data tabaka Nevada data ako hot aro ya ashmora ako endata din hishala ki adequate to nada Penda na region hashina hot in tol kaja oh Amarillo oh yes a la shahan no anare tothaja Armington Joe even in nation sus case I thought is a la ki ba oh na I should ba oh Khalid ay hona lao di enforce is ido la illness to Allah ko e pan ite kit ko ako nare Sapiens scourge the visitors at the beach ba hatch ako kode hodat eti kong top wan hon happens in it that is a sayal layana weekends go atota ako enforcement gate a hapan it a hon so ba hadesh and so ya auto share I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you. Hello? Did you all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear in Granada, Arizona.
Oh, thank you.
You're good to know.
Legislative staff, this is Delegate Daniel. So has Speaker already gone offline?
Chairman, so yes, he has.
Okay, Shanant, I, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I received a text from Speaker Damon Tsatsile, and he wanted me to take over presiding over the session for a few minutes, and so I responded in a positive way to help him out. So with that, Tsatsile, Honorable Rick Nez, you have a minute and 35 seconds. The staff, could you text me or announce who is now on the queue to basically also submit their comments and perhaps amendments? And then I will proceed in that manner as best as we can. Hotel staff, do we have anybody else on the queue?
Chairman, so you have Honorable Carl Slater next.
Thank you. Tsatsile, Honorable Carl Slater, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you much, and thank you, Speaker, for all you do. I don't know if you're able to listen right now, but maybe staff can convey that. I think we all should be thanking the legislative staff and the Speaker. And for those folks who are listening on the line, it's a very difficult job managing the entire council. There's a lot going on, a lot of moving pieces, and I'm pretty amazed at the product that we're able to put together on behalf of our citizens through the hard work of our legislative staff and the diligence of our Speaker. Thank you, Delegate So. Thank you, Ms. Henry, for this legislation. I think the conversation is so important, and the points that have been raised throughout the entire process are broader than just this legislation. The intersectionality that I spoke about last night in addressing the issues that the nation confronts, whether it's employment, economic opportunity, our criminal justice system, what have you. They're all so interrelated. And through this conversation, we are providing that holistic analysis. I think my colleagues have just been very spot on. I want to just reiterate for the record that I support in principle the ideas behind the legislation, but ultimately I think this comes down to, do you trust the government? Because it is identifying that, you know, a person who violates an emergency order or action from the Department of Health, the Commission on Emergency Management, the President, or the Chief Justice, when there's been a state of emergency declared by the President. And that skepticism, I think, is felt by many of our people. You know, can we trust the government to craft policies that really take into account all of our situations as ordinary citizens and be responsive to them? And do we have the mechanisms in place within our government to mitigate any sort of wrongdoing or overstepping of authoritative action or executive action? And I don't think we're there yet. That doesn't mean that this endeavor is fruitless, but I think we always need to have that healthy skepticism of consolidated authority and power, in that our solutions to these issues shouldn't be to criminalize the actions of individuals who are just trying to live. And I think that Ms. Henry has done an excellent job in explaining how they are not doing that. But, you know, she could be gone tomorrow. There could be someone in there who is not going to take the same goodwill and good faith into this effort and into this initiative. And I am not going to ask any of my colleagues to vote against this legislation, but I'm just explaining my personal opinions on this matter. And in closing, I just want to say that if it's going to be effective, the fines need to remain intact at the levels they're at. And that connotes the seriousness to our people. And it actually is a repercussion. Too often, there are no repercussions to wrongdoing on the nation, whether it's in a family, whether it's in the court system, whether it's within the government. And I think through small steps of trying to instill accountability like this will do, you'll see a different sort of nation where there is that sort of accountability. There are repercussions for your actions. You are not someone who operates in isolate. You are a community member, you are a member of a nation, you are a member of a family, and you have obligations to those whom you love and those whom you don't even know. So thank you, and I'll yield the rest of my time to the floor. Thank you.
Kusila, Titile, Honorable Carlos Leader. Next on the queue is Honorable Edmund Yazi. Che, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Pro Temp Che, Speaker. And also Mr. So, the sponsor of the legislation. The legislation that is before us here, you know, I can understand and relate to the concerns of, you know, the COVID that is upon us. And I'm telling you what trying times that we are going through. And of course, the Navajo Nation has been hit really hard. And it draws a big, of course, wariness among us. And, you know, being the first time Nully, you know, we are very careful. But as this morning I was watching the news, national news, one of the victims said, well, even though we were careful, I still got it, you know, still got the virus. Kind of made me think, you know, how much more precautions we can take. As we go to Albuquerque on I-40, Acoma tribe, you could see their checkpoints, you know, and they have people there law enforcement that are enforcing their curfew. But, I know that that's impossible for us to do within the Navajo Nation. We need to just continue to educate our people. And I know, the importance of this virus and how deadly it is. It is still out there. And I just wish, I'm not against President Trump, but I just wish his doctors and President Trump could release the medicine that he intook. He has the antivirus already. And he's out and about campaigning right now. But I just wish that he would give that medicine out to the people in the United States. We need to continue to be careful, and Navajo police is very, very short-handed. And, this past week in Yambato, there's a church there along the frontage road that had at least close to about 40 to 50 vehicles. And I know I'm not putting religion down, everyone, but, I just wish some of our pastors would understand, yes, we believe in the Lord, but that doesn't make us bulletproof. I go to church myself and family. We just been, just intaking our services through the phone line. And I remember telling a group of pastors on the phone conference and, them, saying, we're going to start our churches back up. But I, said to the pastors, yes, we may act like we believe in the Lord and, nothing's going to touch us. But the Lord also gave us a brain to use. And this virus is really, really there. You're going to hurt your members. And so that's the only concerns that I have is the enforcement part. Chairman Haney indicated being deputized and to have people go out if they're qualified to start enforcing this curfew. Are people that are just maybe Mr. So as a sponsor, you could have, should have had individuals that have survived the COVID to speak. I know a lot, and they're thankful that they're still out and about with us. So, with the legislation, from my thoughts and my thinking, is the people still has to realize that this COVID is still out there. It's not going to go away and for a while. We just got to continue to be respectful for what is being laid down to us. Governor Gretchen from New Mexico, numbers going back up, 840 cases. Is my time up?
Time, sir. Jay, sorry.
Chairman, thank you, sir.
Oh, good point. Thank you. Let's continue down to the next, the other Che, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable
Can you hear
Jimmy
me now? Okay,
you have the floor. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, you have 5 minutes, starting now.
Okay, Chair. Okay, thank you very much to Honorable Chair Daniel So here Shiro Kodoto Abantas Kizita Ashe Kodobantas Kitabatis in audition. Either COVID-19 gave the next or you would this nagi. So there are Harila, the toilet up dog, not a Harila, a dog, not all that in lay of reservation. Eo Tazasa accredited in reservation, but you have not the joke. We don't have no result on that one. At then, Doba Haneta, Oban just case hard lie, but that is not it. It and so that should be something like steady, bring the results back. Ecuador, curfew done that is country. Nada bit or that is cut. Sugar, little at a fire. She's now on black Minnesota. Either shop with the sit on a rata. The next could all and did Anki not in the gymnastic in Kevin Nigit. I see Gas Ensign, though yet now rather than highway road then. With Aro Saturday Canada, I queer in that J. Era then lay on the car being we are Utah. No, that New Mexico, Nick Ocean, that J. Era data thing. Oh, yeah. A quite Donald Cut. It could Aggie. There should be steady. I don't the decret the yard and digital, so define census key any fine guilty at any first offense. Even just $500, that's too much. Our people don't have money. So then, the thousand go to church for money. Out of $1,000 would be huge too. 8,000 show that the kid of Shindeya. In yet, need was on with it. It's just an emergency in the end that they go the appointment that J. Without order. Joe quit up on this case. Although, as your steady in your Shiat Ensign. Oh, I need now it did COVID-19 to by quarter with her. Also, never conduct. Although, idiot, they are about this. That was my time protect.
Sheila, hey, Honorable Yella here. Staff, could you announce how much time he has reserved?
2 minutes, 9 seconds.
Okay, 2:09. Do I
Shania,
have
this is Mike Davis. Put me in the queue.
Staff, who is next on the queue?
Honorable Wilson Stewart is next, followed by Honorable Raymond Smith.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to Cecilia, Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Good morning, Shania. Acting Pro Tem Speaker Aaron Dakona colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Aro Kodo Shanala, Mr. So, sponsor in Lehigi Kodo di legislation igi 21020. Oko Kodo a ya Banses case get out o Chidish Ath, do Halik Ashing Bansada case to left Naso. Kodi Kodo a ya the amendment in Lenigi. Do all quite get on the Iggy into the criminal proceedings again. Ashen Leon should be a store. Aaron the Kodogi is of the what was amended or what was changed back in 1990 again. Those rules, regulations that how to update it. Aaron the Kodogi enforce it all Joe Kodogi Ani Beta Husband, our police departments across the nation, they're short staffed. Hijago quit Aqua Jawindra again. and it's really bad. Kwadogi, where I live, I hear sirens mostly every day, coming and going from here to Windrock. Although there was a time or two we had to call in for services, and we were told, well, they'll be there as soon as they can. They're en route or they're taking care of something else right now. If we go this route, and we enforce these charges or these fees upon these individuals, who's gonna serve those summons? Why can't we change that? Going back into the code and changing that, they have to be served by person. Why can't we go back in there and change that out of where it can be mailed to them? Certified mail that and because of this virus that we're in now, and then looking at those areas as well, and then just looking at what needs to be changed in there from the very beginning, not just this part of it. What else can we do to make changes to that? I'll put the heck up a hospital reserve my time.
Staff, can you announce the time reserved for Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.?
Honorable Wilson Stewart has 2 minutes and 18 seconds reserved.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Honorable Raymond Smith, Navajo, geez.
Ahead, Pro Temp Chennai. Chiche, Sendan Citizen, Hainza, General Citizen Benache, Baheta, Ado Conde, Chennai legislation 0210-20. By reading the comments, support, non-support, and the one that's making that comment again, it does make sense, because we got to have a really good judicial system. We can have all the law enforcement we can cite them, and we can be out there, but if we don't have a good system, I remember one delegate always used to say that Biscano, they Chedahaka, Hawalia. It's just a revolving door, Don. My question would be to the chief acting prosecutor. And I heard earlier too that visitors on Linigi, and we don't actually have exclusive jurisdiction over non-Navajos. Called deeded Behizani Criminal Code Title 17. You have to prove beyond reasonable doubt. Some people don't want to be testifying. My question to the chief prosecutor is, could we go with a civil code instead of we could do civil code and also criminal code? That's my question. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Staff, please announce the reserve time.
2 minutes, 38 seconds.
Thank you. With that, let's go back to Cecilia, sponsor Honorable Eugene So, and to his agent, acting chief prosecutor, Ms. Henry. Cecilia, you have the floor.
Section door le coach that bad but not just creation to Jennifer is ain't be had dot all sort of Mrs. Hushnet the quiz condon
Cecilia, let me interrupt you.
Okay.
I got a text back from Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, so he's ready to take over the gavel again. So with that, let me give him a long distance pass with this gavel. Thank you, Cecilia. Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much for that, taking over the gavel for that period of time, Chairman Daniel. So with that, let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Eugene So. Floor is yours, you and your agent.
I got see some eagle issues here. I'll let Jennifer take care of that one. So I was just going to say that Benachahane example. There's some of the laws and the rules within the Navajo Nation Code that was kind of defeated us along the way because some certain language in there it doesn't really define what the citation that and then that the citation is not within the code. So one of them is some other non-Navajos that would abuse our Navajo ladies as a spouse of abuse. According to that, because the hard of a car even the prosecutor to judge and then also to prosecute and to judge. So some issues that are missing within our code. So decon hit that on so the COVID-19 so if you look the sections 17 titles beyond again to create a shape on it the red there to no go but is so hoko I can't add on that the height of the she to the aggie like when there's a highway some spill that's dangerous to the people, so they had to block that road or tunnel the car with executive order. Then that means we can't go in there because it's hazardous or to the health of the human being. It's other kid on the sleep and nothing. So 8 Aggie at the citation give to a COVID-19 they ban either. I don't agree have either on a lot of resident or high day IHS other health question. So the crowd now it don't be what that you know those are some things that we don't have in our code where there's a citation for this executive order. A crag hat then you can lay hard what the yam nason Nahashina the should I just not this kid go. To just I don't cut that same. You don't cut up a cut that double don't even from non-Indians or non-Navajos to every you catch it baby catch it big out the lead at all this. So they won't so they'll cite this section and say so section says this and that. I found it's in our code. Those are some of the issues that we as council delegate make laws for. The prosecutor is keep a discipline so the prosecutor and he can't it is in the lawyers there's so the questions. So this is not only within our Navajo Nation; it's also other nations. It's not for these citation for executive order. But the needs in the go. So we can prosecute and we can judge. Without it, we got nothing. I'm not chasing the prosecutors in Holland or not chasing in the judge on that chasing the lawyers. So that I adult but zero some arbet feeling because honest auto a discipline yet to not out of COVID-19 they by not on Fuckhazer, Shikali, Ashonda. This is for all others that's going to happen, if it's going to happen on our nation. So honesty will be ready for it. Which for our prosecutors to prosecute and our judges to judge and our lawyers to defend us with this language style is hard. See, this is not the only thing that I see within the Navajo Nation Code. There are others I see that already went into litigation because we lost because of those sections, the definition of the language, or it can be easily defeated. Even now, Jennifer, give it back to you. Give it to you.
Thank you. I want to address Delegate Slater. He made me laugh, not because it was funny, but he really said something that was like hitting the nail on the head. He said, essentially that this boils down to, do you trust the government? And I laughed because this is something I think about every single day. My job is to enforce policy and law that, I may not agree with. And I think we all face that. So I wanted to address this because Delegate Slater and I have sort of quote unquote talked many times through council session, and I look forward someday to sitting down in an informal way and talking to him about the intersection between personal accountability and, when do I know what to do or not to do myself? Because as others have said, I have a brain and I care about other people. And when do I need my government to tell me, this is what you have to do, and if you violate, these are the consequences? These are very interesting and hard questions. Delegate Slater also said, that I've expressed that we're not criminalizing actions of people who are just trying to live their lives, and that's exactly what we're doing. That's what the criminal code does. And you're right, I may be gone tomorrow. The prosecutors, our team all looks at prosecuting through the lens of their own eyes, through their own life, for all crimes, so we hear people's stories. Yes, I did this, but here's why. I had to. It was necessary. And we each use our own filters, if you will. That's never going to change. And so it's not just, do you trust the government, but it's, do you trust prosecutors? Do you trust council delegates? Do you trust the president, the Department of Health, the speaker, the chief justice? It's all those questions all the time. And I don't have an answer. I just wanted to acknowledge that that is exactly what we're talking about here. Delegate Smith, Delegate Stewart, Delegate Yazzie, you all, Delegate Ricknez, you all asked sort of similar, or you all raised similar issues, which is these non-natives, so the extent that we have authority over non-natives. So the clearest thing for me is, Delegate Smith, you said, should we go civil with this? Because you said we don't have exclusive jurisdiction over non-natives. Let me try to be clear. We have jurisdiction over all people, native and non-native, for any offense in our criminal code. It says that in our criminal code. What we do not have is the jurisdiction to incarcerate non-natives. So put aside that I'm an in-law for a minute, because that muddies the water, but Shay, I'm Bilagana. So if I commit a crime here in the nation, I could be prosecuted. I cannot be incarcerated. I can be fined. I can be subject to behavioral health services, but I can't be incarcerated. So that's really, it's called a civil prosecution. So Delegate Smith, in terms of if you wanted to do this, where would you put it? It's perfectly fine to be in the criminal code. It doesn't change anything. In fact, it just makes it easier when it's in the criminal code. We have many outstanding criminal complaints today, for instance, against non-natives for activities up in the Shiprock, San Juan area for hemp activities. And that doesn't give the prosecutors any pause. Something that's been on my mind, and I've been trying to think of a good way to say this, and I fear I didn't come up with a way. So this council has been passing legislation that has no consequences to them. And that makes it really difficult for prosecutors and for the government in general. And I want to highlight two of them. So Delegate Nez, you talked about the activities of non-natives with respect to hemp up in Shiprock in your discussions. The council for years have prohibited the cultivation of industrial hemp, but have tied no consequence to doing it. More recently, this council passed CMA-16-20. That's the legislation that closes our Navajo-owned and operated roads to visitors and tourists. There is no consequence for violating that. And that's frustrating. It's frustrating when then all of these violations occur and we can't do anything. We can file civil injunction proceedings. So in our criminal code, it talks about exclusion. So that's what we're talking about for instance, our road closures, right? And this legislation that you're talking about today, it would apply not just to these public health emergency orders, but to your road closure legislation or any other legislation. I'm not getting involved in who makes what rules in the government. I would be a fool to get involved with that. But the council could also be passing policy, whether those are curfews or lockdowns. That's something that is not just open to one branch of government. That said, this legislation before you would apply to your legislation as well. You currently have road closures with no consequences for violating. This particular legislation would make a visitor or a tourist who uses our roads, they are committing a crime. Then the prosecutors could prosecute them. And in addition to fining, which may or may not be interesting to us, we could also seek to have their exclusion, because in our criminal code it says that when a non-member is accused of any conduct that would be punishable if committed by a member of a Navajo Nation, we can exclude them. But right now, them using our roads is not criminal. So it's a way to enforce the policy of the government. Yes, Delegate Slater, it comes down to whether you trust all of those people in the government. And I guess just last, I heard several delegates say, how can we enforce this if we can't enforce our other criminal provisions? Or what do we do to make our system stronger? I agree with you. We need to have community buy-in. We need to have community participation. More often than not, I'm in court and no witnesses will come forward. Although they were in my office bleeding, crying, telling me their stories, they will not participate. We need to change that. And last, Delegate Wilson Stewart, you talked about the service of process rules. I wanted to let you know that the requirement that service of process be done in person and by only a commissioned officer within the nation, that's a rule. The Office of the Prosecutor did submit a petition to amend those rules. The rules can only be amended by the Supreme Court. And ultimately, a couple years ago, that petition was dismissed. It's always been my opinion that criminal procedure, at least the backbone of it, with the very basic things, should be in the statute, in Title 17, and then allow the rules to be created by the Supreme Court to flesh that backbone out. So that's something that I'm very interested in creating statutorily. So hopefully you'll see us before you again asking for some additional Title 17 amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry. Colleagues, let me go back to the board where there is no one in. So let me go to reserve time. Let me go back to Honorable Herman Daniels, 1 minute, 10 seconds. Honorable Daniels? Honorable Daniels going twice.
Just give it to me.
Honorable Daniels going 3 times. That, moving on down. Chairman Hinio, 1 minute 53 seconds.
Here, last speaker, let me reserve my time.
Chairman Nez, on reserve time, 1 minute 35 seconds.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, Addison, and honorable members of the 24th Council. Honorable Eugene So and Ms. Henry, thank you for the clarification on certain areas of laws on the Navajo Nation. Within my experience over here at the along San Juan River, I really feel for the people, and we don't have very many police officers, and that's, that for me is a concern, as well as how are they going to enforce all this, and just knowing what still happens at night over here and what goes on. Our people are going to continue breaking laws and ignoring laws, and however, it's just going to happen no matter what. No matter how stringent we enact laws, we're going to break it. We're just humans. We're going to do that. We're going to do what we want to do. But also taking into consideration people that haul wood, people that haul water. Late or late la, wait, even a hosen. A quagishin aho behis an ilnehekidida. A co. I should not akodi at about sis kesko, shanant are not feniki. I don't hear one solution, Koro, Wahnana Street or late, so I'll wait the rest of my time if I have any.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Thank you, Chairman Nez. That, moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 2 minutes 9 seconds.
Hello, Yat Enan, almost long time. Speaker Yat Enan, so and my colleagues as Honorable Councilman. First of all, that my concern was never been answered by Ms. Henry. We all know that the virus has been spreading here in Navajo Nation, but there is no report on how is this patient caught the virus. There is none from the health department, because most of these probably from the outside coming back in, visiting their relatives, mother, grandparents. These have never been steady. But even though we shut down the curfew hours, but my concern is first of all that there is a need for checkpoints. Even the ranger can just stand there and check them and see where they're heading, or maybe it's a major. These should be also pointed out. It don't have to be just running around. But the law says this law is going to be passed only like for a violation of emergency order, like reckless, knowingly, intentionally, negligently fail to comply with law. We can overturn that order. So that all you know that in that it's all die back to don't see it. Color the nanny penny or you a enough. Agony and hard chin between that chick up behind that without a better husband yet. Hagan not us in Tragot and more than any other tribe, even at the skid. I don't know where that kicked up to all the area. We need a big sign like one in Canaro Burnside. That sign you all told us. There's a warning right there, tells you where you're messed. And there should also be a penalty against the pasture without linear or land, there should be penalty. DB then. To Arehat, it did. Jimmy Toto. I don't know that.
Jimmy, you'll hear time.
Linear must have pasture. After that, doctor pay, I know that they are, yeah. Thank you very much, Councilman. Yes, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Wilson Stewart, 2 minutes, 18 seconds.
I'll keep my time.
Every time at 2 minutes, 17 seconds. Moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, non-speaker, son. My question is to the acting chief prosecutor. On page 405 of the legislation, under sentence, it's 1, 2, 3, and it says any person found guilty. And under number 3, it says any person found guilty of a third or subsequent offense during the same declaration shall be ordered to pay a fine and term of imprisonment. However, there is an F, I think that's what you mentioned. No fine imposed for any conviction of this offense may be converted to community service work. So how does that work hand in hand? You said that certain folks are not going to be incarcerated, but in here the language says any person. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Every time at 1 minute, 35 seconds.
Speaker, this is Daniel. I'm back on.
Okay. That, let me go to new player and then I'll go back to Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Chairman So. Chairman Daniel So, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Cecilia. Ado, Cecilia, Honorable Eugene So, Kudo, Saturday, Tanahit Ahi, is on it only. The no aya Kudo, Benai Silka, Oko, Satosha is Ahi aya, and to the agent, Miss Jennifer Henry, the aspect of equal application of the law. How do we best address this public health problem? And by establishing this criminal code, we're addressing it in a very harsh way. The harsh approach is being applied to violators, whereas the public health system is lacking in outreach, is lacking in healthcare systems, and then the contact tracing. The other aspects is how do we best monitor. That's the part that I'm really looking at is the issue of equity in the system. I think it's very apparent that the office of OP and VP violate their own executive orders. Yet on this particular legislation, we want to punish our citizens. We want to punish them. Also, the aspect, the fairness. Who can pay for legal counsel in fighting these actions? Will it be that the hardship assistance will just be coming back to the nation in the form of penalties? I think this is one aspect. Right now, people are without income, and this particular code would interfere with their economic right. And as such, it also dearly harms their human right as a citizen. We aren't being treated equally with this code because it rests with how a prosecutor would choose to apply the law. It rests with the judicial system, who would then act on the prosecutor's actions. So in that respect, I really feel that this particular code is, we're trying to apply it to the masses. And that's, it just doesn't, for me, it doesn't apply. I can't allow myself to vote in favor of it to apply, because we are in a very dire situation. And so in that aspect, that would be my statement regarding this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel. So, let me go back to Honorable Eugene. So, the floor is yours.
Yeah, no, I will defer to other questions to Jennifer again, but to my knowledge and my understanding regarding this legislation, I feel that I don't want to think that way, but we talk enforcement, and it's not there, but about our laws. That we're, to me, I feel I don't want to feel very affable, being agreeable, and being lenient. I feel that council should not be affable but enforceable, where we can put our laws down straight, head on. We have a understanding that this is going to only help us also in the future, not just talking about COVID-19 that I was trying to say. There's a good example I wanted to let you know. Just recently, the White Mountain Apache passed a law, 3 strikes, you're out. 3 times you're caught bootlegging. After the court, on the 3rd time, the police will take you to the reservation line and tell you to go. That's enforcement. We don't have that. We have problems talking about bootlegging and drug dealing, etc. on the Navajo Nation, but we're very affable with our laws. I cannot understand your knowledges of our 5 senses that's letting us see what's going on. I'm very sorry but I'm not going to think that I'm going to let things just go on happening. I'm pretty sure, with regards to the police department, pretty sure we need to sit down with the federal government and look into the 638 contract. It's just that only thing that's allowable numbers of policemen that they can give us. I think we need to start discussing that regards to that one. There are more, more things that I can say in regards to this legislation. All I'm trying to do is help our judiciary system, where they can have something that they can use to anything that's going to be broken. These are they are still the store share the single see I see should this out I said oh I said oh yeah opa some parents are like that. As a parent, I'm sometimes like that affable. I don't really enforce what I say. So so even now go all kodo ban so kesi he ga ban so kesi ben na ko shin ha jo shin o ben $3 jo ban so case for the future. Another thing that's now what they're discussing in the White Mountain tribe is lock up. They're going to lock down the reservation. No ins and outs. So we always hide behind some kind of an excuse, keeping while we're discussing a legislation on the floor, debating. But that's issue I think that's issue now. So right now we're discussing something that's that's not going to be lenient, it's not going to be affable. We're going to put our foot down for for our judiciary system, so they can start working with those kind of stuff. And I also encourage you to really need to sit down with the federal government regards to the 638 contract with the police department and try to that how much police that they're paying for is not enough for the Navajo Nation. It is not a kodo yard passes team the kodo in hit on not feeling. Though are not a yon hinge on his halab main and his alone hard is their voting rights. So and the song are not in there even I share have respect for you. When I now ya enough when I now don't his husband I don't feel the dish.
Thank you, Eugene. So that colleagues, let me go back to reserve time. I don't have anybody else on the board.
Do you have a reserve time, Speaker? This is Delegate McCain.
No. Used up your time on Elmer McGee. That moving on down.
Speaker, this is
Honorable
Daniel.
Herman Daniels, 1 minute, 10 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Without I skill out this Kodo. Arunan Kodoshnant, Anosenki, Ayego, the Kodo, Arunan Kodo, Nagata, Nagana has other clear that it about this case we did. Without the air force was air did. Throughout the Navajo Nation, got body is there. Arunan Kodo, delegate key on the cage, had the Kodazata during the lockdown. Our constituents told the Hadak, others the Hadak. So $80 I don't know delegate man chairman so I'm so about the speaker wave the rest of my thank you.
Hey, thank you. Moving on down.
Speaker, Tangia Wanika.
Honorable Chairman Hino, 1 minute, 52 seconds. I put you in the queue,
Speaker Damon,
24th Navigation Council. Di ba yun di krigoshi ba yote. Ado ben na che bantus keso. Hajo ben na shayat hitan sendida. Maybe even creating a special title, violation of public order statute. Yeah. With its own, I guess, enforcement areas. That's what I'm thinking about. And because this public health order is going to be with us for, I don't know, next year, the year after that, how long, we don't know. So, even in but right now we're focusing on just criminal nuisance, the criminal nuisance aspect of the Title 17. But maybe we need to think a little beyond that. Just for thought, but reserve my time, Speaker, while I think about this some more.
Reserve your time at 35 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Wilson Stewart, 2 minutes, 17 seconds.
Tilla, I'll just wait my time.
Okay. That, moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 35 seconds.
Speaker, I did request a question be answered by the acting chief prosecutor. I was waiting for that. I hope my time is not being taken off.
Can you restate your question with no time taken off?
Yes, sir. Just a second, let me get my notes. Under the legislation regarding the Section E of the sentencing, page 4 of 5, under E, number 1, number 2, and number 3 specifically says any person found guilty. Now, earlier it was said that we have jurisdiction over everybody. So if this language is in here and number 3 states that there will be a fine and a term of imprisonment for 30 days on any person found guilty. That means anybody. It doesn't specify who. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. That, Ms. Henry, that was a question directly toward you.
Thank you, Delegate Smith. So it's funny, I actually heard the question a little bit different the second time, so let me try to answer what you just asked. So this is just the way our criminal code works. All of the criminal offenses sort of presume that they are being enforced against Navajos. So we have lots of mandatory jail time. For instance, if you are found guilty of a DUI, there is mandatory jail. If you're found guilty of battering a peace officer, there's mandatory jail. So you see this language throughout Title 17. Where you look to for the answer to your question is in Section 204. So way at the beginning of our criminal code, it says, excuse me, civil prosecution of non-Indians. So this is the section that says, Any non-Indian alleged to have committed any offense in Title 17 may be civilly prosecuted by the Office of the Prosecutor. In no event shall such a civil prosecution permit incarceration. So it tells us there's a bunch of sections, paragraphs in this section. It tells us what civil penalties we can impose on non-Indians. So it says that when the court finds that a non-Indian has committed any of the offenses in Title 17, the court can impose any of the following penalties: civil fines, forfeitures, nalie, restitution, etc., exclusion. So it's a good question, but it's handled procedurally in that the mandatory sentencing to incarceration is considered for Navajo or for enrolled members of any federally recognized sovereign nation or pueblo only. When we prosecute a non-Indian, we do it under the same offense, but the penalties are different. So the fines would apply, but the incarceration would not. And I actually heard it a little bit different the first time, and then just in case that this second thing is on your mind, let me try to answer. I also heard the first time sort of, hey, if you're saying there has to be a mandatory fine and a mandatory imprisonment, but then in F, it says there could be no fine imposed, or the fine could be converted to community service, or someone could be let out like to work. How does that work? And so again, sort of similarly, we want to make sure that no one who truly cannot pay a fine is ever put in jail for not paying that fine. And we want to make sure that we're not interfering with employment. Employment out here is so hard to get. I really never want to put someone in jail if it's interfering with a job. So we put this in so that if someone is convicted, let's say an enrolled member, and the judge says, look, you're going to have to serve 30 days in jail. What we wanted to make sure is that if they say, look, I have work and I can prove to you that I'm working, here's a letter from my employer, that the judge can let that person be released to work. The same with the fine. If someone says, hey, I really can't pay this. This is the amount I get from public assistance, and this is it. I'm not employed, that the judge could then convert the amount to community service rather than pay a fine. So hopefully I addressed your question, Delegate Smith.
Thank you. That Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 35 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. The next question to the Chief Prosecutor is, who enforces this? Is this solely just the Navajo police, period? That's my question. I reserve my time.
1 minute, 23 seconds, unreserved time. That, let me go back to the floor with new individual on the board, Honorable Wanika.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker and the Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Hinyu expressed what my concern was, to give me more time. I don't think this is the time to pass this legislation. And I think the other concern I have has to do with we don't have the resource. And I think Honorable Stewart really expressed his concern in that respect. But the other thing is, it sounds like Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair wanted additional time, so I'm going to go ahead and give the rest of my time to Honorable Yellowhair.
That 4 minutes and 14 seconds. Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Yellow Hair.
I wanted more time to game.
Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hairs. I can see you.
Okay, Yate. Yeah, Yate.
Yes.
How many minutes you give it to me? I was out of line for a while.
4 minutes, 11 seconds.
Okay, Yate, Nana, so that on the crack in my phone was dropped. Yeah, Christian shade and on his head, but him. Should is argued than they but hard it when this wars came to the Navajo nations. I was thinking that whoever doing the pasture should get authorized to the Navajos, make sure that darkness is all signed, to make sure that whoever preacher, Christian preacher should have also a authorization before preaching in Navajo nation. Because only the pitas the one jondole had already have one jondole. These are other checkpoints. It's not just had to be policemen, be it a checkpoint. The ranger can stand there too. A ranger can do that job too. Out on the radio sign, a big sign. When you go to the city, on the big sign that's about the combat 19. Wear masks that noise, but the car that make sure that you're standing between 6 feet apart of a car. We need some big signs like you cannot burn side. Either we need those in areas like mini farms and some of those junction conduct being a auto quacky stopping very Shituya the Honorable Daniel So quacky navigate a little bit kind of too much. I see they never pay for it. Then out these are bonus kind of kita in that illegally, but not that out no to be that out in the councilman. Why are you raising this thing for people that have this and live by paycheck, but general assistance and also welfare system? Agent to be that no out of penalty, out of increase it all year. About this notion. Out of the or at the table at the Nielsen should on me hey you did be not thought go. Hala Kadokudo on chapter data. I'll be in the resolution that they will put out on noto. So AI see but that detail. I think it's nothing that is the lobby. To be got a deep peso or you could charge that. Pero yeah, that's all. The resolution the national case would so I don't hear all that to have reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Hey, reserve your time. Well, actually, time was given to you, Honorable Yellow Hair, so there's no time to reserve. That, we'll go back. I have a new player, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I've been hearing the conversation, and the puts me back to the beginning of the pandemic when leadership was saying, "Well, how come Navajo police officers aren't taking care of this and that? Haja or there? How can we take care of a person that is spreading COVID and not obeying the health orders?" And at the beginning of COVID, I saw that the council was thinking about people's health. And but there's people out there that is actually out there that have to go to their farms or go to their ranch, tend to their animals. Those can be justified through the courts. But there's some that just drive around, that confide, that who choose not to comply with the health orders. I try to stay home as much as I can on the weekends, whether I'm at my son's place or at my auntie's place. And I try to stay put as much as I can. We're a nation of laws. Where can we draw the line then? I do agree with Chairman Henyo indicating that we need to lower the fees. But violating public health orders. There's droughts, there's winter storms that happen. There's rainstorms that happen. Oh, clap. Emergency personnel, the banan the never kitty jato banan that yanti kaho. What happened? No, they tend to congregate around any emergency situation just to get insights what's going on. Oh, and it gets on Facebook. I don't know the kizoyanti kanan. Eba yashti hashit ya to lehlan. It's just like the traffic citation. Majority of Navajos do not obey traffic citations. Look at Highway 291, 264 coming into Wonder Rock. That's like an Indy 500 each morning. So never kid that it's Kojonana, I thought not not each never not each. KTN they slow down. No, yeah, that's it. I call it Janshi what airbags on it, but it told you. There's speed limit posted. He lost an arbiter. To get some sort of stipulation in place from the Navajo Nation Council for the future. To prepare our prosecutors so that they can prosecute some of these cases. Are they using the public nuisance? It's a different type of prosecution. They have to prove it. They go before the judge and tell the judge why they were out between those times. But again, this is some changes that can happen to the Navajo Nation, and it's something that I think it's valid, and let's give it a test run. It's when you look off the reservation, they use the riot orders. They take him in. So
Thank you, Honorable. So that's time. That go back to serve time. Chairman Henio, 35 seconds.
Again, to the Speaker Damon, Ado, Dikodo, Banahat Tinigi, Chana, Doga, Eugene Sodida. This legislation, if it doesn't pass, then don't give up. Let's work on another legislation and Kodoba had actually Zigi public health orders legislation. I'd say so. But I was going to table, but I'd rather just let the vote go happen, and then job no need. But Ocean, if it doesn't pass, then don't give up. Let's work on a different one. Yeah, no.
Thank you. Time. Chairman Henry, with that, let me go back to the sponsor. I think there's a question to voice that Ms. Henry.
Thank you. I want to answer Delegate.
Hold on, Ms. Henry. Honorable Eugene So.
I'll let Jennifer answer the questions first, and I'll put my 2 cents in there.
Thank you. Ms. Henry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Delegate, so I've become an interrupter in life. I wanted to just answer Delegate Smith's secondary question. He said, who enforces this? And that's an interesting question. I think it depends how you think about enforcement. So the way I think about it is, in a perfect world, in which I don't think we live, officers are kind of our frontline person. They are the very first person to get called, to get dispatched, to create a report. It's what they're trained to do. They report to the prosecutors what they heard, what they saw, who said what, and then really usually only if they actually witnessed it can they testify in court. More often they're testifying in court about, what did they see on scene? What did it look like on the ground? Did you see blood? That kind of thing. So that's one type of enforcement. They've been doing these checkpoints. They've been issuing the citations, which then we prosecute, which is a different kind of enforcement. We enforce the law, the statutes, if you will, and we coordinate all the witnesses. Your question really dovetails into, I think, what I heard Delegate Hino, Juanica, Yellow Hair, sort of multiple people talk about, which is resources and let's say you pass this, what's going to happen with it? I really believe that, so the prosecutors always have said, please, victims, come tell us about it, but ultimately go to PD and make a report, because we want to act on reports we receive from PD. That's always been the norm. Truth be told, there's not a law that says we have to have a police report. We do that because we certainly are not the right resources for making criminal reports to. But truth be told, I'm hearing ideas about rangers, dealing with it, checkpoints being done by various people. Really what prosecutors need to prosecute this, any violation of Title 17, whether it's, hey, my uncle was out during curfew, is a witness, right? I need someone to report to me that, Uncle John went out and refused to come home and he violated curfew. I need that person to be willing to say that in court. So we can talk through ways to make that happen. I start to get a little nervous when I hear about rangers and private citizens and private security companies doing checkpoints, because at least it's my personal view that if I'm driving on the road, the only people who can really cause me to stop is a commissioned law enforcement officer. Otherwise, I have some personal problems with that, even if whether they're handing out educational material or otherwise. But that's not really my say. My real point from the prosecutor's office is we just need a witness to be willing to testify in court. And I think there are some creative ways to get that done. And that doesn't just go for this legislation. That goes for our entire criminal system. Delegate Yellowhair, I think you've said a couple times now that you had a question that wasn't answered, and I may need some help with what that question was. I heard you say, we need the checkpoints, the fines are strict. And I guess I just wanted to reiterate, and then I'll be quiet, that this law, it doesn't create any new policy. What this law does, this resolution does, is it says, It is a separate crime to violate a policy or a law set out by our leaders, however you define that, during a state of emergency. And here are the consequences for violating it. What those laws and policies are, that's ultimately up to you and anyone else who has the authority to make policies. And it goes back to the very beginning of this discussion when Delegate Slater said, do we trust our government? If you pass this or you don't pass this, we are going to continue to prosecute when people's health and safety is at issue. That's our job. We'll do it under this statute or we'll do it under others because we have to. We're just asking for a different tool with consequences that you have articulated rather than leaving it up to a court or an individual prosecutor to make that decision. Everything else in the criminal code, all of the defenses, all of the prosecutorial discretion, you're not setting those aside. So you're just putting a new tool in the tool belt of criminal code. But what I would really beg you is, people have said, what's the best way to deal with this public health emergency? Boy, this is going to be with us for years. I agree. I have no idea what the best way to handle this public health emergency is. However, I want to be safe. I want my family safe. I want everyone to be safe, and I want there to be consequences, one way or the other, for people who choose to put my life in danger and their own lives in danger. So I'm begging you to really start thinking through these policies for the public health emergency as we move through it, and what things should be allowed and what things should be prohibited. And when you do that, and the prosecutors have this tool, we can then enforce your policies, which we're currently not able to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Henry. That, go back to the board with a new player. Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. So this legislation, the way that I've read the legislation is it's holding people responsible for their actions. All too many times, we as delegates hear of the injustice that's imposed upon people who are wronged. Today, right now, we delegates have the opportunity to address this issue that is happening on our nation right now. Yes, this legislation does pose an injustice for those individuals who cannot pay a fine of $500, but we are all responsible for ourselves and for each other. I have even told my family, if you can afford $500, then go ahead, drive around during curfew. Again, we all have that responsibility for not only ourselves, but for each other. I understand that there are some things that have to be done during curfew that is outside of our control. For instance, I recently lost my older brother who passed away on a Friday when curfew hours were reintroduced. Because of curfew, my family, we had one day to get everything done for his service. That was on a Monday, so that we could honor him and put him back into this earth by the fourth day. I also understand that there are farmers tending to their crops, ranchers tending to their animals. There's even essential personnel out there getting their chores done during curfew hours because they work Monday through Friday and they can't do what they need to do during regular business hours because they're working. But at the same time, I'm listening to all of the comments, and I just kind of feel like this is the time that we have to put our foot down as lawmakers, as leaders. Now is the time that we have to stand for those people who've been wronged. I've only heard up to this point, how do we protect those who are breaking the law? That's what I'm hearing. When are we going to start saying, how do we speak for the victims? I use the word victim because people are choosing to ignore the curfew for no reason. And by doing so, they are choosing to endanger the lives of the people. Those very people who are following the law. So the people who are breaking curfew, they're not thinking of others. They're not thinking of themselves and the potential of hurting others. They're thinking about only at that time. So I urge all of my colleagues to really start thinking about the people. To really, like I said, put your foot down and say that we should no longer make arguments for those people who are choosing to ignore curfew. We should be enforcing laws or, in some cases, rules that protect the people. So again, up to this point, I have only heard, how do we protect those people who are breaking the laws? Shame on us for saying something like that. I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker.
1 minute, 14 seconds.
Point of privilege, Callan.
Point of privilege on McCallum Begay.
Could I get a statement in reference of how the council is making a statement that we are protecting the lawbreakers? It's my point of privilege, Speaker. Thank you.
How the Navajo Nation Council is protecting lawbreakers. The Navajo Nation Council right now is not protecting lawbreakers. I think the question is in reference back to Madam Chair Charles Newton's comment, might be in reference to further discussion on that. But at this time, Navajo Nation Council is discussing legislation 0210-20 in reference to a violation of the emergency order in action. And in that discussion, the actions taken by council today will be affecting or not affecting, if not approval of this legislation, in order for us to move forward. So in that case, let me go back to Madam Chair Charles Newton, if you want to clarify that statement.
Speaker,
If you need that
I believe
clarification,
you made the clarification. I believe you did make the clarification that the council is not protecting, but more discussing the legislation at hand. Thank you.
okay, thank you. We're good. With that then, in the discussion of what we're doing here today, if you're just joining us, we are on legislation 0210-20. That's a legislation discussing Title 17, which is Law and Order Code, by enacting the offensive section 378, violation of the emergency orders at action. This legislation sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. We've had numerous, we've been on this discussion for almost a little over 2 hours now. Let me go back to the reserved time because I do not have anybody in the queue. So with that, Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 23 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Navajo Nation Council. Also, the agent regarding the law enforcement. Seems to be that the nation always cringes when that's the question posed, who can enforce this? And then when it comes down to actually pointing the finger at who can enforce it, there's always that issue saying, that's not my jurisdiction. Call this other entity, call this other agency. This fine example is the allotted land. Still haven't got word on that, but it is going to be brought forth. And we're only as good as our system. We can cite, we can issue citations, but then the question goes to, what are you doing enforcing said laws? Or the court system is not strong enough to uphold the laws, and it's just a revolving door. Therefore, it's a system that we need to ensure that we're protecting those that are out there that need to be protected, not protecting the offenders. It seems like the offenders always have more rights than the persons that are supposed to be protected by the law. These are the questions that need to be posed. And we need to make laws that are there to be enforceable, that will be not loopholes, but that's almost virtually impossible. Any man-made laws can be always viewed at a different angle, different opinions, different cases that will determine what may happen. So those are the things that we see as policymakers. I, for one, would like to see this law be done correctly. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. At the time, Vice Chair Smith. That, we'll go back to Honorable Eugene So, or your agent, if there's any comments from Madam Chair Charles Noon or Vice Chair Smith's comments and questions. Then I'll go back to reserve time.
question, Speaker. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, Speaker. Here I go.
Here we go.
You got me?
Yeah, I got you.
Alrighty. Let me hear my stuff out right now. Amendment 60, like regards to a lot of things that were mentioned regards to this 2 hours, like essential workers that the speaker that made out some sort of, that says a curfew hours, we're doing our job. But that ain't that sort of, because I don't know at all. I need just with that to rush into our dance or concert or the Nanagi 8 about the husband. I don't define that any sort of amendments that I've been at the car as a talking point, Helen. As a council, we do amendments on the no.
Ms. Henry?
I'm sorry, my phone must have cut out. Delegate So was talking and it went quiet. I have nothing to add unless anyone has any specific questions. I worked hard with Delegate So. He told me what he wanted, why he wanted, and I just tried to do my best to create a mechanism for enforcement for these dire times, which I hope we aren't in for very much longer, but I fear that we will be.
All right, thank you. Then let me go back to the board. Nobody else on the board, but I do have reserved time. I have reserved time. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 1 minute, 14 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Shijado, Honorable Eugene So. Thank you for sponsoring this legislation and for really taking a stand. I think all too often as acting chief prosecutor, Jennifer Henry has stated, we hear in the community people who are concerned, and they voice those concerns to us. And we ask them, you know, to contact the police. We ask them to get involved, but they don't want to get involved. And so I kind of think that that's similar to what's happening now. We see what is happening. We know it. We've heard of it. Even our vice president, you know, has violated curfew. And so, you know, it's all around us. And so the question is, how do we hold them responsible? So, Shaja, I applaud you for taking this stance and for bringing this forward. I support it wholeheartedly, because at Law and Order Committee, we do hear these concerns. We hear people coming to us and talking to us about people who are violating curfews and how they're scared of it. So I think that we do need to implement something that will protect the people. So I do applaud you and Acting Chief Prosecutor for taking this stand. Thank you. I waive the rest of my time.
Sure, you used up your time. That, I have a new player on the board, Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, colleagues. Good morning. 전국의 바일 기도 아도 도단이 대야 실적 반칙했다. 아이다 예고이야 이게 내비ያን 할리스 이든 한 신이기 바하트 탔나. So we are trying our best to live through this pandemic. Ako in such case in Linde lead ICA got never now got a cut. And then such case again Ahalani Ketor. Oh, one gets so dark. Not that Hegita. The get a whole let. Other than how that the cart. Ako evening nasha she she call the la hollow to not yet hollow hat mean. Out then she net can that quick. Oh, cut ash that has necessary. And the ACA, so she aside in the house can't get that net. Oh, one. It didn't know what end. Oh, what end. The Tayaho Tesla. A core. Tito, Opeso, Nalieto, Walias, Tahananti. Oh, I know what the never between Nahote isn't. And so ye answers case. Oh, yeah. There has only Kitayi, Tigite and Honda Krita. The letters that while he is some than the conduct. Regular isn't that cheap. At there yet, now tell out that Tesla. Fishing get that. Of course, that would add a cabin has only Navajo Nation has only as far as data, as far as the growth of the virus, as far as contact, I think we are we're doing pretty good as opposed to other areas outside our borderline, our borders. Of course, about this case. The net dance the because other abelache. Benada e say na long. That is net or slinson yeah. So the e said how want a halianeta or the tiposha. A jen ringy the how want a large yes zuna. Kotego betahotil tiko, walia sutago, peso oteno ado nayot lego go. Do kongo tishigin in the house tea. So that all pohoteno, ashako, kotego, that they base on his that the snas nil. Ko ado a able latch, and not yet or the edo, to bohonet sound. No big at a session. The temperature in the house said over that was not a chit. I thought I had that can sit has only. I don't know how the car had Nigo has got temperature a key. Then job at the actual cure is strong or that. I had been here the whole up, but navigate. Found out Nigo has job to the whole tongue. To done it. I thought I had a she. We continue to tell people to practice the social distancing, washing hands, wearing face masks. Continue to do that. We don't need to be adding more worries to what already exists as far as what the pandemic is providing for us out there. Shadow Daman's case, colleagues. Ako di dahil so zaki. She do be case zinda.
Honorable Paul Begay, time. Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. That. Let me move on. I don't have anybody else in queue. More of a comment. Is there any other discussion questions? If not, going once.
Point of privilege, Kealan.
Going twice, Honorable Kealan Begay, point of privilege.
Point of privilege. I'm not sure if this was covered during the earlier discussion, but to the chief prosecutor or acting chief prosecutor, I know this once the emergency declaration has been lifted, emergency orders or action, but well, this will be in Title 17 until should it go through the process and signed by the president. So it doesn't really say at the moment, because the legislation, it does say only during the COVID summary of it. So that's the reason why we're talking about the 378. So my point of privilege to the two prosecutors is that what about other emergency orders that will be taking place down the road? Will this blanket this particular policy in those particular area? Those other emergency order will not be a curfew, but emergency order in helping humanitarian down the road. If there was a flood, if there was other Mother Nature's action, but yet if the Navajo people don't help, obviously the Navajo people will be in violations of asking to help rather than just staying home. So I guess that's the area. I believe that this particular policy is not clear. So should there be a policy at the end of the saying that this will relate only to the COVID-19 emergency order? Speaker.
With that, let me go to Ms. Henry on that point of privilege.
Thank you.
Question of privilege.
So when this was drafted, it was specifically intended not just to be about COVID. When Delegate So and I were talking, it's purposely drafted to be more inclusive. So this statute would be in effect, or would be an offense during any state of emergency. So it says that an emergency action is any authorized action taken by the council or the president during a state of emergency as declared by the president or his or her designee. So you are correct to think that this is not COVID specific. It would include if a legal state of emergency was ever declared in the future for an act of Mother Nature or for anything else. So that's true. It's broader than just COVID.
With that, then, if there's no other discussion, I don't need reserve time. So going once, going twice.
Speaker, question of privilege. Delegate Daniel So.
Question of privilege, Chairman So.
Yes, thank you, Cecilia, Speaker Damon, colleagues, Otto, Cecilia, Honorable Eugene So, and Chief Prosecutor Miss Henry. In the aspect, it was relayed to the council that it's the Commission of Emergency Management that would declare an emergency and not necessarily the president of the Navajo Nation. Is that the way I understand the, and would this code right here need to be amended to reflect that? Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you. That question then, I don't know if Ms. Henry, if you want to tackle that or want me to go back to Office Legislative Council.
I can certainly try to tackle it, but I would love for someone from either OLC or DOJ to co-tackle with me. And let me tackle it this way. When I looked back at all of the emergency orders that had been issued, I saw that the Commission of Emergency Management or the Emergency Management Commission and had declared a state of emergency, but that the public executive order issued by the president on March 13th says that it says, with the concurrence of the president of the Navajo Nation, the Emergency Management Commission shall have the power to declare a state of emergency affecting the Navajo Nation. And it cites to section Title II, NNC section 884. So this is not my area of expertise, but the way I looked at it, it was that the president can declare an emergency or at a minimum seems to have to concur with it. But I would definitely defer to DOJ or Office of Legislative Counsel if they have a better answer with respect to who exactly it is that declares emergencies.
Okay, thank you. That, I don't know if Department of Justice is on the line or Office of Legislative Counsel. Like to add on anything?
Speaker, this is Doreen McCall.
Okay, go ahead, Madam Attorney General.
I was just going to say, just give me one moment. I have the documents in front of me and let me just get to the right page. So if Dana wants to go first, that's fine.
Okay, Ms. Barbara?
No, it's not going to be Dana. It is going to be Ron Haven or Mariana Khan. They worked on this legislation, so they have all the documents in front of them. Thank you, Speaker.
Hey, thank you. Haven?
Mr. Speaker, and also members of the council. This is Ron Haven with Dana Barbaros's office, and I understood the question to relate to emergency orders. If you take a look at page 3 of your document, if you go down to the bottom, take a look at section 378B. It starts at line 27. It says, for purposes of this offense, an emergency order includes any order which mandates or prohibits certain activities by individuals and which is issued by the Navajo Department of Health, Navajo Commission on Emergency Management, the President of the Navajo Nation, or Chief Justice of the Judicial Branch during a state of emergency as declared by the Navajo Nation President or his or her designee. So that is basically what the law recommended provides right now as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I don't know if you want to add anything, Madam Attorney General.
Green.
Speaker, I don't think I need to add anything further. What I was looking for was the Title II in Section 8A4, which I know Jen has already spoken to. The other matter in terms of authorities, if that's needed, and I did write a memo to the leadership on the authorities under the code and for our Health Command Center. If you would like me to resend that, I'm happy to do that, but it speaks to the authorities of NDOH and Office of Emergency Health in terms of issuing orders. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, again, no one's on the board, no one on reserve time. We're good to vote on legislation 0210-20. And once, going twice, going 3 times. No amendments, go to the board. Let's vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kellen votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Did they bring the bread?
Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Hino votes red.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Carl Slater.
With the greatest amount of respect to Delegate So, my Chinle agency colleague, I still vote red. Thank you for your courage in bringing this forward.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Agreed.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otoso.
Green chili.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
I'll vote green no matter what.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison
Thomas Walker
Winika.
votes green.
Honorable
I vote
Thomas
green.
Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Onika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Speaker with a vote of 8 yeas and 14 nays. And speaker not voting.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you remind the council and our colleagues to exercise a sense of decorum during these proceedings? Yelling out vote and their votes prior to the vote, I think, is disrespectful to our colleagues and to the presenters. And moreover, everyone here needs to feel safe and comfortable in presenting their views and articulating what they believe is right on behalf of the Navajo people. Just because we can't play class clown anymore in the chamber doesn't mean that we need to extend it over the airwaves. Thank you, Speaker.
Colleagues, just be mindful that no matter where we're at during the time of this pandemic right now, we can't be all together in the chambers. I know that we miss each other, and I know that there's a lot of times when we did discuss, numerous times we have discussed different items on the floor. So with that, it's harder for us to be away from each other to still have that human interaction. So with that, colleagues, if there is, as Honorable Slater has stated, and as many of you have stated before, please be mindful that we are on the World Wide Web. And please be mindful that the respect on the floor is still as it is in this virtual meeting that we are having and taking place. So again, thank you, Honorable Slater, for not only reminding me to take action, but reminding our colleagues to be mindful of each other during this time and moving forward. But in that, I think what we have to do here today is being done. And I thank everyone again for the continuing dialogue. So with that, on the vote that was just now taken for legislation 0210-20, we have 8 in favor, 14 opposed, and speaker not voting. So with that, motion fails on legislation 0210-20. Moving on down.
Delegate James here.
Item
Green.
number. Did we get Delegate James? Delegate
Did you
James.
get my vote? I voted green.
Delegate James votes green, so that changed the vote from 8 to 9. 9 in favor, 14 opposed. Speaker not voting. With that, before we go on and continue on, did he call? Ida? Yeah, we just got a call from our colleague of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Before I move on, Honorable Nelson Begay is listening in, and he wants to send his best regards to all members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So, Honorable Nelson Begay, it's good to you're listening in and hearing us. Thank you for being out there. Moving on down, we have item number F. We just concluded item number G, legislation 0219-20. It's a motion actually sponsored by Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Honorable Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Lona. So with that, can we go ahead and get that read into the record?
Mr. Speaker, legislation 0219-20, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation, opposing all in-person instruction at all schools tending to reopen within the Navajo Nation amidst COVID-19, supporting the Navajo Nation Board of Education and recommending virtual learning. There are no amendments. Navajo Nation Council's final authority for Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Wanika. Second. Second, Halona.
That, colleagues, I have a motion for legislation 0219-20 by Honorable Wanika. Second, by Honorable Halona. Everybody on the board, we're going to vote.
Question.
Once.
This is Delegate Slater. I have an amendment to offer.
Okay, with that, Honorable Chairman Daniel, so you have 20 minutes on the board.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, other distinguished members of the Navajo Nation Council, Ultra has orange, I see, just can't Lenigi, a can't Lenigi, I see. So, Babansa, case or even yet, the not horse. Then how did I quite not the field horse, members of the HES committee. La Oyo, Tahot, another niece got no. Tahot, Lay Washington, don't. Basically, you see, quite innate, BIE education, larger. The house, Hanigi, a cool out, I'll be said. As though a son another building, when the Niki, Ado Conde, Chateau, Monsieur, Ultra. Yet that the name Beniki Navajo Nation Board of Education, though you see Yanaj Nishivi, acting superintendent, Miss Patricia Ghani, Kwagi Esato, regarding this amendment, Igi Sato Sitsit, Miss Patricia Ghani is my agent. And I'd like to give her the time to take up most of the 20 minutes to talk about the programs and how we're proceeding, as well as talk to the issue of the need for this amendment. Without a Nihichan Hasito listen, and I are the Chicago Chica's in a Dainostranki. Yat so by Hewington, Quaggy, the Inostran, Quaggy, to Neba Washington, which is based on it, they need to Quaggy, they Nostrangi, to Speaker, at this point in time, I'd like to afford my agent, Ms. Patricia Ghani, to address the council on this legislation as well as the amendment. Thank you. Shiaza, Ms. Patricia Ghani, are you on the call? Speaker. Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
No. Yeah, I'm trying to get a hold of Ms. Patricia Ghani to address the council.
All right. Ghani, are you on the line? I don't believe she's on the line. So does that conclude your
Ms. Ghani,
report?
Ms. Ghani,
Press star 6.
press star 6.
I don't have anybody that the only number that is
I got a text from her saying she's listening, but I don't know if
the only one that's there's nobody that's blocked or no one has muted. Everybody's can you hear us? Chairman Daniel, so I don't have anybody that's only individuals I have muted are individuals I have listed. All the numbers that are calling in, all those numbers that I don't know who is on the other line, all those numbers are unblocked or unmuted. Chairman, does that conclude your report then?
Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, she can't get on the call. So we'll just proceed as best we can.
Okay. Thank you. Chairman Daniel, so can you email her number to the staff here so we can call her and we can tap her in?
Okay, let me do that.
Tag team.
No, yes.
Okay. While we're doing that, let me go to the floor because the Honorable Slater has a Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to offer an amendment that
go ahead.
I'd like to offer an amendment that the Office of Legislative Counsel has prepared regarding individual education plans and ensuring that students with disabilities or special learning needs are able to get in classroom or in-person instruction, of course, following appropriate CDC guidelines to ensure that they have their constitutional rights met. Thank you very much, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
Four minutes and 35 seconds. Almost later on main motion, but on amendment 1. Mr. Rico, could you read it to the record? Or Shwasa? So,
Speaker, members of the council. One, on page 2, line 6, after learning, insert with an exception for limited target populations, such as students with disabilities. 2, on page 2, line 7, insert new paragraph as follows. E, local education agencies are required by the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Act to provide special education services according to students' individualized education program, IEP, and there are certain types of instructional needs and services for students with disabilities that may best be accomplished in person. 1, schools that opt to provide in-person special education services must submit notification to the Department of Education with a breakdown of student population, total student enrollment, special education enrollment, and percentage of special education students. Recommendation for in-person IEP services, acknowledgement of implementation of mitigation strategies for student and school safety, including parent safety orientation, and verification of approval by the local school governing body. 2, parents must voluntarily elect participation in the in-person special education services, and schools must work directly with parents to arrange for safe transportation necessary for students to access in-person IEP services. 3, on page 3, line 10, after Navajo Nation, insert an in with an exception for a limited target population, such as students with disabilities. 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary. And this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
hello? Hello?
Testing.
Hey, great. Now we're back. There's a motion by Honorable Slater, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Colleagues, is there any discussion on Amendment 1? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? Good board. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Calvin votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kineswal-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Voter votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown
Honorable-
votes green. Go ahead.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 23 yeas and 0 nays, and speaker not voting.
23 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting, motion carries. Pat, move on back to the main motion. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegates Daniel So for this legislation called Hanson called to think about our children, our students. We all know that each and every one of us is probably like that we invest into our kids, our time, and then all our finance to have our kids to have the education. That's what all that we can do for them. But at this time, this moment, we had this variety. I think most of all the legislations on the previous legislation that I mentioned before. It's all relating to COVID-19, how it affected the people. So even this is one of them again. I call Bansaha case of that, that things that we're saying that is still out there. We don't want our kids to be exposed to this. So one thing that I could say that is, I thought that hasn't gone away yet. And I'm pretty sure some relatives of ours and relatives of these students, their grandmothers and their relatives probably lost their loved ones. What ended they still in school? Just to be safe is to be at home. Even through we know that we don't have that much enough signal for internet in the area where we're still keeping our kids at home. So not on the reservation. That's what we're saying, that there's COVID still out there. For the safety part of it is that we don't let our kids to go to school. Even though they say that there's going to be very few kids will be going to school, and then they have schedules. So that's I support that. I think the so my question is going to go to. I got text message saying that from the Holbrook School District saying that all the online students, 70% of our border town school or the one that are on online, 70% are failing today. Can somebody justify that for me? So that will be my question, Speaker. Reserve my time.
Every time at 1 minute, 44 seconds. Now, I don't have anybody else on the board, so let me go back to Chairman Daniel. So,
Gushila Fatsilis, although I think we have Acting Superintendent Patricia Garney on the call now, and I'd like to have my agent respond to that question.
But will you ask them if they have a COVID
Ms. Garney?
special jury questionnaire that they could share with us?
Good afternoon.
Oh, we can
Chair,
hear
so?
you. Go ahead.
yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
I think we get to
I
add to it or change it or
Shanagani.
something.
Could they
Well, let me see that, Chris. I think that that's the basic one.
Acting Superintendent Department of Education Sarahod legislation sa be danahodit ahi nahahadaliado Chair Daniel so han sagoshi johana ado shitsui Mr. Slater so akodi ultra that del call March Mr. It's 2020 yada di nahni higi kwa again kitahni benache nahalchina bahas ki benena أخد بسنائيل جورشي بنية نخا الشنيا جو أخد إيليا AAD نخناد نلنيجي President Nez أخد إيا Executive Order إيلا دو صاد دنا هديد هيجي دكويشي أخد خدا دليا بناتش نليجو إيا قلت خدا دلكال Ado wish day hodeshij yadi August yada ilchini yaja khanna da istha.
a Navajo Nation Board of Education bezag echo benahad big echo ya naha alchini yaje bahastki adodi kodet nalni ato ne khonneta atin that oya a substantial risk isnanigi a naudne eben na ya naha alchini yaje basi tito nadnishe Ado sani do has twi decreasing ha alchiniaj ta ha igi khut ab latoba haliado amatsando ache inaldan lini na ha alchin bastabagan e ba has ki igi benana e khut ego elia a ko kunza da holjish ya first quarter yisne alchinidi ol ha igi a ko da ol ha a ko kodo not reflection yisne at nanal edo ban sahakes ben nachit nahat ado lehigi ad decreasing on tatnas nilade superintendent and lido principal and linigi ade net hij in nayil did adamo or lepis but need lepig naha alchiniyajet belinda annishigi hanel at shint yisi a cadet Dines that nigo eya ye edahosna. Din ha alchiniyaje special education students bedient nile na ha alchini do as a jest an takes an ha alchini ado do as jest ohos ata. Aishi asitne special education services. Achan so she beka na alwo. What Albert not on the Chiniaja. It's though Chiniaja special education student population of the Ninigi. Different kinds of categories of disabilities. What Albert not on the Shti or Katnas Miligo. Trade Ashi Chiniaja. These ancillary services, Yishne. AD occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy that dandle ado disa beja ye edit igi apot ada bejen that has speech sensory impairment isne ado nana sa echinyaje autistic isne so ado moderate and severe cognitive disabilities, intellectual disabilities. Ochodad echiniyaje ochod abenach mena nishigi do yene yo yes hidden nada di computer biyije ochod abesn do nishigi juk ad ya online learning di ne ba ol khan linigi hot aha adgiso echiniyaje ochod yisnan lishto 19 akodi clinical services of therapy Ajiki ya yisa chiniyaje bisna anish upon dal on da chiniyaje ochot aduk bilhahatin jishodo ochot bisna anishko. The further you move away from the daily regimen of those therapeutic services shata bathata hasisa chiniyaje ado di artistic dam linigi routine yisne Siza alke wana aga ochodo nito bisna annishigi. Siza yego ba alke sanilgo ochot they can function in their everyday life in addition to learning. Ako digi ned ahan sagoshidi olkat that des kaldo washte March do washte. Ako adi the queen dead the chi ochot agon ha alchiniyaje akeda den Ako benachet ban taha kesko yadi kwado amendment 1 bedi ninigi lato na haban to keso lechinad ani ako na alchinia ja ayisifat abaje na hot igi akede din bla os special education students ako ajigi igisipa ban taha kesko kwat igisipa kat ol wasigi in person kwat pohonedza Ako benachet ligo ya di olkatnaz niligo ochot notification ido li kwaje Department of the Net Education. خد نال فوس خدلنا بتش خداليا دو آنا يأتان نحلنا دو لسكجن أخد نانا سا يا خدو أدخل نازن لغو دي safety protocol يسننيجي حجو خدت دو با أخوني زندو نيجو يا أخد سا دانا هديد هيجي ساتو بكا إستو لس attestation do nabelnaj ya di ultra naz nilego school board and linigi not anishchin ade ya akhonizin dogik in na ago kodinal fosi hada nota okhot ya nikina had nile di amendment 1 khot immediate kodo bahone akod nihinj ke do lech not ani no linigi Naha Achiniyaja Bakadija. You see the most vulnerable pupil population in our schools across Navajo Nation. We need to be sensitive to a level of flexibility to be able to provide those services to our students. On the federal government, Hatninde Adet Behaz Ani das Sohigi Bik Achiniyaja Basinda Anishti. IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. In Nache Yadi Ilchin Special Edigi Isant S, Basant Abasna Anish. Individual Education Program, Yishnig Otada Assofe. Digi Yasi Ulta, Bebeka Adija, Donaha Alchiniajin Linigi Hota, which Indahad Egi Hota, Abasin Donish. Hala di atin din kidat that Anna Swadesh Dodi Nasni Linigit Anetol Selmite the she in dita Naha not neto left Dodi Ado Alchiniajanana other populations Ziki Naha Benanate Angashido left. I ask of you for your sensitivity and understanding and the purpose behind the request for amendment for flexibilities for schools to be able to avail these services to our students who are in dire need of the various special education services. Specially designed instruction yisne di chin abaj nahot idobet need a bekad or wasigi hot keta sohigi ba at edoles a conche kodo hot or hot nazlo betin dilnish Ohot honso ya nikilcho hona adoles ado di kodo ya chinat delegate Elmer Bigay na ideskit Holbrook Unified School District. 70% of the students are failing today, those accessing online instruction. Yishne. Ako altet ahades higi ya the nebanahaso nahasto nigi ben hij nahot the internet connection yishnigi. I'm afraid to say that this is not confined to the need of educational services. As a Navajo Nation, we are very much in a digital divide, with the difference being on the outside of the nation, families have the ability to access a number of vendors, a number of carriers that they can select from with competitive pricing to be able to access internet connection in their homes. We don't have that same luxury on Navajo Nation. The internet connection is minigi. The quick towers yada. It has capacity. So, the kodo and naha computer. Yeah, that dash nistonal nishin lenigi hot yi kago. Yitani so broadband with yisnigi. Ado abahanas so the niches saho il so honat e. Ako aji han sagoshin a yisi. need at the Navajo Nation government. Chinahat at Vido okut benches hahat zago. Okut ad a pahonetza. A did ahawandan nelago. Okut ayahada ikobiga. Okut on sogo benches nahot ego at ko achi anin ha chiniajin lenigi aked the nesde. Be it ed a did ahawanago at and that coverage yisne. Sahoto coverage the halonda. Regardless of the type of carrier you have, a lot of locations here on Navajo Nation, our homes do not have coverage from carrier to carrier. So indeed, it is a highlighted need for our students to be able to access internet and online instruction at this time. So the issue is a lot bigger and beyond just getting students online. So I hope that we continue to have conversations to effectuate the building of a greater infrastructure that will support the totality of operation of Navajo Nation. We speak to our ability to telecommute, in addition to online learning, teledoctor services. Bad a benjit in the hot eot. A kohal so goshin a ya kodon hinahat linigi isto nihini cat ajo beha the don nihigi. The Kodi CARES Act funding is ninigi han so shin ajo be so Navajo Nation IT department yeah. Ain't kodo dodi do Mr. Brent Nelson a IT na lido aje a ka analo do atahi na we hope to have some services by way of extension and increase of broadband capabilities through chapter houses and Head Start centers to continue to light up Navajo Nation for the purposes of getting our students online. But I also want to remind us that we need to focus on putting our resources and efforts for the purpose of building that greater infrastructure for to meet the needs of the total nation. The online learning ninigi Holbrook that the near the reservation public schools. They have moved forward with hybrid learning. Classroom. It's not that you need to hybrid in person. The question she the more or less like so in-person learning go they're online. Hybrid learning. A kodi ol katnaz niligo a stop bidet e. Hala aid ago adet yinaha a. Kodon ha alchinia Navajo students dan linigi la beso ya yizidi ol katan niligo. Various types of funding sources are drawn on the basis of average daily membership, average daily attendance of our Navajo students in these respective public school systems. We also need to ask the type of measures that have been set forth by those respective districts to meet the needs of our students as well. Ko aja isto han so shi beso bina indicate do you see hot abisna an shigin ha alchiniyaje oshnal idolas isto. So long as the students are enrolled in those districts, we ask for those school leaderships to exercise creativity and innovation in terms of exploring various strategies to meet the needs of all of our students. It is clear that Navajo Nation leadership continues to affirm its stance for online learning, for the safety of our students. Many a times we have come across comments from leadership of public schools and the public that we need not be dictated in our decision making by and acting out of fear. I don't look at it that way. I believe that our leadership is acting in the best interest of our students, their safety, the safety of the workforce, and then our communities. Ani hot a do hot behazan goshi a hot ahati si do lesson senship. Masando a che the qui goshi hot and sedo hot they are in our households. A ba the haskit. They are most vulnerable to and likely and at risk for catching COVID. I have great respect for the decision making of our various leaderships at this time. Our leadership continues to assert that we make the decision to protect our communities, and we ask for those colleagues, school leaders within the school systems of the nation, to be sensitive to our way of life, and that we want to take all safety measures to protect our communities and our children. And I ask that they continue to be innovative in their decision making and planning for meeting the needs of our students in their respective schools. I hope that encompasses the concerns and questions posed to this point. Daniel, so.
Oh, yeah, yeah, wait. What on Casey, speaker, back to you.
Hey, thank you. With that, have a new player on the board, Honorable Chairman Nez, and then I'll go back to reserve time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Ado, 24th Nomination Council, as well as Honorable Daniel So. Harchin Banson, Kesko Hata Sabetan Hadit Ahinahadaliagi. Sigonadish, Kiso Kro, Yan Hasna and the I. Could you go Nishahotzoki and Hith your Torja Hotzoki? CCSD Bedina. Which is Kirtland, Oho, Shaprock area down to Nash Chitty. Aja, Ultan, Leniki, DA Haquina, so gay BIE, only on page 2 of 3, line 19 to 26, it talks to the sovereign status of the Navajo Nation. Could you all please mute your phones?
Honorable Helena. Your phone.
Please be respectful. Nanta. Ilay de Shnenekwi. D. Kro, page 2 of 3, Bakagi, from line 19 to 26. It talks to the sovereign status of the Navajo Nation. And it says, which is well established, permits the Navajo Nation to exercise authority over schools located within its boundaries, Neela. Although there's a comma, including schools operated by or through the United States government, because the Navajo Nation has an inherent right to determine all aspects of education within its jurisdiction. These are key words, including decisions on the safety of Navajo school children. Parents of Navajo school children as well have the right to determine under what conditions their children attend schools operated and funded by the federal government. Faith Ahoda, the Central Consolidated School District, Bikishtikosha, Abega. It in I did and I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay, with that, 3 minutes, 25 seconds. Going back. Or actually, we got a new individual. 3 minutes, 25 seconds. Honorable Madam Chair Amber Crotty, floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Chairman Chiaj for offering this legislation. I appreciate the questions that are being asked as we have multiple school districts. Really demonstrates in terms of Navajo Nation, I don't want to say jurisdiction, but authority, decision-making about the schools that are especially here on Navajo Nation. I do want to just mention, and I've always stated that I don't think we should ever say our children are failing. I know it's something that's talked about. It's in the education sector, but I would say, not saying our failing, the system is failing our children. We have failed. I'm homeschooling my two daughters, and it's not the best circumstance, and there's a lot of challenges. But I think in this realm or in this conversation, we should never put blame on our children. Doing the ability of their parents or their guardians, their grandparents, to provide the resources that they need. I think it's very important to state that, colleagues, because our words have power, and when it comes to our children, it should always be in a healing way. Is something that I think we should continue here on the council floor. So regarding authority and these conversations that we're having on behalf of our children, and if there's a broadband map, at this point we should have very specific information, challenges for our communities. We're mapping out and having to talk to individual families and understand what are their challenges, because there's different options than just broadband that's being offered by the towers or fiber, which is, I don't think there's anywhere in the nation that has direct fiber except for a few chapter houses. And I'll reserve.
Okay, with that, sure. Member Cardi, reserve your time at 2 minutes, 31 seconds. Let me go back to Honorable Elmer Brigade, 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I wrote
44 seconds.
the legislation don't need any do around the Shimado other day the Miskani do other Hensi do you said that substantial risk to take kids back into school, meaning that it's real, it's true, that it's actual, that if they go back in person, they're going to be exposed or to be in contact with this virus that's still out there. To go back home, to have elderlies at home, ba cha holna shin hot a shin e ya e sa dan le ado al kha hasan shin so le hada shin e ya e anit ahya ko ibn na e ya e hot a de be an hot is le ko e bin na e to e sa ba an hoit a he dan ne gi do e sil so be shabela do le chut ne ko aron da e ko ibn na e bin hib ki da di thin ko an ni di no shi art khoche jo e asa o che ho to krasende a shin so de ka e bikis idol sel di shin e shin nasling jeni e positive ya ya hat ba to le fi do ta e ya e che ba ha e ba ha ni tsin do ba cha o ne aron de ha wan de do ni the tuisan in has than gi do e ya e ba ha hasan je e yisi ge e hot a be hensis le jo hot an nas ni hit e go e ka ge jo da e ya e ko ni kit istin le ko an ni di no shi je she hot a e she ta ba tsas ke si e ko adona kin lene jo hot a e she hot a e additional ko do around that is very sensitive to ne to ye ko e ya e ko je e nak na do da kin linigo jo ta ya e ka gi do da tsha shin khola pa ateno jo ta ri ateno jo ta ri ya e ko do ya e ade ati kholo do ati ani thana ni jo tenne jo e shi ta e shi ta ne ki dis thin ka jo ko e ya e na e ya ko
Thank you, Honorable Amar Brigade.
give me more time then.
Unfortunately, I cannot do that, Honorable Amar Brigade.
Speaker.
Okay, with that, moving on down. Let me go back to Chairman Daniel So.
Vasila Sipsile, Honorable Speaker, Dame and colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ado Kwaiki Sipsile, Honorable Rick Nez, the Nightens Kit, Kwaiki in this the legislation, whereas basically that's based on documents such as the Treaty of 1868. And that's the United States government funds the BIE schools, contract schools, auto grant schools. Auto on the public school side, those come through the state of New Mexico. But the one thing that really makes it in a way is that every one of the school districts that border the Navajo Nation on the eastern checkerboard area, as well as the treaty trust lands in the 3 states, they all have majority Navajo school board members. We have state orders from the governor and from the New Mexico Public Education, this virtual and distant learning on the in-house. They're doing, as Acting Superintendent Gani has basically talked about, is the hybrid learning. The jurisdiction of us the Navajo Nation government is limited, but in the aspect that Navajo citizens, as citizens of the particular counties and school districts, we look to them to also have the same values that we talk about. We want to protect our children. We know that they're in multi-generation homes, so we have to look to them to also understand, to say, you're going to have to do this on your side. Our limitation is based on that aspect of jurisdiction. I want to also allow Acting Superintendent Ms. Patricia Ghani to also expound on it, because she's researched it well, and I'm kind of talking from a historical perspective, as I've been involved with the Cuba School District since the late 60s. So, and I, speaker, but referred time to my agent, Ms. Patricia Ghani. Thank you.
Chairman So, thank you for the opportunity to add to the information. So I apologize. I did not introduce myself. Kachini da shade or Todich da shanale. Ado Yasina Shade Eya Tech Jaholia, a Rough Rock, Arizona. Ado Tech Chiholia, a di Kayata but Ojile, Ado Eya Yasi Ishte. The two huge of Holia, Rough Rock, Arizona. The Kayenta Church at Tini, but seeing it the hoods of Ado Tanajini Sani Danle, Ado Yasi Ishte. Ado Tsajina Yakodokas on was many farms, Oak Anjo Halwa, Yanley Black Mesa, Betindo a lone pine, Choi Aholia, Aj Chin, Shanalitan Le Ado Ketahat, Shihidan Lonsani. A what a son in Nishle, Ado Shaja Oliahiki Ki at City Senior Walia. Ado Hajon Jadona Alash, what Tadadin the Hilsos. What Sani do has twee, though the Nebit at Chaos. What a son in Nishle. Thank you for the opportunity again to respond. The Kojit Oja Ultratnas Naligi, Ani, jurisdiction Yasnigi and Hito Ajabik Edenit Inda. A Konde. Die nacha alchini yaje na behon lenigi aje ulthaigi ben nache ochot ulthatnaz neligo besneilnish. Ado BIE operated schools dequishin quaget in nebenahasto bakha ulthatsenel. A kodi yesi behaz ani dan lenigi Title 10 yesne. Ben Nacha education code besnednish. Dodi has oversight over the schools that are located within the boundaries of Navajo Nation. Diniche nacha alchiniyaje betsenishkajin lenigi ohidos asi aniche sato benit ido ohot benednish do lefti no ohot behaz ani hadet tribal sovereignty an Sheba Ernils in Halchiniaja put Uhudos, Asin a conde be Nahot Eigi in Title 10 AD do Hajot define Eliada. Asti Nedi tribal sovereignty. Ako aj behas anin linigi nask ansgo. Ochot ab honedza. Ad kwade nichel hol just the dihot anichit inkel nahot ik has ligo. O yohanet nichel denadi nahdi kwado Central Consolidated School District. Aro Gallup McKinley County School District. Eid ab aje behas ani dan linigi. Do an local control ben nache ochot anel nish. Nichesnigo ade hanna nail e. Akonde yadi New Mexico Public Education Department yisne. Anle yo toje ochot ultra. Besta innishko has anigi aj ayinil zanego ochot bel elche hanedze. Office of Indian Education Programs. Ajin ndal nishigi. Okodi hajo ist adoni to hajo ist hanil idole. Alha afonid zeno ochot isnil nishtole. AD Title 10 nask go hajo behazindole. The tribal sovereignty you see what is the scope of that relationship? What exactly do we mean by tribal sovereignty and our jurisdiction over schools? Akod han so go shipen onnish ke honna ango ikhot ado kodo yad sto delegate kradi yahadzi broadband and connections achibahazin. Indeed, there is a map that Department of Education has been circulating. A dean lay hotspots dan linigi for students to access internet. A aja map halon a di dodi website aja ado asata alebik so di school leaders dan linigi. We share those resources and information so that they can provide the information to their parents where they are able to access internet connection with reliability. Arodi Koje Delegate Begay, you also asked about sensitivity and a plan for schools. The notification students with disabilities students with IEPs which that nita. A call ultrachi net dole. This is the quid a huge ultra. Ado it's not milko the qui students with special needs the qui. Ado na balacha students with special needs the internet babes not in the shigits is the bohanad zanda. It should be a very small percentage of students. For an example, a school district might have a 200 students identified as students with special needs, and they may have a total enrollment of 2,000 students altogether. So we are urging school leaders to be very selective and targeted in inviting those students whose needs cannot be met online or virtually. So that might be a number of 20 students or less. On the notification form, we're asking school leaders to further define what type of disability categories the students represent, those that they're inviting, in addition to identifying the type of service that they are requiring for in-person service. We do have a number of individuals here at Dodi, special education certification by experience. So we will be checking in with schools if it appears that there is a disproportionate representation of students being invited for on-site and in-person services, just so that we are able to address and help the schools better navigate for safety measures. Of the 20 students that might be invited, we're urging the schools to be very, very methodical about how they avail the service so that there is no large congregation of students and staff at the same time. Every other day. And again, I just want to re-emphasize that IEP is Ninigi Individual Education Program. It is absolutely individualized. It is based on the level of need of students for the various type of services and duration of time that they need those services. So out of respect for that, we are asking schools to work collaboratively with us in giving us the notification of how they will address the needs of the students in a very safe manner. I hope that speaks to the issues at hand at this time.
Thank you, Shawnee. That, colleagues, I have a new individual on the board. Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah, too. I am not fish, but I thought, but not that kid. Beach has on the integrated show. In BEAU, in bold, as it Navajo Nation for education, that's it. But the resolution, the very key, number 2, not therefore be resolved, though. That's kick the house shot. Khayla yabla ni kham sonash. Who are we going to direct to let our kids go and let them go to school more health-wise? Or if they haven't like this, the United States government or state of the state schools, they seem that they have on the hard it opportunity it does on a crack in that this kid. Who are we going to recommend? Either we're just learning anyway. The heading that's in it. So even not was I think it's already been questioned because the jurisdiction that it has on the big it's really political right now at the national stage. So when there's a candidate for president saying, I want all the kids to go back to school. No, is the kind of very political question that the state senate or Congress are they changed for what I missed up. So whether that the sun so the there has any the budget in what section of the Navajo Nation the code in Cato to Arizona revised statute New Cato, New Mexico there has on is a habit in Halabi so habit in it is not just kid. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. With that, we go back to reserve time. Honorable Slater, are you back with us?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay.
I reserve my time.
Okay. 4 minutes, 33 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Chairman Nez, 3 minutes, 25 seconds.
Thank you, Chairman So. I think I just do have issues with some schools that'll stay open, operated by New Mexico PED, so that's okay. Yeah. Let me give my time to Honorable Elmer Begay. Thank you. I reserve time.
That Honorable Elmer Begay, 3 minutes and 2 seconds.
Had Chino, Delegate Nez, yet Nana, I don't know share with legislation since for the do, I don't Muscani do, Shamoson in leadership, actually, that's Che, go, I don't share where on leader to the gym, but in China, or a to the another go. Actually, Torching Bash Chin, Jaggy will hit his chin at Campo. Yeah, around that, I got I'm always on your, we have a teleconference with Winslow Indian Healthcare Centers. I call Ajibus service areas. He's talking to superintendents of schools, Winslow and Flagstaff, and also Holbrook. Around the 5 schools that we have here, you know. So I talked to you about mentioned you that regarding the internet service that we have. We got grant for the 5 chapters for assessment for broadband. We're trying to work with NTUA regarding the infrastructures on broadband. So we want to get come off of their existing infrastructures, towers that repeaters that but right now the company that did the assessment is Aquila, which is nationally throughout the country. They do broadband. So right now we're having the biggest. I think we need to look at NTUA, then to get off of it. I don't know how the RDC members of right now, the way we're seeing it is that we can with disputes around here, the remote areas, but there's okay that and then we can't get to any type of broadband or wireless signal back then. So with this company that did the assessment, they can be putting up some towers. So the only way that we could come in right now is from Winslow. Winslow did the broadband. You can put up a tower by the reservation. It's coming in from there, then going into Tisto. And then there'll be one closer to Holbrook too. We can use their fiber optic signal coming in from off the reservation into our 5 chapters. Right now, NTA is giving that much money, but they don't want to work with this company. Right now.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker, and my colleague, 24 Councilman. Good afternoon. Also, sponsor to Honorable Chair Daniel So, Otto Larinkan Yate. Small world, she Jimmy Elhern, she Arit Bavadi Masha Jim Bavade. Shamayazm Lee, Shamayaz, Lorraine. Jackie Tidiation the Torchinius Chin Guyake Shamayaz Namanige Shadit Kutegi, first one, I said that's another. Chikun, Kudo, the legislation, Kudoni, so the here, chairs to Daniel So 219, Nini Yiniki, Craigie. Asi, you should clarify here about the Beton, Shido, Chinias, the car, Nali, other many Lagi, Consul. Thank you for this amendment. I support it 100%, and we should move on and vote on this one right here. Shanat Shingi, 24 Councilman. I reserve my time. Yeah, thank you.
How much? 3:40. Every time. We only have 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Hayate, Fishmasan, Aruda, and got a concern for the I guess the main reason why the school is kids are having a hard time is, how about Otto? Limited access to the internet. And if they have limited access to that, that's why 70% of the high school students are failing, because there's no internet or electricity and are logging in for virtual classes. And it's not working when our kids are told to stay home. Given this by one of concerned member of the Navajo Nation regarding the attendance, they write that they need to be allowed to attend school in person. That the only way we'll have students passing and moving on to college. And that's one of the big dilemmas, because we didn't expect COVID-19 to do this to us. We didn't know what COVID-19 would cause. And based off of that, we need to, I guess, work with the schools down in the border towns. Because apparently Holbrook is going to start Monday, October 26th. And they've been sending emails and trying to communicate with them, but they've been brushed off, and so that's one of the big concerns on the need to get our kids educated. Virtual learning isn't working, and Doty is no help either. Same goes for Winslow, and education needs to be a priority regardless. Otherwise, we're contradicting ourselves. I just want to make sure that that's also on the record, and we need to support our kids so that they can get education. I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Every time, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Go back to sponsor at this time.
Thank you, Cecilia, Speaker, Otto, colleagues. Let me refer the questions and some of the issues that you pointed out. Let me refer it to Ms. Patricia Garney.
Thank you again, Chairman So Ado Ade Indados Kedigi Isto Shaha Ishil Khannet dot Ilchana Alzen go ya at I welcome these questions, giving us an opportunity to provide information. So I appreciate the questions and concerns being posed to our attention. And as was spoken to by Delegate Begay, Shitsui, Nijona o Okhat Beso Bakahat Delia Gobahot Naigi. At end Navajo Nation chapter Okhat Ila Goshi Eya the Beshan Tekes Ben Anishigi Okhat Baha hot the don nisto Okhat Anha Alchindona Lishin Blinigi Okhat Yechu Idos in. The Kodi do Ulkhat Eya Okhat Ben Anishta Dishno Ebahanaste. Dean Lage Eyan Najisniko at the checkout station. A Dean Le Bank that ATM de Jahigi, you swipe it to check out as payment for your groceries. A internet you hit the deso okhat ayena nish. Shata a dan Cisco a di peso achas that ago okhat ad a na inile. Sometimes that has happened. Okhat ego okhat anan hin ago at shinat ani no sinigi okhat do ulkhat e ya okhat be in the haunt ida. So I appreciate the information that you share, Delegate Begay, in regard to the chapter taking the liberty to write for additional funding to bring internet services, reliable internet services to your communities out there. And I guess it is due to the geographical beauty of our Navajo Nation, Dahono Jido di Buttes Danaz Naligi, Ashin Benenado Hajoot Ohonez Lahigi, the internet connection ban hitche and not egod. A co Ashin be a honey zendo okhat abe need $1 nas for dash used. A co Arodi Kode Ayat Delegate Smith, thank you for posing your concerns. Holbrook Unified School District, Page Unified School District, Flagstaff, Winslow, Besitasi Dling, Superintendent Lenigi, AD Kwadod Navajo Nation, Benahat Lenigi, Hot Abe, Istan et Ilia. A Kodo 8 or not the Queenie Zindodo, not the Nate Dada. A cut or brush off and get the Lenigi do Hot Ada. A Kodi, you see, the jurisdiction, Lenigi, it's very much been highlighted through this process. A call, Hale 8 Ago, Hajo Bandit in Lajodi Kodan Eya, the Quishin Ulka at Besnail Nishquage. Arizona State Public Schools, New Mexico State Public Schools, Hello. BIE operated schools, the Arizona, Utah, New Mexico beats in the store. Ado Nabalach at private schools Naznil. Ado tribally controlled schools. A cut the cult eshi, there's a great intersect of jurisdictions and governance of our school systems here on Navajo Nation. And I believe if we can have a further dialogue with Navajo Nation Council special session, Hajooti behazani dan linigi big etasti beaten dead ingo. Ochot bohonedza eben nache hajo ehozindole. At 80 hot kodo dodi do Navajo Nation Board of Education, Ado Navajo Nation Council. Navajo Nation President Kodob Nahat Linigi Nihizati Aigi Oyo Yin Liesh Nahadlin Dikato Do Nihist Anta Ani Hinhik Echo Nihibehaz Anik Echo Hot Ilne Nihisne A Condin Nihin Halchin E Baostago and Hisne. Our students attend these schools. Nishikodo tribal sovereignty di ninigi hajobehas and got idiado nishikit di tando but iskit di tan. But all a pohonet zansen. So I ask the 24th Navajo Nation Council to not nosenigi, perhaps a special Navajo Nation Council session to have a further discussion on these regulations and laws that govern education systems, for which we have plenty different types of schools. I believe that will be a starting place for us to harness a better understanding and cooperation with the schools that we have here on Navajo Nation.
Speaker, back to you. Thank you. The other shall wait.
Thank you. That, I don't have anybody else on the board, so let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 2 minutes, 31 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. My hope was that the department would have not just where are the current Wi-Fi spots, but really drilling down and working with the families and the students to understand the challenges, especially community members who live in like canyon areas or just wouldn't have service, whether it's Frontier, N2A wireless, there's even satellite service. I think at this point, Speaker, we should have that information. So I'll just continue to work with the cyber team and other private partners to get internet out to our children. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll waive my time.
With that, waiving your time, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair. 3 minutes, 40 seconds.
Yeah, no, Speaker, still around Patricia, I'm sorry, Lorraine Dean, Patricia, okay. The education there, we're not on in Lenigi, around the non to Daniel, so Chair, yeah. Oh, yeah, the education by LT is very important, not just today. Since the Treaty of 1868, Ebony Nani Kai. Form Fort Sumner then. Naka Chinita it was Canada to say. No, Epic Nani Kakatish Jade is a by his key. A Shay Kodo Abang one his son. Because he Kodoya has Nanki, Miskani, Naniki, ARC, Yat and doors, Cecilia Yak Kiki Alma, Dalki Almas, Gay. So I need a deep. The Navajo Nation, we need to support each other, not just one chapter. We need to put all 110 chapters to make sure that this broadband is in place and developed for economic too for our kids. It is candy cut. Based on that these needs what done on other chapter by UT. And it was candy cut. Let's put the money together and take care of this business. Once about these things, all this shit, because it's very important. I don't think of because either because children not I believe not outside. This is COVID-19 pandemic. This is our you. It is created at the issued at also party. Been not but other at either. Though he that it was not no the banana. I was a casual that on. The conductor the adapted so for the what Bahons would shake Roda or better the Ascada Casto. Oh, yeah, let's move on, vote on it. As usual, none is in on it. I'll vote green for this legislation. Thank you very much, Shamayaj, Ms. Gani. Thank you. Yeah, other speaker.
it's Chair Daniel. So I'll go back on mute now. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll be able to. We go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Vice Chair Smith going twice. Vice Chair Smith going 3 times. Moving on down. A new player on the board, Honorable Keon Begay. Floor is yours.
Speaker,
Yes.
another time session lagi. This is more of a comment rather than getting a response. Broadband do kudo telecommunication bahwin. Maybe we ask the Department of Education to further assist of the advocacy, the need of telecommunication at all 110 community. So the key thing, when we go back to the chapter, that's where a lot of these technical situation comes into play. I mean, we can have Walmart maybe at every corner of the Navajo Nation, but will the Navajo people, especially those having grazing permits, be able to consent to these land withdrawals? Legislation that passed which is a very important entity, but internet, broadband, the quick legislation passed the council, and we went as far as asking the programs of the Navajo Nation to make an overall assessment. The 5 chapters that I represent, all 5 chapters can need additional towers. That's for sure. They do have towers currently, except the community of Low Mountain. All of them have 4 of them have towers in it, but you are talking about a wide area of the community that needs additional tower. So with that age, the public school, the BIA school, the community schools, CMA 1220 was passed back in March or April. Ecuador FirstNet could just allow has passed earlier, though it was signed into law. If we ask for an update, I guarantee that we haven't even done much to improve FirstNet responders network on the Navajo Nation. So, because education, so how do we talk to the BIA? So how do we talk to the state level? Education, out of the federal government. Treaty of 1868, within that particular document, it does reference education. So how far do we need to go? I brought this up during the discussion, talking with the Attorney General, maybe the avenue is start filing lawsuit against all of these programs in order for them to start to start addressing our situation. It's okay, but how long are we going to have this situation going? But even as we're speaking, even though those that have broadband, but each household don't have a good understanding of how to work in terms of sending emails, of downloading documents, printing, and so on. You're going to hit you take a laptop distribute it. How many of them are actually being utilized for the education? I believe it's less. So a quack yikishin oversight committee, though the Department of Education did up a kanane or shibonet zado listen so okodo request or recommendation. So with that, Speaker, I conclude my comment. Thank you.
Okay, time is up. Let me go back to reserve time. Everybody else in queue. So, Honorable Slater, 4 minutes, 33 seconds on the main motion.
I yield my time, Speaker.
Hold your time. That moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
I'll reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
2 minutes, 19 seconds. Anybody else on the board? Nobody will reserve time except for Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 19 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll go ahead and waive my time.
Okay, with that, colleagues, no more comments, questions. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. With the amendment, second reading on legislation 0219-20.
Speaker, members of the council, Amendment 1 1, on page 2, line 6, after learning, insert with an exception for limited target populations such as students and disabilities. 2, on page 2, line 7, insert new paragraphs as follows. E, local education agencies are required by the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Act to provide special education services according to students' individualized education program, IEP. And there are certain types of instructional needs and services for students with disabilities that may best be accomplished in person. 1, schools that opt to provide in-person special education services must submit notification to the Department of Diné Education with a breakdown of student population, total student enrollment, special education enrollment, and percentage of special education students recommended for in-person IEP services. Acknowledgement of implementation of mitigation strategies for student and school safety, including parent safety orientation and verification of approval by the local school governing board. 2, parents must voluntarily elect participation in the in-person special education services, and schools must work directly with parents to arrange for safe transportation necessary for students to access in-person IEP services. On page 3, line 10, after Navajo Nation, insert with an exception for a limited target populations such as students with disabilities, or renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections and or exhibits accordingly if necessary. And this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent of language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
No. No. Honorable Almer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenez Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenez Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Daniel votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green Aqua.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes
Honorable
green.
Mark Freeland. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Mark, who? Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Speaker with a vote of 23 yeas and 0 nays.
Good, 23.
That 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Yeah. On the report.
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, it's on Jalissa's tablet. It's on.
Testing. Testing. Testing.
Test.
Good. Thank you. Well, thank you, Emo and our IT for taking care of us and continuing us on our journey through our fall session. Sorry, colleagues, it was just technical difficulties here again. On the last vote, the vote was 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting on legislation 0219-20. Motion carries. With that, to our next legislation. Legislation number, can you hear me?
Yes.
Legislation number 0223-20. Sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. Rico. Can you hear me now? Okay, with that, you can hear me now? Okay, with that, colleagues, let's go on down to legislation number 8 under new business 0223-20. Sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. Mr. Patera, if you could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, tracking number 0223-20, an action relating to Navajo Committee and Navajo Nation Council, establishing policy that the Navajo Nation government shall not endorse candidates or political parties in federal, state, and local elections. We do have a committee report from the Navajo Committee, has had it under consideration, reports the same with the saying that the legislation failed and is referred to the Navajo Nation Council. For Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. This is final authority. There are no amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Test. Testing. Testing.
Testing. Good. Okay, you can hear me now? All right, great. That is our motion, colleagues, on legislation 0223-20. Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Second, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
speaker is experiencing difficulties here in the chamber. FYI, this is the 4th time.
Hear me now? Can you hear? Yes, they can hear you. Great, you can hear me. Good, there we go. I know, but that's all. Byron or Tim, can you hear me? Can you start my video on again? Because that's the only way it gets side by side. Okay. There it goes. But okay. Colleagues, can you hear me now? Here, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good to go then. Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton, second by Honorable Elmer Gay. Sorry, colleagues. Technical difficulties. Sorry to everyone out there that's listening in. With that, colleagues, if there's nobody that's on legislation 0223-20, going once, going twice.
Question.
Honorable Elmer Brigade, question. With that, 20 minutes to Honorable Eugene So.
Ja, no, Anna had on nicht die Kodon hita nan so vidi as patnar di kos na ke na so so ya hishen that a jbenali sa APJ quit luck up anigo ado na hat the commission governance I thought you can't khalan khaya at no so that's khroi she can't ha khila I don't read na be yet special meeting at I thought that need a nask a teaching start need the BO I don't at I thought that was on any con ya ben na in ge ya di sin ana hasni and in it even not a kid not a tahaki endorsement I so ya shown on the neck as you go Casey Joe Hardot and Nature on the way the hot is none of that. Ashado and the Kate on nature, how does a bit of the naked on Nanacha. What Agate Ibans this case. It's a game type endorsement. That's how I define it. Shake what you should eat and take what you should eat. And look at what's happening in the United States candidate for the presidency. Toronto, that's all just so about no need. And that's city, that's all they did. Even non shade or that all this Navajo Nation. Haitian, for the past, Haitian, the Bahot, the rights, the voting rights, up the Haitian yato. And the also said, oh, that this is not, I don't know how do you have a case in the hard can't be called. They say, she also says, I just keep neutral. You shouldn't for any sin hospital has on. That's your right. She could over and she just here or that. She should it or me. The Hassan Kabanson kids who are talking about they all TV that are not on the height. I say, hard to see Kate or simply other hasn't. But tonight there's a debate between Biden and Trump. Because Alvin, I say, yeah, crazy or listen easy. But it's not a that's clear. So this is kind of, I don't want to have that authority as a council delegate to tell my people who to vote for or who to endorse. And because that's not my right, so even if I and so these should all that one just case. Say that it's that 100 this is somebody doing something in the back. Oh yeah, no. Even the Ecuador again who that on so I show none with the other day need because as our oath we took an oath and the state and the story over the other. I want more united than a division of my people. Is I even have Ecuador team who that on so other not Asia Hajota. But even the Ecuador. Beach Anana still be Colonija. Non so law in Aban to Nana Chile. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So, again, colleagues, if and everyone that's out there that's on the line, please mute your phones if you are not listening, or if you're listening and not asked to speak, so we can have a thorough discussion on these legislations. Again, thank you, Honorable Eugene. So, for the legislation 0223-20. So, I have Honorable Paul, or actually Elmer Begay, that has a question. So, Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, thank you for that, Chairway, around the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Around the should know, don't know, the delegate. So, we all know that it is true that you could hardly hear when somebody's don't mute their phone call, but sorry for that. I didn't really but we all know that as Navajo Nation government, that endorsing candidates during this time, we all know that we want to work together on these projects. Like, for example, schools and public schools. On my side of the reservation, we're talking about schools. So our children lives on the reservation, but they had to go outside to travel every day in the bus to go to school, public schools, easy. So we had to communicate with them and how we could improve our school system. Then although we have some roads, like state roads that we have. There's one road that goes from Winslow to Hopi, State Route 87, then also State Route 70 from Holbrook to Jedito chapter. There's roads, then we have partnership within it. And then as far as being with the Navajo County, my 5 chapters are within the Navajo County, but Gracewood is in the Apache County, so half the. So even so I think we need to work together. If it comes down to federal, state, and local elections, I should not to endorse that. Or we closing the door with other our state and local and also county government situation is just what's going to happen. That'll be my question. Speaker, reserve my time too.
Save your time. What about Elwood Brigade? 2 minutes, 20 seconds. That, I don't have anybody else. Well, let me go back to Honorable Eugene So.
I think أنا هلاني أو أني شتا طبعا تسكيت there's أني Winston. The thing is your facing person we all promise something. I know when we're running. I think we did promise something, but some things but whatever we promise might work, and some might have already we already done it. Are the candidates? These are candidates that they're not elected yet. So ben nasiko da okay sto kaso got a neck kid as to is he a quag as to endorse and so that's bahnes now that it is not I also knew shadow crash on the problem to me is he could not see leg assistant a advocates a she did not see a Trump the cases it are Biden cases Bahas she and last so Naha yes she don't has need all this it are down now did later that all the hard at the young I could was bound to have cheese. It could end, and that's not what I'm really going after. What I'm going after is we shouldn't use to endorse people where our voters are not all for that person. She got over 4,000 voters, so I'm pretty sure it might be half and half for the president. I can get the cheeky, but I cannot say let's go with Biden or let's go with Trump. A question and avocado and that or I just know the other shade in that side that you can go test off because we don't know who's going to win and we don't know if their promise is going to go through. Yes, we got a lot of promises coming in all your to you conscious or the natural Kate and the husband has a Kate and since you're elected so Kate is endorsed later on order. So Abba has I should open this even though I feel that we shouldn't do that as an elected official. So because it's or your next week, but we're not saying we're gonna be getting away after whoever wins we're gonna work with. Eight of the Shnida. So even though that is the question on the snarky no matter who is democracy. What other side not on I talk across in the advocating in the not in cheap. What the only for the attest. So anyway, so the main thing is, as elected officials, we shouldn't endorse because of our people, as Caribou, the way we're elected, and we should be divisive. We should be more united. What even get addition? Answer to the thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hujan. So with that, I don't have anybody else in the queue, so I'm gonna go back to reserve time. Honorable Elmer Begay, 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
Good afternoon, Nana. I also had your brother the institutional regarding this legislation. So we're looking forward to work with any candidate, it don't matter what the party is. So the thing is that the money that's given from the state, it's already within our boundary. Like Navajo County in Kitchener, like I was saying, we had to work with the city of Winslow to get our broadband to within our reservation. I just say, yeah, a Republican we still have to ask them because we still go over there and we give money to them. Other schools, we don't know that these superintendents and then what we advocate from here is, if you can work with Navajo children, you need to understand us, where we're coming from. We live in a rural area. It don't matter what your party is, but to express ourselves like that. The party is the best. So what here we're looking forward. Oh, we have plans because we live, our chapter and boundaries are closer to the I-40 or the border towns. Then we have in general Navajo County, broadband roads, and then also schools and other or surfing. They are public safety. They come out here. No, even now, then also with other, we have a tribe county, Coconino and also Apache and Navajo County, which is southwest part of just because of the water.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. That, colleagues, anybody else on the board, we're ready to vote on legislation 0223-20. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. We're aboard.
Can I speak?
Vote.
Question of privilege.
Question of
Speaker,
privilege.
just yell here.
We'll yellow here while we're voting.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I had those not on, 24 councilman. I don't know if I'm all in here. Today, I did legislation 0223-20. I did actually went to case we had. The out of end on this no, we always talk to the feature and the feature by the kid. I想听起的呢，山地里人下会山地里的 official 的说，你这的你这个，把到之后，是到的，我了这，你说，我了到你，could the young people to consider running go,
for county, state, and congressional positions, or when that happens, we will need the support of Navajo Nation leadership. I'm looking for the future. We don't want to put ourselves in the other foreign country. Yeah, thank you.
What is your question of
Go back
privilege?
on mute. Thank you.
What is your question of privilege?
My question was this legislation is not for us, even the Navajo Nation's leadership should be endorsed. That's my question. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable. So here with that, go to the board. We're voting on 0223-20.
Honorable Amor Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Amor Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasva Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kitas-Valcarty will vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasva Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
I'm sorry, Mr. Daniels, can you repeat your vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Hiniel.
Hiniel votes red.
Honorable Jamie Hiniel votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Oh, I'm sorry. Correction. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you.
Green. Green. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate
votes
Key-Allen
green.
votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Otoso. Speaker
Delegate James
with the
votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Speaker with a vote of 6 yeas and 15 nays. Speaker not voting.
With a vote of 6 in favor, 15 opposed, speaker not voting, motion fails. That, colleagues, moving on down, on to item number I.
Question of privilege, Speaker?
Yes, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, question of privilege.
Yes, Speaker. So since this legislation has failed, does that mean that my chapter, which represents the largest number of Navajo voters, if we chose to endorse one of the candidates through a chapter resolution, that can be done?
Yeah. Yes. It's the will of the chapter. I think that even if this didn't pass, or even if it did pass, this is Navajo Nation government, but there's a fine line between Navajo Nation government and Navajo Nation chapters. For Title 26, there's nothing in there that states that they can't do that. But you can get that. I'm not a lawyer, so Department of Justice should probably have to ask them. But in the past, there's been chapters that have endorsed. I think in the 2016 election, there was an overwhelming number of chapters that endorsed Hillary Rodham Clinton for president. And I think there was a couple of chapters that did endorse Trump too as well. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. Biden.
Trump.
Okay, with that, colleagues, moving on down to legislation 0223-20. Oh, whoa, we just had that. 0226-20. Motion or sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton, co-sponsored by Honorable Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Eugene. So with that, Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislation 0226-20, an action relating to law and order and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the probationary appointment of Victor Clyde as Navajo Nation District Court Judge. There are no amendments. There are 2 committee reports. You have a committee report from the Law and Order Committee that it do pass with no amendments. The Navigated Committee passed it with and referred it to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker, per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
On legislation 0226-20, is there a motion? Motion by Arnold Freeland.
Second, Wanika.
Honorable Wanika. Any comments, questions? One once, one twice, one 3 times. Go to board. On legislation 0226-20.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key-Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kate Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canes-Balcrotty votes green.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman
Delegate Brown
M.
votes green.
Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Kenya votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jane votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso. Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, a show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Delegate Yellowhair for the people, fair justice. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 23 yeas and 0 nays, speaker not voting.
Twenty-three zero.
23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. With that, colleagues, let me turn it over now to Madam Chief Justice, Mr. Victor Clyde, Nomination District Court Judge. You on the line? With 23 votes in favor, 0 opposed, your confirmation is confirmed. So, Madam Chief Justice. Chief Justice.
Did they vote on this or different?
Chief Justice. Ms. Karen Francis, are you on the line?
Hello?
Who's speaking? Who's this? Is this Mr. Victor Clyde?
This is Victor Clyde speaking, yes.
Oh, thank you. Hold on, Mr. Clyde. Is Madam Chief Justice on the line?
He's muted.
Speaker, this is Karen Francis. I'm trying to get a hold of the Chief Justice. I think she's having technical difficulties. Please give me an additional minute.
Madam Chief Justice, is that you? I see you.
Mr. Speaker,
There you are.
I am on.
You on the line?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Madam
I
Chief
will go on
Justice,
mute.
you and Mr. Victor Clyde, are you on the line? Justice?
Yes, sir, I'm on the line.
With that, the floor is yours, Madam Chief Justice. Colleagues, please be respectful as Chief Justice is speaking.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, just a moment. Is this an order? There is a sponsor for this legislation?
Yes,
Or
Madam
was
Chief Justice.
vote already?
Madam Chief Justice,
Oh.
the legislation 0226-20 was passed unanimously 23-0.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. I was, okay, yes, we are on. Judge Clyde? Judge Clyde?
I'm on the line, I'm listening. Yes, I can hear you.
Would you please raise your right hand?
My right hand is raised.
I, Victor Clyde,
I, Victor Clyde,
do solemnly affirm that
do solemnly affirm that
I will support, obey, and defend
I will support, obey, and defend
all the laws of the Navajo Nation,
all the laws of the Navajo Nation.
I will apply the laws
I will apply the law
impartially with equal respect
impartially with equal respect
for the rights of all people
for the rights of all people
who appear before me
who appear before me.
Okay. I will perform the duties
I will perform the duties
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability.
I will refrain
I will refrain
from all offensive conduct
from all offensive conduct.
I will adhere
I will adhere
to the rules of conduct
to the rules of conduct.
Bihajongo,
Ihojongo,
Beinaadishli,
Beinadishli,
Dohajongo,
Dohajongo,
Sheina Saladole.
Sheina Saladole.
Congratulations, Sheha, Judge Victor Clyde. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yay.
Yay.
Could I thank the council?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yes.
Thank you. Congratulations, Judge Clyde. This is Speaker Damon. You have the floor for 3 minutes.
Yat is not only no finicky. Dean Trinkon, Yish Carnegie be a Saknano Fliniki, they has only do not underneath be Sinana Krigo, not another Lado, Sido Shij is Zoko. Aro Kayat is Negi, they is Zingido, Ishal Yaigi, Nishi, Nishizat, they Yahe Lado Nidigi, Ba Shenson. Aro shall Chenukabes on Sonigido, ask for Yahinsen, not only than Zenigido, but the counts and Chicade and Zenigida is Sangi, Yahinsen, a co share and Trago, Yahe, a share, Kodo Satoni, Njika Nanaskido, the Navajo Nation, Benat Salagi, acquired Nanashel Enigi, Ba Hinsen, Edeya, a share, Nanado, ask for. Shikai Gido, not so tada dinike do ye landa is seen do shanal so staos kaigi aron that sponsored and linigido not only edo ba hens and go 8 Asia aro could edo list share.
Thank you very much, and congratulations again, Judge Victor Clyde. Thank you, Madam Chief Justice, for being with us this afternoon too as well. Cat. Yeah, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down on our agenda. We are on our fall session. If you're just joining us now again, this is the 24th Navajo Nation Council fall session. Today's our fourth day, October 22nd. We are continuing on. We are a new business. We just concluded with the confirmation of Honorable Judge Victor Clyde, and that legislation was 0226-20. Let's move it on down to legislation number J on under new business 0231-20. Mr. Rico, if you're going to read that into the record, we can go from there.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Legislation 0231-20, an action relating to Navajo, the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Mr. Harrison Sosi to the Commission on Navajo Government Development for a term of 2 years as the representative for the judicial branch. Mr. Speaker, there are no amendments for Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That colleagues on legislation 0231-20. Is there a motion?
Motion, Paul Begay.
Well, Paul Begay, is there a second?
Rick Nez.
Rick Nez. That colleagues, comments, questions?
Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene, so you have a question or? Honorable Eugene, so?
Right here.
I know, but
Uh,
what
you
do
said
you?
question, so
Oh, you have a question?
yeah.
Okay, with that then, Honorable Otto, so you have 20 minutes on the board.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and people listening on the World Wide Web. Adon da kodo tahis ago isnot iki kodo ya kodo di jinge behz ani kodo nihijel khado el khaiki ya sabe akin niliki aj bi kunna ya yel kha ko adon dan hije ishan elia ko di behz ani kodo ya bil nas kon hitati anige lede de kuji de betrachti khahti jistite de tsai ya nabikiat ya yilasli ya kodo also ken ilte do aro hadit ada na de kita da den ko ade aro na de kita do onasi da desni ako babin national ego ako besh mahasa an ya kodin khan khinsh ako adi besh mahasa an ne bahaz ani khatil yaigi naz basto na ke kha alla adon da natin kid bebeti kliro hota bahaz ani so siki ya kon the never Washington lag ate ta shin sako Navajo Nation government development والجيغو اجو كاتنا هازتا no تنه جي اكو تنه جي commissioners and لين اجا يا لا كنا نادول نيغو بتا يا بهز اني قال كنا كنا يا بتسك كنا خو عند قديش جيجي يا Harrison Sosi Diego Ecuador from the judicial branch Diego ko adi kedil ni inakina ko hunne asatado le ni ko adi judicial branch yen ni ako aje ya kwel de khaz aje ya salaje ya laje state si liniki ya Chief Justice aja dashin sago ya yikeha hodla to tila ya kunne da til ni go yikek hodla ako aja dashin sago ibnan nishta yila kwel ti khaz anje ako aja yinan nishta yila ya Office of the Navajo Government Development aja Alliance tahaki Mr. Edward D. Nala aja dashin son kilin dash nisho yik tahola Babinach, Yakon, Yat Nelly, Harrison Sosi would ya. Hun ya that's a legal, Adi kek echo, kek echo, Adi ek el. Ako kade ya di de behas ani beh hat ya don da kade behas ani adod ni hat nigo ekod eklish. Ako eben nago ekodoshnan a kodo da shin tsago ya kodo ya ya yehidesna do sa ya kon yehidesna ge kon shapeanable pub ge ado ye ke ni ya ge ya honorable Rick Ness le do el de adi ako baben nach ya bekek a hol ya ako di ya ben nas kun bebe do ne Gwell de has ade hat zi aita di ya kun do lo ade shi de ne inal so stila yinel ado na ajnanish da dit iki aji yinel at shi da nigo ayik ho lado yik da di ni ako bag go kote ka bes mas anni klini ko je behas ani ka gal ki ya kodonas nas yikasho بتسلا ستي خاول جي اجا خول جيش قط اكون خبيش ما هسا اني كلينيكي اي تيت نها خافك تيت نها خافك اي سيل يا نيتجا اكو اد بك هول جيش باب الناتش يا تيت نه هيرسون سوسي يا ناس بتا دي نهن سكو كودو يا به يا كودو بهز اني به ناس تي يا كوجي ako hot abe hasid wale additional ako shizete ko ya yinel ansen adom benan nish yugo illa do hadit ego da kodo do hadit elda nat hadit na dikit iki don da shashin nini do sasaladansen khala ata benan nish illa the never Washington do adola ya ahunzen دنا ليني نبكي بقاء يا غديت صه لينغو تكويشي بينا خي سدا ييغو نهات ان ليني نهانس كانسن بيت ايغو كدو يا تيد شنانت ان لينيكي كون دبكي هدي نيجي ناس بتاتيل نهنسن ako anado atja lido lich officer as a commissioner of the Navajo government development ako epego ko shinant oshin kodo di bahas ani ge kodo pe ya alkendi ka nihitishnishinant ado ishin shitlo pe na o kansalago kodo pe nihich ya be nihich be nsnido le ako tik at aitzi higi tik at kodo time itzi higi kodo Mr. Harrison Sosi bilik editish ahlo dashin sogo ashin zan hit na hotodne edi hot ashinant speaker, can you turn time over to Mr. Harrison Sosi?
Yate Ashoditsa.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Sosi.
So, Yate Ngidadeshni Speaker, Aro Navajo Nation, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Yanantada Nosini. She ya Harrison Sosi, Shia, Kia Ani, Nshle, Kilachine, Bashichin, Topahe, Dashache, Aro Todachine, Dashanale. Hashit Ede, Nareta, Weda Hajana, Dan Hot Saro, Kodneshi, with Hato. Ada na na sha a ko dana hotso ba chapter ge aja ya khatish on na ishna aja na da haljish a ko kodo hashin so be these on is chadish the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation Supreme Court, the Honorable Joanne Jane ya shikadil ni naha Commissioner Nahadi for the Judicial Branch, Nego, on the Commission on Navajo Government Development. Ade Yashikatil ni Hota Equa Nal Sauce Behaz Anin Lenigi Ngetahi Sutzos. Aro sto kodoben yahage ya nan kiridesh kas. The agent shall adol se so green jo da adio nes eya ben ya kodoha shin so yet na neshado nesigi behates. The 1989 yeah that the Navajo United States government yeah na kregi it the visit there was some division in Navajo Nation Council ita ebony na yeah Navajo Nation Council that was 1989 yeah that the Kadonaganje government edo ni ita she yeah the federal government Adeo Dunkins Skilachari tell that Dosnis Edo Tago Nahada deal Nista Negotiating Onaganja temporary government at Neniki days Navajo Nation Council Ita Nastikoto Legeya Commission on Navajo Nation Government, a permanent government Agita Hustadi do Lins Ado the Ne Yada adion na niko ya na hot aita tika khati na kha holjish ato hojo na neshado alnekha na ato hojo alnehta eshe ya khada an so bendesh nishbeniya khodo shiketini aro eshe ya the plan of operation the Commission on Navajo Nation Government ya Ona kihego the Sunday dita yabaka to review and evaluate all aspects of existing government structure of the Navajo Nation, including laws, rules, and regulations, practices, functions, goals, and objectives. Out of the second purpose, baka to develop recommendations and proposals for alternative forms of government for consideration and possible adoption by the Navajo people through a referendum vote. Ahotana nasheya nahanit nahadet ako kode Mr. Otto Sowan yinel ano eya yehatzi o yeshahatzi akotikat kunzaja agadit ahinshla natin kashla na khaygo agadit ahinshla including the laws, rules, and regulations. Bakage, 25 years ago, Nahashij. Aro, government hashtag Mehegi for the Navajo people. Edige is to Aita, Bansisa Keso, Benhasa Ado, Bansis in Kati Inzao, Shanas 25 years old, Jeshoya, Dien Janonal, Neshte Ayodo, Yashwanda. Single bansis case o yans o din da nasij a ko kadoshna nish chanda de no asage ya a bansis case o ya abi gan so do beshan lada do se ashe hon so do les kodon ki cha ha tigi a he
Okay, with that, let me go to the floor. Honorable Eugene So.
Chair. Yat Mr. Speaker.
Oh.
So yat Shido Harrison. So she. I don't sponsor up. I don't Chanel. So now that there's kittens in there, I got the answer. I got ahead of myself. I'm too much in the future. I forgot I still have to wait for the President of the Navajo Nation Council to sign the new legislation regards to the terms. 4 years back, for the in there, the 2 years in the change daily, yeah, because I see so not that I see me. I bring that 4 years. Yeah, membership. What's in our legislation 243 -20. Karaya, I'm not I should say 4 years about the students in there. I got too ahead of myself. I'm too much in the future to say. I don't say it. Oh, you will see me a lot over there. The K says the O. Thank you. Ada, yeah. I already answered my question is answered. Thank you.
Okay, with that, moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, good afternoon. Yate, what is speaker. Yeah, speaker. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, Jimmy over here and she to the Jimmy Mari Nasa. Quite not so he started me so the legislation 0231-20. Koro we have the Don Miniki to appoint Mr. Harrison to the Commission on Navajo Government Development for a 2-year term. I suppose that Chief Justice Nikki Negi Do here on the Lin, the National City Navajo Nation Department of Justice. As Attorney General law, here the 2011 to 2014 Jensen the Shigi. Bohunet Zan Nanashing La Navajo Nation Banan the Shagatit Alba as Aja. Albona Zayati. Oh, yet, so congratulations to you. And good luck to you, Mr. Harrison Sophie. I have confidence in you on behalf of the Navajo Nation government and our people. Good luck. I want to speaker. So congratulations again, Mr. Sophie. I want to see on behalf of. So I would like to say thanks to a Law and Order Committee too. In the short side. Thank you. Go back on mute now.
With that, thank you, Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Brigay. Honorable Elmer Brigay, are you there?
You are unmuted.
How about now? Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's not that speaker though around the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Around the share where dot after so do Mr. Harrison Sosi do yat shading us is a couple of slow and told you in Bashin. Sit not in the shade out as she does not let her. So Hashin so they ya ever do they ya a candidate or letter you've been selected to be confirmed by the Navajo Nation Council other holders around the Hato it's Naya Dasti telling you that not that lead out here go is in yet is on Johnson what no never does what a total load they would at least or you so what I announce but because they yell now to what I hold DG that the Aho though is a net I thought it what I hold Chico. I don't think they are been not to get to cut in here now is a leak on Trago. AD but it after pandemics, legal stand, judicial part of it. All you the courts and then that this condo. Initial you go over there. I don't you just get their phone number. I don't call just I don't
coach call the around that out other ya or disco around the citation the na or hashing the bata who disco at the hell disco but what end the benefit na hot it ya the achindo hotata and need about ko a lot of the I saw here that children all this time schools they were babysitting in Hollandek they've been at home but they saw a lot of neglect abuses that happening I know for a fact I don't now the school sorting on some of them will not fully get custody of it but the courts and then working with the child protective service according to at school sort out the head now it's a link needs in the that Aggie in Chicago ADG I don't working with representing the judicial branch from there to this Navajo government needy asking first legislation this is how we can run the government what I wanted to do was to put a sunset clause on it on all these recommendations that was made on this Navajo government development. We want to see a product within a year. But with your help, I think we can do the government development. We want to see a product. I want to see that. We want to see put a sunset clause on it saying that this double government development will do what it says with the new amendment that was made, the first legislation that we have. I want to see that product as soon as you can, within 1 year. Just case in there, speaker, remaining time, I reserve my time for this.
Yeah, reserve your time, man. 20 seconds. Go back to so there was just comments. I don't know if you want to respond or go ahead.
Yeah, kudo kudo na dikit da so with this I'm gonna turn time over to Mr. Tosi to respond because he's that's being confirmed. To hear his mind thought and so I don't like never watch on I don't like Benda. Okay, Mr. Shanale. So I don't know Jay I adik aho. Ego aja ya ni given sakis on that on that sakis lagi ye nashi and then never Washington ya sakis. Turn some time over to Mr.
Kuro hasin so banker. Not a hard is so quite has the least channel.
Kuro Mr. So, 4 years though, less no. Nikiben, Kada has me hashing out Ashley. Mr. Yellow Hair, so. Thank you in the relation is behind the Kuro, Bank at Hayata House, hot on Mr. Elmer Begay, Kuro behind the. You'd like to see a proposal or a product within 1 year. Ankitten deal nisho. Abiga. Chita the deepanash nisho do bantis case of the in the holdish. Kadata stashi, not being a slatnachego, holdish of bantis case, the government development of Yagi. Seat out in Jondo list of bantis case. So, the never the husney, Tahi nil todo yen, the or ya. Aro behind the court. To add that those Ajadon that and Mr. Ayoban and Adenegi. Eshe sto had a thought a bit that a bit had to see the not so had a negi. Eshe had a other. The never that just single you see Naja. So but in the hot eggy. Yahajo. Behas anegi be stogodo that edo lesto. The gender hot, Nanagido, Hoda, Ege, Panahatis, Eshe has Josh at all list of Toban, and casing it out. Ashe once to
Speaker, put me in the queue to Bango.
Mr. Speaker, that completes our question for Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Yellow Hair, and Honorable Eugene Sell. Turn the floor back over to you.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker.
Oh.
Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. Could somebody please mute the phone? I'm hearing feedback. Shantano Shinigi Kodo Dida Navajo Nation Government Development. No, by yet. I do support the program, but up to today, I guess the evaluation, maybe that's the question that you can pose to the current commissioners and the office. Since the inception of this particular program, Title 2 streamline and forming an effective government that will deliver effective service to the Navajo people. Chapter chapter officials, raising officials, farm board, and then tribal council members. The programs, for example, is it okay for a division director to give direction to local chapter government, especially 3 local officials? I mean, I believe these are the same individuals that voted for us to be council members. Grazing officials, programs, but yet they're being an elected official at the local level, who do they answer to as an elected official? So those are some areas I believe that needs to be looked at closely. Out of the government, local government, a lot of our chapters are certified. Now, they're just certified. To improve on how the alternative format of government at the local level appropriations to carryovers to that or list no by website. And I made a statement to say that a lot of these programs the OU programs based on will carry over a thing. So these are some areas I believe that should be the focal in this particular entity in streamlining the process. I'm not saying that they're not doing their job or not doing anything, but all I'm saying is that what is visible at this time, that this particular program had really made an improvement in streamlining the Navajo Nation government and updated recommendation to the council, if not to the people, on reforming the Navajo Nation government. So what the speaker for if there's any other time I have, I'll reserve my time, speaker.
Honorable Keon Begay, reserve your time. 34 seconds. Looking on down, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, based on 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, should say delegate also also educate so better now I don't home. Couldn't get that means so. I see Papa here in the Nanda tree. I don't know a by years kiddo or by years on the years kiddo. Oh, yes, here I don't know Mr. Sosi Harrison Sosi say where do not shut the no I'll handle not session on other Wushogo. They monument path. I don't know that. I get on Mr. Tosi. I don't know I shouldn't have seen the show. When Shano is here down there, I don't know. A whole negate, I could also say a whole negate, delegate so so. I knew what none is in lag, a joke or a hit any echo. I don't know how since so in a car get at echo. Even as you go on that I'll take it. I see here could dam. The dish is good. I don't know could Bonnet, she says, then she's Bonnet. I don't know what end I get or equal a hot menegate, I get up in that on the stone, I get or she could the Navajo government development, I just could the commission than a house. The Rayego, Ben as the baby, but not the snaggy cacoto. It was an easy 9 10 day, the great Peabody. I don't know NGS. He cut the Denahua. Those days, those basically 9 bank at overweight back at don't measure. I don't eat it's a best one and a could a so does other question does eat alcohol and he eats I don't know so then a question at the quincy then was a bit that is the then a bit card at that. Aquado in it, Nana. I did Nana told Aquado. And not the we have 110 chapters. I don't know, no other, Bevan that Egi. Arabohan Yajuko Kodo not on it, let's see that Egida. A Ajuko they are at the local level. A are not on his chain, not on it. I Keda Naha Tako. Ako Beso gave to Kodo Boy, Sato Letters, Niki Halit Ado Letter. Ako Honahot, Honahot, Hena Kinachete. Beso gave them about Otto Letter. She says, yeah, that's the Kodo. Also, Halit Adole. I see Kodo Bentados, Nation for Kodo, I see, but none else in Washington be either. Halit I Besogi, I be Atole. The rate is going to be short. We're going to be short big time next year. 3 years down the road, we're going to be short. Diego. Ilachit, Kodo, at all, Nathan Magata chapters, that in the Shigi Adonana. Government reform that no that's what else in Kodo by Yasti or less Kodo. Ako ADIC Kodo a Bahades and so Kodo, Adonana Kodo, the Shinita Kodo, Bonnet, Kodo, the Quixote Negi. She says, Vendo Kodo, the case of Kodo, Kotaziki, Navadam, Navajo Government Development Commission, Ajigate, Michigan, Navajo Government Development Office, Michigan ADIC Bastion, Halita a Lord Lehane measure of Asian I see could have been Bentadoshness, could I see could have they love the Plado, could only get the NATO. I see the Bentadoshness. So could I see could I don't buy him for the Sniddy could I don't know could it's not NATO less. It's not the door next to her. Or she larger could I be shot or less than the door to hunt for $100, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Reserve time.
Reserve time, Honorable Daniels, for 17 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Slater, then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much for the appointment legislation, and thank you very much, Mr. Sosi. My question is, what do you think about converting the Commission and the Office on Government Development into a congressional research type service for the Navajo Nation? I think we defer a lot of action, and it's kind of institutionalized somewhat, to government development, and believe that a certain stamp of approval needs to be on it in order to move forward, whether it's with questions to our people or the composition of the government, et cetera, et cetera. And we have the answers right here. I think that as elected leaders, we've been entrusted with these responsibilities to use our judgment, and more or less the answers that are produced in many cases, I think, from government development are things that are readily apparent to us. And perhaps this process of waiting for resolutions may not be necessary. We could look at having this sort of research service for the council to evaluate these issues, provide context, and I think also assist the Office of Legislative Services with their work in creating an institutional record of the Navajo Nation. Second, what is the nation developing into? I mean, we're not a Pokemon, so like what are we developing? To me, it seems like a lot of our thought is about returning, and whether that's returning to the good old days or to some better set of values or principles, organization among our communities and our society. I think that might be a better way of conceptualizing things. And what do you think about that? I reserve my time, Speaker.
2 minutes, 54 seconds. Go back to the sponsor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Mr. Honorable Daniels. The Honorable Kealan McGay. So I didn't Kito. Honorable Carl Slater. So with that, I'm going to turn time over to the Mr. Sosi for response to the three delegates. Mr. Sosi? I think Mr. Sosa may have got kicked off the line. If you can hear, star 6, Mr. Sosi. Alcohol. This shit, no, the kitty, yeah, isn't she, baby, Elian, de. O عشان صابنش أنا كيشين شيت أو شي بهاتيس until Mr. Sosi gets back on the line or alcohol yun kialan bigay binatin kitikit I see ni nahot it never Washington halit ego la ya chedo ni to halit ego desnigo ya igisit ya al ya igi tinapa hajo khitapa hajo hindok akotik at siniliki a commissioner sa jagi rinto yidahwe ahtoli ako kadinda asha these we're hearing movement from this commission that's in place related to reforming of the government. We see resolutions coming under the 23rd Council, Aja Commissioners, nas onsen ayana ishla ito hodi da kanda asha that is nishgan sin but anash ako yati Washington lin khet ego pa ya elta nada to wo pala na tanitsin ani ko di ko adola ya la pinda dikito how can we run an effective government of the Navajo Nation? It's something that we need to look at. And Honorable Slater speaks to the amending Title 12, the financial portion of the Navajo Nation's laws. Like ego inas kanzo that should be part of the discussion in part of the reform of the Navajo Nation government. Herman Daniel, though Honorable Carl Slater, based on Hiliahana in Teheka ten. Akot ani halit ego la hit ailwo. Ko Washington lini yuk at ya ik ailwo at tail kill. Any naniki in late the naniki ano in late. Direct services are needed. Ko eben na ko ya hit le ya chat not kis do chat not ko hajo desnigo onsen what abe nash Mr. Sosi when he gets on the line I will be able to elaborate on your questions brother Mr. Kealan McGay. I don't Mr. Daniel عشان تصلي وتقعني يا الناس كاتون ده دي شيء بسنا أو كاهي دي أنا هتان ليني ليدن هلاجة هستويدن ليني ناتاني دان ليو أدي تهويشيج أديش جيجن هيك تهويشيج عشان لا تنيا سبيقات نبى واشنطن ليني ako hajot hat ego lalle den soho koso den hat ego hajoi ke itado tsido to kaho eshi igishi ki kaho tsada keso Nahat Anas the Yi Adet Nasi Tato, Kadish Jing, the 24th Council, Eben Hiti. Uncle E Nahbe E Hagoshi, Hadashi, and He Kago. Kashi Ad Nahat An Lini Qua, Nana Stado Lit. The cage Kane Lini, not Anis Lingo. Anasi Gardna not unleaning, but I had skied. The flesh that all art for hotel. You didn't the paper has skill hotel, has 2 jishni. Not unleaning hotel. Nikilts yield. So the nan leaning alla papa that your lesson because you still. Ledas Twiya Yada Tinen, Oban Suskis. No Haji is cut and it all Oban Suskis. Aho had the Dodge not ego bear, what argent not eat. Halchen do Jo not in Tindo and not let the injito. Halchen yet what e. A conda Hajo nabin Allah ben nabajin Tindo belch yajik kill. Hajo at the case is not intended so coston that large not unlean because it don't matter what background you have at home, whether you're in a traditional environment or a Christian environment at home. But those values, the basic values at home, should be about how the government should better the lives of the Navajo people. It's the easy even yeshin and Ado Koto, Honorable Slater. You know, government is something that could be changed, and these changes is something that I myself is ready for.
I'm back on.
Earlier, Eugene So's legislation related to the citations related to the pandemic health orders. All it took up we had a chance to change the law, but the body has to have the glory and have that might to change. If they don't want to change, Mr. Sosi, addition
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh, go ahead. Just speak your name and Sosi. What's yours?
Kuro Mr. Begay, streamlining ye hatzeki. Eshe aben dat onish kota. Hajo hashte tolni. Ara tada inos aida hajo behazan dati phone. Hot end. Oh, hot end eza atate behazane beti nanigi. Isate aben da ajnish. Slate Title 2 dabdi nisla slate Title 1 aro slate fundamental laws to khojo aza atlaht behazani ki be lada itleta da nada nitlenigi edigi yesi bent on nation soban seske akho bije da hatil nis titi yen ho ka da naba behazani but the Schneego esa hatishla. Aro okonna. The neye lat or sesigi. Ye da is nelo. La as lego. Ochota eba hazan. Tite kode da anneshige yet the nepa atate. Tita e yandahaz ah. Hatnego e yabake that is neatly so van this case. Ochota she ya chapters that egi. So the 3-branch government katapati nanigi hajo state or nis khadait that the 1989 by yashtia da ita pahos anada Ani council ye hatas the ada resolution be it. To hojon khanal nestadit all the power is concentrated in one central government that no ita ye hatas back in 1989. That no Government Development Commission. Abiga hajosh edo nita aro nakhol jisho Mr. Herman Daniels the Shania had the revenues at that be hashin so ben shishnish trying to preserve the power plant. So the mines, those at the Navajo mine, the Hasil ni, what the hot in Aro gaming, the Katabasil, what a hot end the Nashol, Jishuko, ya Hadait Ada, because Annie has opened that on the Shigi, had the door meeting so ban this case. Chukade, there's a Bill of Rights for Navajo tribal members and people on the Navajo Nation. A Bill of Rights for investors on the Navajo Nation. Azabe has ani gite yake the Nandalnish. A call the never base of the Hadlanigi, Harate out of business like Habadeshu was stands and Nigi, Hajo, Pashke had all Nipe has ani be it. Edo Taipe has ani be. Navajo Bill of Rights for investors, the Ka had the Dolnis, ya, Hajo, Hushed at Dolnis. Aro, Stone Lay Treaty Rights, the other hot, Eggy. Esta Italia, Hesh Epitet, Edegate Oban Hut Ida. Hunting rights, that Eggy. Eshate treaties to beat us. Aro, there's a right of occupancy. Asani, Linigi, and then Linigi, Kaya. A kai ben hodni on hota yapan haho in the treaty. E hota haya beta haton to da staff da dorni. Hajoshi hastahato nation for epan this case. A hota hegi aro asto tal yehegi hajo ya had Hepes ani do be so the Haishol yek Aro Heisto Hitanet and let tribal members, those citizens. Ahoda Teheke the Hojop the Hazenda. Dean Hepes ani Kaben Dale Nashigi 1920s, yeah, that at 100 years. BIA Nahash Tehola. To aid and nanny cleany teeth, yabe nasi catole, so teeth, Nhat Saado lesto dati nida. Tobe lada si tlita. The BIA Indian Commissioner ita about 1920s yada leases hadal negishi yan sa keso. To streamline or nesti asahajat the OU as kemail tehodo leases approve de legi awahataban plans or she current government yi KD la streamlined or nations on a cord and then be clean it at on at all bendy jet at all bad I nest a thing that she at the Nanigi she had a hands and back in 1989 that Kajo has stayed or nesto the Naya at the Yones Negoshin has and it at Hatin Nachagong for Jish. Aro Mr. Slater ye had the converting the commission to a congressional research arm. Ashe hot elda. The Nahat Stoughton John as a hot Andy. Quite the Navajo Supreme Court, about 10 years ago, Council of Delegates was reduced from 88 to 24. The Supreme Court and ye latos says aja the Nabasalana. Ako ita basa halong Beshpasa ana hashin so but it the see nahat bahas anike ya the ne aja the net and lenigi panahat ahagi bahwan inigi aja pasa la at and net up the hay the door link known has I thought back in 2010 I am that in Shirley versus Morgan. Aro Nasho, what is the nation developing into? De ke panse case adot oh you she but that it kat ishe ya khashit au en ketos adoles the labakao the net kaho as I said ketos ani we're going to be a democracy. We will be a democracy. We will not be an authoritarian nation. We will not be an totalitarian nation. So the first thing we want to do is say we're a democracy. Aro nastico. Hol jisho eya. The Nahaki Pananish to less. The Nahaki Ayasi Pohosni to less. What are in this case to ban this case the Kundaho? What are it so I seen the wheat ara on the Navajo Nation, but ni nanage ya the federal government na kake di la. Ara did in Nasjo less he gets 1985 to anda he gets in the Supreme Court case, the Kermagee case, that in the Nashi the Cotiona Ganja and Hindales cut about 35 years old just Asha Nashi on here at the J on the Navajo Nation out on the 4 years of Lehe I ought to not stay. Ebony na ya hot out on this case, although they be history in show. Khaled ya nasty ka. And so on this case, the whole goal of government should be to promote prosperity for the Navajo people, a good quality of life for the Navajo people. Maybe jobs is what they want. They don't want to starve. They want their children to grow up with an education. Those kinds of things we need to set forth in our foundational document. Navajo Government Development Commission,
Thank you very much, Speaker. I turn the floor back over to you.
Speaker.
Thank you. Time now, 4:46 p.m. We are on legislation 0231-20 on the main motion. I have a new individual in the queue, Chairman Nez. And here, like I heard somebody else say speaker.
Speaker Damon, this is Edmund Yazzie, sir.
Are you wanting to be in the queue or?
Put me in the queue box.
Okay. With that, Chairman Nez, floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Arabes Mahasa Anna Senegi, Aro Snant, Honorable Oroso, Aro Mr. Harrison Sosi, Kro, Dita, Office of Navajo Government Development Commission, the Navajo Washington, Hait Ae, Yat Eho, Nahat Ahaki, Edo, Nathan Ninigishinil, and Halapeso, Kishitaba Otho Letot, Attend 110 chapters, Lutoi Hahoya history. The Hostanhood Deshi, 110 Salane. Ishte the Lao and Nahot, I guess, Lago and Nahot at the local level. Ot Ego Bahunson. Nave Hatnaznil has Ada. Theatre, chapter president, or vice president, or secretary treasurer. Vice president, ibeta nese ona ol kapeta nese vote ayos kapeta nese. Erota chat doing this say it up at nese. Ashe Nibanan Mr. Halonde, according to Title 26, us 7 go but duties and responsibilities. Chapter President, Gate 20, and the Secretary Treasurer, Gate 12. Akola hila yesiben yela kuyhona do la isina nation zenda. Ohoned not 110. Aid again that you go go. Hajo another go shit on Nathanson. And that the chapter managers in Lenigate or CSC, those hist is Lara managers, Jugo Lai is a copanan Nishige I hist. The Title 26 begin a stop a car, and the latter has other needs sa holongse. The Kushina Khaidani, Chief Justice in Law Herbiazi. Chapters of Sahila, 1 arrows to peacemaking system established on National Holland, Zanago Yadas, Ireland, and Hala. They are a hint on at the Yego Henda in Nath. Said a fader, those not in hit either when of such ocean ankle. Oh, I either had so in the hotel that then ankle when all Sosco Ella. A cotic everything dies here, it's a nippy hake. Elmer Brigade it at the Ashon and indeed a hot dog at a knots and just no. A core. The great Title 26, the NAGO establish a peacemaking system or administrative procedure for resolving disputes arising from chapter resolutions, ordinances, administrative action, including matters arising from personal disputes. The peacemaking system should emphasize Navajo custom for resolving disputes, not otherwise contrary to Navajo law or custom. What up a car, Mr. Sosi? Yes, court system, the sheet and that hand that ain't neither restraining order that hand they neither. All Tapanan, Mr. Hodlana, Dishing Arginal, so the question is had at it agonized nil. A coti peacemaking system, chapter Beba Hot in chapter authority, section 103. A coti has added all chapters by chapter resolution may exercise the following authorities, including but not limited nego crunch is khaki khait ego ta nina gay chapter nilte khait ad tha ko ta bikda hatin new hata huyanaki khait shit na ya jo pato khait ship za ta alini peacemakers ad bahito ad hollong ko ta chato yo na agenda I nita da lespenina. But Arohan, Sogoshi, Navajo Nation, the base of a tahin, they have got it, Ahita, which Hodan. A call what on it has, so I seen Bahans, so decree, Bay Yashtiki, Bansis case, though I don't nasty peacemaking the chapter Nelden, so a Bansis case. I don't hear what showing Speaker Damon, thank you. I think I ran out of time.
Right on time. There you go, Chairman. With that, moving on down. Honorable Chairman Ghazi.
Speaker, thank you, members of the council, and to the sponsor, and to Mr. Harrison Sosi. I would just encourage my colleagues, let's go ahead and vote on this. I've worked with Mr. Sosi from being on the council, and him in the past work experience that we've done and the proper guidance that Mr. Sosi has given the council, if you will, from experience, everything was all pretty much intact. Of course, we can't have everything that is always perfect, but, you know, speaking on experience and from past work that has been done, I'm going to vote for this. And I would just ask my colleagues, you know, we do need to, I would ask for your support too. However, Mr. Sosi, when you are confirmed, sir, there's issues that are still pending from past delegates. And one of them is this 24 delegates when it was reduced by the people. And in that legislation, the 24 is only a temporary number. It's not set in stone. I remember saying to Speaker Bates, saying that, you know, when he was going to downsize the chambers, I indicated to him that that 24 is not set in stone. It still has to be looked at. Maybe the possibility, I know there was a legislation that was done at the last term in asking that a study and a survey will be done to the people, and it has been done, and 80% of the voters had said to move up the delegates back up to 40 or 44. So that's one of the things that I, you know, still would like to work on, just because the 24 is not set in stone. So, but nevertheless, Mr. Sosi, you got my vote. And if I could talk about all the work that we have done, we'd take forever, but I'm not going to do that. But in short, you have proven that we, as a team, you've always worked as a team. When the Public Safety Committee back then, now it's the Law and Order Committee. You've always had shown that you could work as a team. So, Speaker, sir, seize debate, if I may, if there's nobody else speaking. But I would say, with your permission in the council, you'll call for the question. Speaker, sir.
Two, three, four, five.
Yeah. Edmund Yazzie, motion for cease debate.
Holly, can you please your phones?
They haven't got.
Yeah, so Honorable Edison Winika.
Speaker Daniel So wants to be in the queue.
With that, thank you, Chairman Daniel. So, doing the queue, but I'm going to recognize Honorable Edmund Yazi's cease debate motion. There's been 9 individuals that spoke on it. Nobody has spoke directly against the legislation. And in that, this legislation has been debated for over an hour and 45 minutes. So with that, Edmund Yazi, there's a motion to cease debate. Is there a second?
Second, Stewart. Second, hello.
Honorable Stewart. That colleagues, no debate on cease debate. So go to the board. Cease debate.
Question of privilege. This is Delegate Crotty.
And Madam Chair, question of privilege.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, colleagues, appreciate it. Speaker, in reading the rules with cease debate, my understanding is there's supposed to be a balance in the discussion. So that's my question. Is there balance in this discussion? We have delegates in the queue who haven't spoke. We don't know what they're going to say. So I need to know how you're making your decision, as if this is a balanced debate before you take away another delegate's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty. In the past, the balance of the decision is usually when individuals are for it or against it. And in this case, as I've done before, if it's leaning all one way and no one has said anything, that's a balance. That's balanced out to say that there's nobody that has spoke against it. That's the reason why I recognize that cease debate, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty. The speaker, under the rules of order, the speaker has his or her discretion and may determine the debate of immediately pending issue before the council, provided that the debate is significant in favor or against the issue and no delegate requests to speak who indicates the debate contradicts itself or to the trend of the debate. So in this case, the trend of the debate has just been paused. There's been nobody that specifically spoke against it. So that's the way I balanced it out for this, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. And in the last vote, there was 23 individuals. So out of that 23 individuals, it'll be 16 individuals to cease debate if we have 23 members voting. So with that, go to the board on recognizing the cease debate by Chairman Yazzie, second by Honorable
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. I am reading Rule 12. I need to know, how do you know delegates who are requesting to speak are going to speak in favor or against? I understand the trend, but you have delegates who've requested to speak and have not been given the time.
I don't know that, Madam Chair Crotty. And the reason why I don't know that is because I'm recognizing the cease debate motion at this time.
Question of privilege.
Question of
Delegate Daniel Su.
Daniel Su.
My question of privilege is to the nominee. Are you coming into the commission with a preconceived notion of pursuing a constitution?
Question of privilege to the nominee as a direct question, just yes or no.
Okay. I've worked on a document. It's not called a constitution. It's called the Navajo Ani. And like all modern nations, many of them have a foundational document. So I have a concept of a foundational document for the Navajo Nation. And in that document, it has concepts like the name is the Navajo Ani. There's a collective will of the people. The Hazani is another concept. Aro, the which is the rule of law.
Sir Harrison, question of privilege is it's just a yes or no. Do you yes or no?
So I wouldn't call this a constitution, no.
Okay, that go to board on cease debate motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, question of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Speaker and my colleagues. If I could ask Legislative Council, how can I preserve my right as a delegate to ask questions? I need to know how I could have that right to represent my district and ask questions of a potential government development commissioner. Thank you.
Office of Legislative Council.
Thank you, Speaker. I did not follow if the cease debate passed. Did that happen?
No, we are getting ready to vote on the cease debate as we speak.
Okay, then what, in answer to Delegate Crotty's question, I believe that you can challenge the speaker's ruling because you raised, I believe you raised a point of order or a question of privilege as to the speaker's ruling that there was an equal number of delegates supporting and not supporting on each side. And so you can challenge that, and I'm looking for the rule of challenge. Actually, it's called the appeal of decision. We're looking at Rule 25, and so the way that works, it states the point of order shall be raised immediately after the error is made. I'm looking at Rule 25. And I believe you did raise a point of order after what you perceived to be the error. You concisely stated the rule that it violated by when you stated that a cease debate did not have an equal number of delegates on each side. Then under 25C, it states that the speaker shall immediately cease side and rule upon the point of order before any action on the question is made by the council. I believe it's my understanding that the speaker did rule that the cease debate was in order. So this is the next step, and this is on Rule 25D. Once the speaker has made his or her decision on the point of order, any delegate may appeal the decision. The appeal must be seconded. The appeal shall not be amended. If the appeal is made and seconded, the speaker shall restate his or her decision and submit to the judgment of the council. The decision shall then be subject to debate by the council, during which the speaker may state his or her reasons for the decision. Upon conclusion of debate, a vote shall be taken, and the decision of the speaker shall be reversed if the majority of all votes cast are in favor of the appeal. So, Speaker, Delegate Crotty, I think that is the avenue that you're requesting information on. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Crotty.
Oh, and also another one is that you could ask Chairman Yazzie to withdraw his motion. Everybody.
Thank you, Speaker. If I may, Chairman Yazzie, I would just like to have the opportunity to ask a few questions of the Commissioner in regard to the work that the Commission can do on behalf of the people, which includes helping and assisting the communities with developing a water plan, a water strategy, as not only a human rights issue, but a way can help get water to our people. Thank you.
Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, members of the council, based on that, with all fairness, and I'll go ahead and withdraw.
Okay. Honorable Stewart.
I guess I'll go with Mr. Yazzie as well. Although those questions should have been asked prior, we had all this time to question him personally as well.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Stewart. With that, there's no motion. It's drawn. Back to the board. Chairman Daniel So, 5 minutes on the board. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. And I thank you, Sache, Honorable Yazzie. Cecilia, Honorable Odaso, and then to our nominee, Mr. Sosi. You're talking about many issues that you talked about investor bill of rights, and it seems like that's contrary to that quote unquote constitutional effort that you put Navajo names to. And so that is, I guess, a very big concern to me. The other is even Russia has a constitution, and that doesn't necessarily serve the people of Russia. It just centralizes power even more. The main intent of the three-branch government was basically to, again, reject what the U.S. government had put in place. And that was, the main effort was to approve oil and gas leases. And for some reason, it still pervades. The oil and gas industry still dictates a lot of actions. And that's reflected even of yesterday's vote. But in the case of going forward, the original intent was the rejection, and we acknowledge that the three-branch government, it was not being forced upon the council at that time. It was an internal, self-determined action to go to a three-branch government. So in that respect, at that time there was discussion, let's make the chapters the fourth branch. No, let's make the spiritual and ceremonial leaders the fourth branch. And so the resolution was, okay, let's form this Navajo Government Development Commission. In the meantime, the Diné Fundamental Law was enacted. As such, that fourth branch is predetermined to be the spiritual and ceremonial leaders, of which we do not incorporate into the government right now. So in that aspect, I'm really concerned of some of your preconceived notions that you're going to go into Navajo government development to go in a direction of giving investors rights, Bill of Rights, giving a constitutional framework using the fundamental aspects that's already incorporated into the fundamental law. So in that aspect, it's troubling to me. Yes, during Nabi at the vote, I subtitled my vote green if it's not a constitution. So I still maintain that thought that this isn't an effort to change the yes, the people deserve, and the effort that I'm seeing is this aspect. The Navajo Nation is the governing body. That effort will change it to where the Navajo people are the governing entity. And so in that aspect, if it's done right, it's something that needs to happen. But at the same time, the way that you want to distribute some of these constitutional rights to make it more of a Belagana system, that really bothers me. And that's why I'm asked the question of privilege, and thank you to Honorable Yaz withdrawing your motion so that I could basically give a little bit of history. I was in the council from 1986 to 95, and part of the effort was to decentralize, and that's where that Local Governance Act really came into being. And right now, it's not happening. And Honorable Key Allen hit it right on the button. They're elected officials, but they still have to do what a division director directs them to do.
Fine.
And there is, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Daniel. So with that, moving on to Madam Chair Amber Crowdy.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Thank you, Chairman Edmund Yazzie and Delegate Stewart for allowing these questions to be asked. I wanted to ask Shaz, we need, as a Navajo Nation, have talked about water rights, litigation, in those roles and in those capacities, your experience with the challenges, especially when we talk about how much, like, our water usage. And so I am trying to create or have a conversation on Navajo, a water, not only like a water policy, a usage, a future usage, how that combines with public health, how that combines with, the dignity of our families who have to haul during these times, but also what does it mean when we go and have not only our litigation, but future economic development uses. Help me understand how the commission or your role as the commissioner can be part of that solution to develop and work with the people. What I don't see is a lot of times we co-op and say, this is what the people want. And then we have conversations with the people and they're like, well, nobody asked me. I didn't even know that was going on. If I would have known, I don't think that's the priority. So how then, as a commissioner, are you going to layer and bring in the voice of the average person who just wants to live a dignified life? They want clean water for them and their children. They want a source of energy, electricity. They want a decent road so that they could live a decent life. And if they need emergency services, it'll be there for them. So help me understand that as a commissioner, because I'm with government development and its very limited scope in what it perceives its role is. But after 20 years, if we evaluated 20 years of Navajo government, I think it's time for the people to give more of direct decision-making on the office, including the cost to run the office. It's $250,000. So that's $250,000. That's about 50,000 scholarships that could be made. And so those are the decisions that I'm thinking about. And so I need to be clear then, in what lens are you going to bring in the people's voice? Navajo Nation. I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
One minute. 42 seconds. Madam Chair McCarty. That, let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Otto So, and to your agent.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm going to defer to the appointee to answer the question. And Mr. Sosi.
Agoshi, what do you ask? What do you ask? Oh. All right. To Mr. So. Speak at Ben Nishigi Title 2 or Title 1. Navajo Bill of Rights, Daita, Isto, and Title I. Okay. The one difference in many of these documents, Constitution, Dabati, Nado, Biga Hadab, Beta Iniche, Kade Title I, do Title II, Dabati, and the various authorities for the courts and for other groups are listed in our statute. We seem to be copying the white man, the noble Ghana, get you? Title I, bisabi isto has ani. Title II, don't sabi isto. Ako. Dia. At ende aita pelkana be. Beda ilia. Dona hana hona andi it ebe naso katole. You get that no from the 1920s, yeah, dohste ebe delnish. Ako halet ebe ati khala no the nakat nzao yan sada ke. Akonde. Ashe ende the nation, individual nations about nigi. Ahot yan that so benahanta. Ahot ende eshi osad nal sosi ka hatad zo hatas sogi that An hit the neban si ke so ya. As that and nani tlini that asasi tlini. Ato yati it nahana hat ado. Ato ebe it ata. Late 1934 yana when the Indian Reorganization Act was passed by the U.S. Congress. In 1937 we had a vote. As that was the first time the Navajo people ever voted whether they wanted a constitution. They rejected it. They voted against this document because they were suspicious of the stock reduction. They rejected it back in 1937, a constitution, because Navajo people back then did not practice a centralized government. So they rejected it in 1937. That was the only time the Navajo people have ever had the opportunity to vote on their form of government until recently when the two initiatives came up to reduce the council and to give the president line item veto authority. So we've only had 3 instances in the last 100 years when Navajo people have had an opportunity to vote on their form of government. So it's all semantics, whether we call it a constitution, whether we call it at the Yinhokat and the Ebebehazani, whether we call it Title I, Title II. Edige hajoba yatadil ke sobanses ke. Isha atolni anahin not ani danitlini don hit an apple. Isha atolni ota ibanses ke. Aronaskona Mrs. Crotty. Water rights by hit all water rights. Digi, the problem with that always is there's a certain amount of involvement by the federal government when we end up talking about water rights. Historically, there's a water rights commission that's been established to address these issues. And within the last 10 years, the Water Rights Authority, the Water Rights Commission's authority seems to have been more or less, I guess some of the powers that they had has been taken away. So they don't have the authority and the power that they used to on water rights issues. So the question, I guess, when it comes to how we're going to involve the people, the primary thing we can do is listen to them. So we need, as the federal government sometimes does with Indian tribes, consultation. We need to go out and listen to the people to see what they want. I've attended many of these sessions, not necessarily on water rights, but on government development, government reform, and other chapter matters and finances and so forth. There's a lot of issues. But the one thing we can do is listen to the people to see what their interest is and to hear their voice. And like you said, I'm aware that we never hear the average person's voice when it comes to how their resources are being used and how they utilize it. So the issue for me when we have these kinds of discussions and how we can approach this is to go out and listen to the people directly. And I don't know if the Water Rights or not the Water Rights Commission, the Government Development Commission is that entity. But in a foundational document for any people, we should address their resource uses. 1, the land issues. 2, water issues. 3, the air issues, pollution and things like that. So there's a lot of issues. Other resources are things like wildlife, livestock, the plants that exist out there. There's a lot of issues when you address these, when you consider how you address the governance of a nation. And I don't know if the Water or the Government Development Commission would have the full authority to address some of these issues currently under our current form of government. But that isn't to say that we could address how to make things better in the future. And that should be the work of the Water Rights Commission. And the first thing we would end up doing is going out to the people and listening to their concerns. And then we could structure whatever foundational documents we develop to incorporate their concerns and their issues in regards to resource uses. That's my answer, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Wow. The question, Mr. Harris Osi, from Chairman Nez about the peacemaking system.
Oh, yes. I believe in the peacemaking system. And everyone, every citizen of the Navajo Nation, whether it's a child, whether it's an elderly, whether you're a teenager, and whether you're an adult, should have a forum to resolve your dispute. And many of our disputes can be resolved just by sitting across the table from each other in a peacemaking system type of situation without having to incur the cost of attorneys, without having to incur the cost of procedures, without having obstacles like who can speak. I think everybody should be given a chance to speak that has a voice in the matter. And I agree with Mr. Nez that we should establish a peacemaking system, not only for the chapters, but for small disputes. And many larger disputes could be resolved in this way also. And in my thinking is we need a formal acknowledgement that a peacemaking system exists on the Navajo Nation. And that has been an effort by the judicial branch. But the council and the president's office and all of our own people need to acknowledge the peacemaking system, because that is the traditional way of resolving disputes on the Navajo Nation. And the system that we currently have of hiring lawyers in a litigation forum and rules of procedure and so forth is not Navajo. And I guess that's the first thing that we need to acknowledge, as that's not the way Navajos historically resolve their disputes, by running up costs, by deadlines, by jurisdictional issues and so forth. So these things need discussion, and the only way you can address them is if you get people together to sit down and have a discussion. And whether that has happened or not with the Navajo Nation population is what we need to undertake as the Navajo, as the Commission on Navajo Government Development. That's what I have to say on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yield the floor back to you.
Thank you. With that, let me go on down. Have a new individual on the queue. Madam Chair, Charles Newman. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to ask a question based on your response regarding the numbers of delegates. The 2009 initiative reducing the council from 88 to 24, I believe that it stated that it could only be amended by an initiative. The Government Development Commission, again, as I understand, can only act through a referendum. So does the 2009 initiative prohibit the Government Development Commission from changing the size of council? That's my question. I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker.
I'll have to go back and carefully analyze. Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair Charles Newton. 4:26. 4 minutes, 26 seconds. Let me go back to reserve time. 20 seconds, Honorable Elmer Brigade. Honorable Elmer Brigade, you might have to press *6.
You are unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello? Yes. Okay, thank you. Talking about the environmental law. It is not I don't know about I don't know about but what law that is around the ban that Speaker. Thank you.
Hey. That time. Moving on down. Honorable Keon Brigade. 4 seconds.
How much time, Speaker?
34 seconds.
Well, I guess I'll continue to work with the current development, and I don't have a problem supporting this legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, moving on down. That. Moving on down, Honorable Daniel. 17 seconds. Herman Daniels.
Speaker, I wait my time.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Daniels. Moving on down, Honorable Slater. 2 minutes, 54 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Mr. Sosi. I was hoping for a little bit more specificity and other ideas in your response, but I also want to ask you about this Constitution-like document that you've spoken about, reading an article from 2010, and it looks like in the Navajo Times you're quoted as focusing on land rights and land reform. And I'd like to hear more of those ideas because it's concerning the way some of the descriptions are that you seem to be advocating for private land on the reservation. And I'd like to hear how you think that would be completed. Additionally, what do you think some of the principles are for prosperity on the nation that you spoke about, and who would define those principles? Speaker, I reserve my time.
Serve your time at 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 1 minute, 42 seconds.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I appreciate the answer. I know that the authority of the Water Rights Commission, what I'm looking for is an answer for the overall, what is the future of using Navajo water, not just for adjudication, a traditional use, farming use. How do we get people and assert that we have a human right to have clean running water in our communities as we've been impacted with uranium? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
1 minute, 14 seconds. Go back to Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With those questions, I'm going to turn those questions back over to my agent and the Mr. Sosi, who's looking at the confirmation for this position. Thank you, Mr. Sosi.
All right. I'll answer Mrs. Charles Newton's question first. The issue of the 24 reduction can only be done by an initiative. I'll have to do a little bit more research on that. I can't really recall, but I think in my mind, it can be done either by an initiative or a referendum, because they're within the same section of the law on the Navajo Nation in the election code. But I will have to review the specific case to see if it can only be done by an initiative. As for Mr. Elmer Begay and the fundamental law, we definitely want any going forward. We want to acknowledge ourselves as Navajo. We're a different group of people from mainstream America. We're a different group of people from other nations throughout the world. We're a different group of people with our own language and our culture from other indigenous tribes in South and Central and North America. So there's a uniqueness there, and we have our own beliefs, and I think that's what we need to stand on as a people. And that's what, in my mind, is what I would like to promote. And then on the issue of land rights and land reform, there are federal laws that control a lot of the land issues with Indian tribes. As you know, people say that the federal government claims to hold title to our land. And then in the treaty, there are certain provisions regarding land. I don't promote the idea of privatizing land on the Navajo Nation. I have never advocated for that. In my mind, I think there should be a land tenure system where people get rights for their lifetime of certain land the right to build homes, the right to graze livestock, and so forth. But everybody should have a right to treaty rights, like hunting rights, to access and travel over the nation and so forth. So those are my issues. So principles for prosperity, I think we can all sit down and define that. It's not a one-person thing. A lot of this has just really never been discussed. And I think we need to have dialogue on these overreaching issues rather than one person saying, I know everything and this is what we're going to do, because that's an authoritarian, a totalitarian type of a regime. I think everybody needs to have input. And then the future of using Navajo water, clean running water, and how we're going to use it, the same thing. I think everybody needs to be listened to. As far as water rights issues, again, there's federal laws that are tied to the amount of water we can use. It ties our hands on whether or not Navajo can lease or sell water and so forth, because there are state boundaries and you have to keep the water within those state boundaries. So there's a certain amount of federal law that we will have to abide by when it comes to water issues. But at the same time, we can make a determination as a people what waters we should be used for. First of all, it should be used for people, primarily. People shouldn't be going thirsty. People should have water to cook with. People should have water to take a shower with and so forth, to keep themselves clean, especially in times of pandemics like right now. And who should provide access to that water to individual homes? Those are the kinds of discussions I think that we need to have. And right now, I think everybody looks to the Navajo Nation government to provide that. And the question is whether the government is in a position to be that entity that should be saddled with providing water and electricity for everybody. Right now, we have NTUA and other organizations and federal dollars. But the question there again is, how much of this should individual Navajos have to pay to get water and to get electricity and so forth? That's an unknown question because I haven't studied that area. That's my response to the questions presented.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Turn to yield the floor back over to you.
Speaker, I'm going to reserve my time for now.
Madam Chair, Charles Newland, 4 minutes, 25 seconds on reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Slater, 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Stosi, what do you think are the advantages that make a democracy superior to other types of systems of government? And what do you think some of the pitfalls of democracy are, and particularly ones that are governed by constitutions? I reserve my time, Speaker.
Every time 1:43. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 1 minute, 14 seconds.
Speaker, thank you. I'm just trying to now, I guess probably my final question would be, as a selection of the judicial branch or representing the judicial branch, I know you talked about peacemaking, but what is the value, or how is judicial branch going to participate in the development or enhancement of our Navajo Nation government? We've been at it for 98 years, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
That was every time 43 seconds. Go back to the sponsor. Auto Cell. I don't have anybody else in the queue.
I'm going to yield the floor over to Mr. Sosi.
Okay. Hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Mr. Slater asked, what are the advantages of a democracy? And if you look at a democracy, you compare it to other forms of governance. It's how a people governs itself. And there are nations that are totalitarian with a strong man, like Venezuela. I guess right now, Russia would fall into that category. North Korea would fall into that category. The people don't really have a voice and decisions made by the government. And in the case of a democracy, you vote for elected officials, you give voice to the people. And I think we can do a better job by having and reevaluating some of the systems that we currently have on the Navajo Nation. As some of you have stated today, Navajo people really don't have a voice in their form of governance. What they do is they vote every 4 years for elected officials. And that's about really all they do. There are public hearing sessions and so forth, and people can comment on legislation. But nevertheless, Navajo has one mechanism, which is the initiative process. But what we've learned with the initiative process to make laws or to participate is that the threshold, the signature requirements, the petition signature requirements are too high, that you can't reach the 15% of the registered voters criteria. So Navajo people right today, as things stand, really don't have much of a say in their form of governance and the kinds of laws that are passed. So it's kind of a disadvantage to the current system that we have. And there are pitfalls of any form of government. Some people call it a constitution. I look at a constitutional as a foundational document. And every nation has some kind of a foundational forum. And our situation, as far as Navajos, we don't have a written constitution, but we have a lifeways, we have ceremonies, we have a tradition, mores. That has been, in my mind, our constitution that has carried us through eons of time as a people. And we adhere to the principles that we get from our local governance, Mihinatani, at the local level. And they were not concentrated into one governing body. So that's the form of government that Navajos have traditionally had. And it worked for us. And it was different than what you would call a constitution, because a constitution is, I think, in the minds of most people, what the United States and the states have. But a constitution can be any document or any form of governance. And as I said, in the case of Navajos, it was our mores and our ceremonies and the life outlook and our values that we have that form the way we interact with each other as a people. And it was unwritten, but it was formalized through these mechanisms, and that's what we could re-recognize. And then as far as what is the value of the judicial branch and how are we going to enhance it and their participation, I guess the judicial branch, from the way I've seen its responsibilities and government reform, there was certain decisions that they've made over the years about Navajo people and Navajo governments, that we have an egalitarian governance. We're a democracy. And the elected positions belong to the people. It doesn't belong to the elected officials. These kinds of things are things that you could kind of comb through these judicial decisions to garner and formalize in some sort of a foundational document. And we've never taken the time to do that. And I think that's what the Commission on Navajo Government Development could do, is review some of those court decisions and to see what the voice of the judicial branch has been in terms of Navajo governance, and incorporate some of those principles, because they have a lot of value in the decision. And it speaks about what Navajos think and how Navajos think at addressing problems. So that's the way that I see the government, the judicial branch's participation in government reform efforts. That's what my response. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, yield the floor back over to you.
All right, with that then, let me go back. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Back to reserve time. Madam Chair Charles Lewin, 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Reserve time. That, moving on down. Honorable Slater, 1 minute, 43 seconds.
I'll yield my time, Speaker.
Hey, yielding time. That, moving on down. Madam Chair Amber Crowdy, 43 seconds.
I'll yield my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, yielding time. I don't have anybody else on the board. No one in the chute with reserve time.
This is Henio. Put me in the queue.
You're up.
Hey, kaya nothing to the Speaker, Damon. Mr. Sosi, thank you for sticking up to represent the judicial branch. I just say, so you owe the social and responding this, and just listening to all the conversation at Kennedy takes me back to the time when you were already president. And in one of your speeches, you mentioned the word chapters, and that chapters should be looked at in a different way, because you saw chapters as just like a club. And so I don't know if your perspective on chapters is still the same when you were running for president as to now. And so just wanted to bring that up. The other one is the fact that you also have 11 other commissioners that you'll be working with from different backgrounds and different ideas. And therefore, it takes a collaboration to work together. At the same time, bringing government reform measures before council is another big feat too. Also, as you do the research on government development, there are times they brought issues before council and they were all rejected, especially the Red Rock Convention. And there were a number of statutory reform measures that were brought up, but when it came to council, every single one of them was rejected. So it seems that we're the roadblock when it comes to government reform. And even at the office, when they reach out to delegates to attend their meetings or different work sessions, we never show up. We never call in. But at the end, we complain that there's nothing happening when we ourselves don't get involved. I think it takes us as delegates to also be involved in this process as we move along. So with that, Speaker Kadloff for allowing me to speak, and I yield the rest of my time and ready to vote.
Okay. Pat, just comment then with the rest of your time. There's nobody else. And once.
Speaker.
Actually, that was Vice Chair Walker. Go ahead.
Yes, Chair, Speaker. Again, although the base one, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, although Shah Suizani, though I do not agree so teach base one and the call that is on it. I've been actually navigate the call. Because I do not rushing call a kidon in top case. As a sponsor of this legislation, she get honorable so not suspend the that on it so for the door you go has Netflix or you go by Yati, although the nominee for the position of the Government Development Commission, the Mr. Sosi, got Thomas Walker. They are Western Navajo Agency. I think that yes, they call although task in the Hana Shahaki, Kadahi to Hashlako, a coach is better housing. Although at the Asian Quado Artisoda, although Bajo the Shah Shin being Katoni, Mashin Tot Soften, the trade at Edo Sadish National. Could footage in the national no to it being a tone get a hit. A question Cahono could echo the sheet that a Jean by Nada Hada. I could ditch by Yaki in Tahaki where a yet this in sort of sad. I appreciate Shamayaja Amber Crowdy bringing up or bringing in for us to focus on natural element of water, one of the life sources, a life element, they ina, they huina. So the do arcade, either a coteco, so the do arcade, ne dada, it is chip jedo, what it's just the question jeda, we have a very special, very intimate, powerful relationship with water. Something that we just cannot do without. I think it deserves a huge discussion at some point, although the Government Development Commission is in a position to talk about, governance. I think sometimes we view government as a very inanimate or artificial, just mechanisms, just tools, processes. That's the a very Western viewpoint or a very Western perspective on the concept of governance. The indigenous peoples that we are, the Necha, the Nani, on Sinji, Ado Labiki, and the hot it would Yahaki, it's a Honte, would Yahaki, what our need echo. Ado Lebe Yat, Ehoto, the art it or the spare, and the hot in the north cloth, then it or Nikiti, Edo Sahata, a ban sea case of it, that's a nanny clinic. It outside that this is all sad, touches me for Jay. Put up the Kaya hot, so I don't know that is that case. But I think most of you know that I've been an advocate for clean air policies on the Navajo Nation for a number of years. Clean air policies in the workplace, in the homes, in the vehicles where people are, especially the vulnerable citizens like the small children, the infants, and the elders, and the disabled citizens that we have, and then ourselves too. Governments should be responsible in making sure citizens are safe, completely safe. And now, with the backdrop of this very dangerous pandemic, what we were advocating is right on target.
it's life-saving measures. Now, thinking, along those same parallels with water, it makes sense to me. A powerful statement, and I think the Government Development Commission could I guess, no doubt that the commission is comprised of very capable individuals, very articulate and very wise and experienced individuals. A group coming together. I know some discussions probably have very they're very powerful. In hopes that somebody hears my comments and say, okay, not only the Queens and Speaker, thank you for this time.
Okay.
I don't need a response.
Okay, with that, we'll go back to Roboto. So,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to go ahead and yield the floor to Honorable Former Attorney General, Mr. Sosi.
who is
Okay, I'll try to make a quick response to Mr. Hino. He mentioned chapters, and that at one time I've referred to them as membership organizations. The reason for that is what in my presentations before is what I've said is that the United States courts have referred to Indian tribes not as nations, but as membership organizations. And there's a lot of reasons for that. We have a census, and what I suppose the court was trying to convey is that you're not a real nation, you're just a membership organization. And the Navajo Nation should move away from chapters, because if you have chapters, then you're putting yourself into their definition of a membership organization, because membership organizations have chapters. That's what I said before, and maybe we should rethink and call them something else, like a county or some other governmental entity. It's just a matter of semantics. They're just names, but we could name them something else other than a chapter. So that was my theory in regards to this issue. We don't want to pigeonhole ourselves into what the U.S. courts are thinking. And that's why I had said that in my presentations before. And then I agree, when I get appointed to the commission, we have to operate as a group. There are a number of members on the Government Development Commission from various reaches of the Navajo Nation and from various branches of government. And there will need to be a lot of collaboration among the members. And I've seen them operate, and that's how they operate. And I won't have difficulty in operating as a member of this group that must reach consensus also. And then on your discussion about previous proposals that have been rejected by the council, I think, that's usually beyond the control of the commission and so forth. So there's been various attempts and what have you, and hopefully we can work with the council and educate the council about why certain things are necessary. And hopefully we can get to this 30-year project that was established in 1989 and have the Navajo people actually agree and approve a governance document for themselves. So that's my response, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. With that, anybody else in the queue? Nobody else in the reserved time? We're ready to vote on legislation 0231-20. One twice. Only 3 times. Report.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
You are unmuted.
I vote green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel
Okay,
Brown.
Elmer Begay.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber
Delegate Brown
Canaspa
votes green.
Crotty. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Cannon-Crotty will vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso.
I vote green. Tilly.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
You are unmuted.
Elmer Begay votes green.
Delegate
Can you hear
Brown
me?
votes green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Vince James.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote not carried.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 17 yeas and 4 nays, Speaker not voting.
The vote of 17 in favor, 4 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That on bottom. So
Thank you very much, Speaker. This is a note. In the Mr. Sosi here, the attorney, former Attorney General, Mr. Sosi. He was the our Attorney General for the nation, and the Deputy Attorney General at the time, Dana Barba. They are the individuals that filed the lawsuit related to the 638 contract with the judicial branch. And in lieu of that, as of today, this year, the Navajo Nation has gotten a favorable ruling for the judicial branch in the amount of $18,279,932.32. And they argued the case in the federal case as they move forth, and we got a favorable ruling. And one of the many accomplishments that Mr. Sosi and the team at the time has accomplished on behalf of the Navajo Nation. The other is the trust litigation case with the settlement of the $554 million. Sige, gun khanash or former Attorney General, Mr. Sosi, and your team who you had intact with you to help you at the time when the nation really needed your legal expertise. And your service to the Navajo Nation is greatly appreciated.
Thank you. That we're gonna forward on that legislation of Navajo Nation Council 0232-20. It's already here. We're going down to item number K. Legislation 0234-20. Okay, with that, Rico, if you want to read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislation 0234-20, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation, waiving 11 NNC Section 3B, C, and 6A, postponing the 2020 Navajo Nation chapter elections for 1 year and extending the current terms of office for such time, and rescinding CJN-49-20 and CJY-60-20. Council's final authority for Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, is there a motion on legislation 0234-20? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. I don't have a motion. Legislation 0324-20.
You are unmuted.
Speaker.
Honorable Elmer Brigade. Madam Chair, Amber Connie, your motion.
Yeah.
Is there a second? Honorable Mark Freeland, second. Okay, with that, Any comments, questions on legislation 0234-20? Going once? Going twice?
Let me speak.
Speaker.
Going three times?
Slater has a question.
Somebody?
Speaker, can you hear me? This is Delegate Slater.
Yes. Oh, I can hear you, Delegate Slater. You have a question?
Yes. Is this for the presentation of 234-20?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay, with that, I'm gonna begin. You have 20 minutes.
Speaker, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Can you hear me though, Speaker? Hello? Speaker, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
We can hear you.
I'll begin. I'm gonna begin. Staff, number 4, 5, 6. Can you mute them?
You are unmuted.
Elmer Brigade, are you there?
Yeah, Speaker, this is me.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Speaker, around the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Around today's Delegate Crowdy. Shahado, around Kadoi motion in the Freeland. Thank you for that. Around the question you can ask Delegate Slater. So, Yat in Hidini Dole. Around the Kodo. Here, invitations allow me to speak on this my emergency legislation that coming before us. Throughout all the sessions, that I made seconds for you, legislations and laws, even though some of those were not emergency legislations, and I voted in for where you could be comfortable to have to be upfront with your legislation. You know who you are. So he's needless to neither yet no that they basically this throughout all this fall session. So, but my legislation came to be the last legislation. But as long as you give me time to speak on mine. First of all, that they appreciate that. This legislation speaks to is more safety of it. Like I mentioned earlier, throughout the summer session and on to here, and then we make a time for them to a moment of silence in the no ben see case be nihin sa case be ended the beginning con see case be echo pa is lahaki we did that for a moment of silence con see case Elias Lincoln quite so it got the gene this is the safety part of it. What are the Ben Francis case? The last line, we would talk about the fundamental law. I be thought no. Maybe last line on it. Then Niki called no caught the net no so that they call it in a bouncy case. I call it the 5-finger the net people or the most viable people that we serve. But as of today, we have lost over 574 that need the Ashlatinda so T connect la in hidden the link of ADG what are they called within 7 months what the link of out on the 1100 a connect la positive out of that we yat in the sleep of just eco what up killing it either co out of the G the Yakodo eben na igisi upon Sakis in the corner, the last life, but the Niki, Hodon Gidobati, Jaba Tortisan, Ebana or Castle, Hot Ada, Hot Echo, Nane Catholic, now they Tito this, now that it no, what are they called Igi Catholic, Ebati Neko. I don't know that this legislation is about the safety of our people, the lives of our Navajo people, the Net people, which we think that is more valuable than any politics about voting Democrat or Republican than voting for unopposed chapter officials. Because this legislation is about the lives of the Net people. So what are a bansa case in that? Though could any hagi, though it is not it open yet you see all the legislation that we're looking at, that we passed since March the 23rd, which is a resolution, the precautionary measurement to mitigate the transmission of COVID-19 that you know what they now we appropriated $400 million, stating the purpose of emergency financial stability to address all the aspects of providing emergency service that you know. We approved it and minimized all the donations during the COVID-19 emergency declaration. To address the health and the safety of the Navajo people. And then with another legislation, we supported requesting the governor of New Mexico to activate the Natani Development Corporation to any Indian management care entity to increase the medical research available to the Navajo people during this COVID. No, this is the time of the national crisis to mitigate, to work with the COVID-19, to combat against them. Know that we did first net public safety that the legislation that we did to protect and to maintain the critical infrastructures in the U.S. We can be supporting that, including telecommunication and mobile. Today, we haven't lifted. These are all the legislation that we did, saying that the COVID-19 it's in our reservation. In our homeland. The last one we did is we established a Navajo Nation COVID-19 response donation. We even canceled the Navajo Nation Fair around the 4th of July, Northern Fair, in Europe, any gatherings that because of that is we want our people to save their life. We established these donation management plan, fund management plan to have all these days today we still need it another seat that we said that our school is very sacred that if you come over here if you delegates and all the leaders up to the office of the president, vice president, and if you don't listen to what we're saying, as we speak right now today, people are calling in and people are on this phone and they're on this communication line. Where my relatives, the Navajo people, I sponsored this legislation for your safety, your lives. Even yesterday, to make sure you look at those Ande president office that Jose Jizo Statich, which is a native letter stack, Epayadil, Yo Hone, with Yagi, Ebet Yelki, a co Yakoe, out Yagish, at Yat of Hansa case, Adon de El Haha, Winzen, Adon de Eski, Desti, Hajo Pa, Adon de Ado Shitulzen, with Yagi, she old Yak. Case, short other than Hans's case in Leco, a quacky, a hot out that you get to at in the corner, me, though it either, though at in the Yaecon, as the leader by a hundred leader by now, to Doggy at Haleta, which as the could be not at all, that at Haleta. O evening now, Nato Hasiki, which Naha Hassan, Chicados the Ne, or Adi Koto Ben Francis case Lecon, Ado Shin, additionally, oh, you Shin Ayota, Nihita, Tanda is the nik een hidene ata tendazli aha wandot in yande don lede kon adel taho a so but na alteta you cannot go in, you cannot visit them, your loved ones, because at this COVID-19 je ebin na hoda zasli ado de do ad ba sa na otlesen de konit ya go na hoda ya no sabe que konda ya adon de besinta ko sada adon de ko bit hada so zida shinan tracht shin bitzil shin nez kreshin akwake bit ko do in hidine ko na to khas yeshi atin his the hadlo ko the ne o you ko dan o you ko ba zida ba ne o shik khahote shasende on na she ko da hot ne ne dan ne has kuisan ko da hidne shilla aj ko khaz akhot za ko da hot hado ni o khos do ga na o pa chuga na di ishi ba hat da ba ne ibn na o huni tahya ibanan ala ko do o ba to disin o to de shin ke sto na sta ist da zinsen shilla ist da zinsen shike zinsen ki uta ban saske da no ya da ki ko ko ke shiban saske ko a hudan hi kha da sha to hudan na hasui ako ka di jinde hasin so ya ho أخونا أنا نعدكوا كذا ابننا يا أخوان الشاتي دون نهاد الشاتي عاد الشاتي أب الناس تديه أبا هاد دوت أبا هن جوتا دو نيدوت أشناف بيدارك أكو ابننا كذا يا أخد أنا أخد شا دي تا خو بتيل صح بتيس دبي جديد سنة هتو نشكت يا بنادو خا بنادان كتير كده يوم ندو أظن ديات أول خمسة كيستي ننه كتي ننه كده بحنا نسلون شا أكويش آديش نيتادو ده آديش توزن بقى يل كيتو ده آديش زبا نيتو ده أيوس كاسي أكوي أخوجشة أكو هنيت إيش با تنيت تو نشيسي زندو أخد آدي بانسا كيسكو أخد إيهو أخد أخوا هداهو. When you expose to this COVID-19, it takes a long time. When you quarantine, it takes a lot of effort. So even for myself, I went through that here when there was election going on. Quite a chapter ge akutza selinko ako ado kota ishit ni yahato adon da hot ado nis di quite ge entai nisige kota to lesti de to lesto hato nida adon the safety part of it quite precautionary safety kodona so to lesti kota ado nis quite plexiglass ado nis all that kodon dedo water station quite ta e trobata ne e ado nis adon de hato nida adon the quite to monitor that adon de hato nida open hilta honne across Speaker's office by home so I know that the Vice President's office by home I know that the emergency that the home command station even through the election office by the home we have no plan for these people. Even ye ko to yashik esh de nano senigi ni hida tson hin khat ni hin khan sa case ni yo ko do no dit an khan si case hard ta ye ko to in hina do ta so on da akhot a ye ko ni jena no ka ni sa case na no ka pa ha ni zen pa ja ni ne akwake akhot a in his kuido a liki adon da ekoto ya anni de bansi sto di de to house ego adon da ekota ya ko can penalize these people that violate these health orders the no da de ko banet on hadina is anni di nation there so what are the bansis cases there this is quite ya akhot haya ko khalid yisi ati ne Ash aniti net nebacha nitindi ninigi. Adon that the Kushgogish the chapter episode date Jehigi da you see law is linshin hashit. Even I've been getting all these people are that big hata has no a yandi ka aha just a vice president Liza isn't a Republican doi arjid a president Trump it isn't listed no social media because hard to bench either cordon nasidis kidda isn't quite those Linda those stand on the that they know my phone number they know that directly a hold this ko benina e kodo ya ash kodo ben his quotation so shidene no siniti o ha hasan a yo ne hod yahagi e kodo ben kan si ke out ya to hada nle de kuna hod hada na hod jisha قد أدو صهند أتلهن تقد قد إيه هستخدم سبي أدنى ندزلين أدو دكتور إيه chapter president chapter official أدو دياه يدنا كنت عشان هول جيسلين كو أدو أهدا كنا هول أهدا نا هول جيس أو نا نشي أدو أهدا لنبان سي كيس أو إيه كوجي أدو دكتور نام أكو بانسي كيس Beso yad yin ne epahas pidi ne eshi ot ne banton ne ad eshi ad enchil no do ot egot e poncho ta di ya ten askona hazni da fadet no da beso fa na ne ado hada ado sahna shin khase do o je hon ta kes ni ka do ebke ya hot khani ka ta o zo do na jo ta sa hana da inke te jo do eda die haswisani belast laibdi lingi kont ata tentas lingi eto neidol setan dego hodeshijo hot kon abnen has ado des don't in yande adon de zo ada pas ja betest and after akonas de yeda akonas de kon et de hel jish de ne lingi asi ne ahot ade kon bansi kesh de ne lingi ko Ebenina goiko shike no sengi do shide ne no sengi do adonta space pas anno no sengi ko kagi ape kitni zinda be e hoto de ko benan hosh khato de ko hon to do de
I'm a brigade.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Speaker, put me in the speaker, Daniel.
Hey, with that. Can you hear me, colleagues? Hey, with that, we're on down, honorable. We have a motion, we have a second. Let's go to the floor. Honorable Slater. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Begay. My first question is, Delegate Begay, do you believe if this legislation passes that it will help re-elect Donald Trump? Speaker, I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 52 seconds. Going on down, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kudo, Shannon Thomas. Aronan Kudo Pechma, I'm not sending you Kudo, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Kudo, yeah. Aron da Kudo, Shannon Kudo, Shata, Kui. Thank you for bringing this legislation before Council, Kudo, 24th Council. Aronan Kudo, the National Kudo. Fancy Kesita Kodo Pafana, it is Kedo Nanaban used Keto. Ado quite hold just that the Yego Ecodo is Benny Lapam, the Naniki Kodo, Picoto Sabetan, Hadit Art for the means for the Kodo, the Naniki, Benny Lapam, Echo, the Nana Kodo, Asini, Hot Ecodo, Hoshite, question that was just a call. That me so less na great November koto na des to that Michigan sago that Michigan question that was just a quick can you have the kodo e kwegi we bashin na kodo 11 na kodo inta legislation kodo presently alam so ya kodo na great and then last month or maybe Jitanin so la e bohane plan ka at e kodo oban ke so do Yoshifan kodo na great when we do something at the 11th hour Yoshifan kodi question that holds and we given not na tira aro na na kodo the na oya kaka ti kodo sa beta na hodi ta ko di na oya sa ta na na se ko kodo sa ta no e ben mi sa no e ya ta ki ko aro sa na da no e se ta no na hot he go da no yes a kaka ye go ko ye na da da ni sa da no hodi de a ko ye de ye ko se san hodi da a ko e de ya pa shen na ko kodo Asi ni kodo na gai ben na ni ki kodo aro le na ni ki kodo betwa wheat o hot end betwa wheat in de kodo da Canada ago in na kodo da kai ko na gai ken ko da na gai da grocery store gas station da as car da back at the whole just as just see to da mean da de car o di kodo na sa jide inne to le ko di da sa jide inne to le kodo I nisigi to e banten data ho it's only one day de inne to le ko aruna na kodo si I see kodo pena kino magay dai ni ko si aro kodo na stan so sa zando so the Spain is si aro kodo na sa ya es ban fi ke so todo ni sa o ba yan ki ta sin ko do da a chen outle e sin ko do da todo ni sa ko do so e de ya o ta ba de so ko do o is it a ko do ta why let bring in this legislation at the 11th hour ko do da this will bring up division among our people ko do so ko do o e de ya ko do da Mr. Speaker, for those who have sit on it, out of reserve time to speak. Thank you very much.
Speaker Wanika.
That 1 minute, second. We're going down Awesome Bull. You hear me?
Oh, thank you, Tala. Speaker Damon, Otto, Kodo, Council members of the Glenagee 24th Navajo Nation Council. Otto, Kodo, Shavis, Gaso, Kodo legislation posing Lagi, Do, request, the public referendum, cap 2016. So Navajo Nation voters legislation to refund those monies back to the candidates. It's not written like that. Obviously, it's stuff. But the I not yet voters at that time. Legal representatives according to this the cap 2206 not 2016 but 2206 with the is that right with that area that cap of 2206 that this legislation here cannot refund those monies. And it's by the vote of the people that legislation was passed. It was a public referendum that went before them. in that way. That's my question back to the legal counsel as well, Speaker, and then serve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. 3 minutes, 14 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Edison.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Arod Amos from other days, not Agi. Ida Nikoro, Honorable Daniels, Juno Yehati, Haliban Nakakudin, Danenige. It would really be commendable if Honorable Begay would withdraw this legislation. Anida is when he do lista. Ata J. Nisna, Honorable Daniel. Niti is a cancel on the Nishi denied on the 3rd. And La County, Thomas Kennedy. I don't that on the 3rd on that, so Slancha County, though Navajo Nation, we try to maximize the vote. Even as a thousand, I said, oh, you naive. A quotation dashness. County, did our party job, you see. Let's do all we can to ensure the safety of the voters that no area in dashness, in darkness. Alcohol, Tirani, that's a chili, when you widow. A quote adult added than not and I eat Niso. Ada Kudo Honorable Stewart had the in the election code it says the filing fees is non-refundable. Allah need to pay we can waiver that when Yashi Hati Jahande. Machines are but for all this. Adult Ahat Ashibana needs Idole. Ach Edil Ido Shadi, filing fee Banda Hito Nisaningi Basa Holo Dole. Could I say Ado Ashmoda? I need Asa if there was a legislation to cancel the primary or to cancel the election for the county, the state, and the Navajo Nation. Nishiko, Ada ni Nishito Tao Kini Kao Fajo Skistao. Nishid never paid it so Kota state or listener. They're going to be out there voting, there's no question about that. Even additional. It would be better just to withdraw this legislation. I don't know the unity poster. The Christian base of the I which going to Window Rock with another teacher on the radio. Chadayto, national. It's a place of Banahito. Okay, that Ahida is a Hashin so. The eyes of Adoya Shmuda. Okay, Dido Dobe had a hot need less so. If you're not willing to withdraw, go. So, a quite a year ago, I said, oh, but now to vote red on this legislation.
That, Honorable
Speaker, give me all the cue. Eugene.
There's a request. A colleague to withdraw the legislation.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
The question that from is it a motion or what?
No, it's just a request.
Oh, I know that Speaker. I know the question. If I could withdraw that, I think I'm going forward with this.
Okay.
Speaker.
All right. Moving on down. Honorable Otto So.
Yeah. I myself have the same thoughts of Honorable Daniels and Honorable Wanika. I don't let's have his in the code. Behave on the episode. Unlady go ikaho and the net I don't actually got done this cut. I said I see I don't up it out need earlier withdraw your legislation as shown it but no. Okay, not how you application. So with that, Speaker, I gonna motion to table this legislation at the Yego, which now I motion to table this legislation for 30 days. That's my motion. Reserve my time.
Thank you, Wanika. Oh, you beat me.
Honorable Otto So. Your motion to table for 30 days. So it come back here to the Navajo Nation Council.
Hey, guys,
Table by Honorable Otto So. Second by Honorable Edison Wanika. With that, colleagues, there's no debate on the motion, but Armory Brigade, 3 minutes on the board.
Hello?
Yes.
Speaker, what you say?
Honorable Armory Brigade, you have 3 minutes to respond to the tabling motion.
Hagashio, Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I don't table motion that side. I don't see clean so. I could end just here the net pesa a basa hadon hazen. Toshin Juan don't is that Juan now so. I don't have cancer don't they go to just in Juan now so what has a head of one needs that. I call what I quite about on him. I call one but you could it's never like it. Limit so what on Haban just case could the got the media are there. He says the legislation date relating to COVID has been to be quite quite the cost and then at the corner not the no I get has it could asa on do ya ji yan the what to so that they has had this isn't the what to the no that the reason how I get I don't see it how so they quite other has so is in on has do quite what ko it's not guaranteed that that it's going to be safe. That happened. Nobody was responsible for it. Nobody was accountable for it. أظن بينات إتلاقون سأخذ جتنا كويشين خد زاكو خش تو شش نندا تو الحين نا تو نندا تو خد أي أحتش ندي ذك شيء خدوا بلا أشلا إن سنجي خدوا أي عادة سويل ثاني نصني تو أدو عادة دا إسنوس آجي خاكي بيش بان سأني نار أدي إشتا أي دي خشجو نا آجي تو خد آجي تدايجو آجو باهستي تدايجو تنزل نشي كده نشي تيجي هنا نادو تيجي خالتي تو الليدا جنو خد أديكم آدو ده إشتا شباب خصنا سندولي كتو ناس بود شو خو خد أديني هيك هتستشو كأجد دي يا كو يا نات أني زي تو تاسيس ده كون خشة هسويسان إنه سنجي أديتا إسنو فاي هود ناسو تخني نشيك خدو إن خاني زن حسيزات يا ناني خاتو لي زن تو خد إن خا حسن خا جاء أظن ده نشيدني زن حسين سقط يا هو ناسو هو حسين سقط إنه نادو أدو هذا هي أظن ده كج حسين ناس جيزو أظن ده كج ناس ده تقول يا تو كاج يا هو بتشين له ننجي تو خد ده تو خد أديني هيك هتستشيك إيدوش دينا نسلنك أوكي كويباشنا هو أكيدو أدو hello.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. That's time. Okay. With that, colleagues.
Vice Chair Smith has the question of privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. I realize that they're going to do a tabling on this legislation. I didn't catch for how long. How long is this going to be tabled for?
No longer than 30 days.
No, thank you, Speaker.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Honorable Elmer Begay, what's your question?
My question is, I want to ask Legislative Council, Chief Legislative Council Dana, can emergency legislation table? Can it be tabled?
Of Legislative Council.
Thank you. Good evening. There is nothing in the rules that treats emergency legislation differently than regular legislation as far as tabling goes. So yes, the legislation could be tabled, and I think you're looking at for no more than 30 days, which would allow you to bring it immediately back up if, say, for example, the president line item vetoes this morning's or yesterday's UUFB appropriation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Question of privilege, Daniel So.
Question of privilege, Chairman So.
The Speaker.
Yes.
This is directed to you.
Okay.
Is it appropriate to recognize a tabling motion when we all know there is a deadline or an event that the legislation revolves around? And to the delegates, wouldn't it be more proper to just vote red or green on the motion that was originally placed? Thank you.
Go ahead.
I second that. This is Delegate Crotty. I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Let me go back to Chairman Daniel So's question. Your question to me, if it's appropriate or if it's in line as it is, I have recognized every delegate has the right through the standing rule. Council is able to raise a table motion, and in that I recognize that. And if I didn't recognize the tabling motion, I honestly think that we the right that delegate that right away from him or her. So yes, I do honestly, and I stand on my recognition of tabling motion, Chairman Daniel. So now going back to Member Cotty, withdraw your tabling, withdraw. With that, I am on a table. The table motion supersedes every other motion.
Can't hear you, Speaker. What's happening?
We can't hear you, Speaker.
Chair Amber Cotty. We are on a tabling motion, and according to the code, according to the rules of order, Legislative Council, if you this is the ruling I'm making on this, that because the tabling motion supersedes every other motion according to the rules of order, we must take care of the tabling motion first. That's at hand.
You are unmuted.
Legislative Council. I'm asking, looking for the, on your guidance too as well.
Question of privilege.
Honorable, you hold on real quick on the question of privilege. Let me move to Ms. Marov, and I'll come immediately to you.
You are unmuted.
Am I unmuted, Speaker?
Yes, you're unmuted.
Okay. Per Rule 19, Rule 19A, any delegate of the council may move or make a motion to table a legislation that is before the council. A tabling motion shall take precedence over all of their motions before the council except the motion to adjourn. So if with the tabling motion on the floor, it's taking precedence over all other motions. So no other motions can be added. And then the rest of your question got a little staticky. So repeat that part for me, please.
That was it.
Okay, great.
Thank you. That's why I'm standing on the tabling motion. Honorable, so your question is privilege.
My question is the tabling motion. Is it an order regards to the days, how many days it will be tabled? That legislation, emergency legislation, is only got a few days to be how you call it, valid, or it's going to die by itself after, because the voting is 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, Eugene Soda. As the speaker, I made the decision to recognize the tabling motion because every delegate has that right to bring the table motion before on any legislation. And that legislation, it doesn't matter if this was for something that was needed to be done today, or if it was an emergency.
You are unmuted.
If it was non-emergency legislation or in a critical time period, the legislation, the speaker has recognized the tabling motion, so standing on the tabling motion. So colleagues, with that, tabling.
Point of order, Speaker. Continue.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman.
Yes, I think that for those Delegate Amber Crotty had stated she is withdrawing her main motion. Is that the case? Then we don't have anything to stand on if there's no main motion. I believe that was the question, and the answer given by Legislative Council is doesn't answer that. So if Delegate Amber Crotty withdraws her main motion, we have nothing to stand on, not even a tabling motion, is my point. Speaker Damon.
Okay, well, let me go back to
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable
Speaker.
Hold on.
I'm gonna withdraw my tabling motion so that Honorable Crotty can withdraw her main motion.
Honorable Ottoso withdraws his tabling motion. That Honorable Nika drawing the table too. Honorable Wanika, you might have to press start. Honorable Wanika.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and do the same.
Okay.
Withdraw my second.
All right then, thank you. For that, back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, are you still withdrawing your motion?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty. This legislation was dropped a month ago, so it's not an emergency, so I'll withdraw my main motion. Thank you. Well, yeah, my motion.
Your main motion, Honorable Freeland.
Next item.
Holding a second. Are you gonna motion? Honorable Freeland, for the record. No, I can't. You have to say it. Honorable Freeland motions. That is there a second? Going once. Going twice. Going three times. No second on legislation 0234-20. That moving on down. Number 12, close the session. Announcements. Colleagues, any announcements?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Honorable Chairman Yazzie.
Rick
Yazzie, is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues. Comments, questions on motion to adjourn? If there's none, going once.
What time we start tomorrow?
Going twice on weekends, or adjourning. This concludes
Okay.
all session. But going three times.
Why?
Four.
Why?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
I will green too. I've been getting muted all the time.
Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Please don't interrupt.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Kinross Bakrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Run votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Nez votes green. Y'all be safe.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso. Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I reckon green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay.
You are unmuted.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable
Now
Eugenia
somebody's been
Charles
leading
Newton.
me. Shorty shit.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Speaker with a vote of 23 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
With a vote of 23 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, we are officially adjourned with the 2020 fall session, Navajo Nation Council fall session, that is. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening. Safe travels. Thank you to all the staff, the legislative branch side. Thank you to all the executive branch for assisting and all the legislations too as well. And thank you, Madam Chief Justice. Congratulations to the confirmation of Harrison Sosi and to Judge Clyde. That, colleague.